Chapter 24. The newcomers were naturally much in demand aboard Chinook. It was thus a small surprise to Weisenberg when Rueda Suarez invited him to stop by for a drink before dinner. Entering at the agreed time, the engineer heard a folk song from the Andean altiplano throbbing at low volume, and saw that the reader was screening a page of verse. Rueda followed his glance. "Garcia Lorca," the Peruvian said. "I am pleased to find the databank here is well stocked. My favorites, him, Neruda, Cervantes, everyone, not to speak of music." "Well, we planned against possible years of being away, the same as you did," Weisenberg answered. "Moreover, like you, we hoped we'd be showing some of the human culture to non-humans." "Years? In your case, sir? Are you not married?" "Yes, with 5 good kids. But the youngest is starting in the university. The rest are entirely on their own. Sarah was slated to come along on the expedition, quartermaster. Of course, when we had to scramble as we did, I wouldn't let her." Weisenberg chuckled, though pain stirred beneath. "More accurately, I didn't tell her. I skipped out, leaving a message, because a person needs a nice, safe black hole to shelter in when Sarah gets her Jewish up." "I see. Won't you sit down? What would you like? I drew a ration of each type of liquor in the stores." "Scotch, then, thank you. Neat water chaser." Weisenberg folded his leanness into a chair. Rueda poured the same for both, and settled opposite. "I thought we should get a little acquainted," the host said. "In 40 hours we will be at the tea machine, and God alone knows what will happen. If Daniel's scheme succeeds and we reach Beta, we still have a long, hard effort before us. If he does not, we may well be in instant danger of our lives. We had better know the ways in which we can depend on one another, and perhaps you can find duty for me. I feel useless. I worry. I drink too much." His smile was rather sour. "Frida might keep me occupied, but she's exploring the new men around her." Weisenberg took a smoky sip. "Can't you ask the skipper for a job?" "I hate to add to his burdens. Besides, you are our general technical expert. If you could give me a suggestion for me to make to him. Do you see? You and I may communicate better than most. I heard you spent years in Peru working for aventureros." Weisenberg nodded. "I studied nuclear engineering in Lima. There was no school of it then on Demeter. Afterward, yes, I did take a job with your company. That was what got me hooked on being in space. But I love the city, too. It's beautiful, and gave me many glorious moments. I was there when the covenant was signed." "Why did you return, if you don't mind telling me?" "Oh, mainly for my parents' sake. It was not easy working groundside, though raising a family kept me reasonably cheerful. When Dan started Chehalis, I jumped into his employ." Rueda stared at his tumbler, drank, and stared again, as if it held an omen. "Space," he murmured. "Yes. We must each of us be obsessed with space, no? Why else would we be here? I think I was first caught in boyhood on a cold and brilliant night at Machu Picchu. The stars above the Incan ruins were like a host of angels." "Or of others?" Weisenberg said as softly. Rueda gave him an examining look. "Are you among those who make the others into God?" "No, not really." The conversation was becoming intimate fast, but only 40 hours of peace remained. "However, I went to a neo-Hasidic rabbinical school in Neapolis. A man can bear the marks of that his whole life, no matter if the faith is gone." "Well, I am a Catholic of sorts, I think, but I must admit those years at Beta made me wonder a lot. Until then, I'd almost taken the others for granted. But when the Betans, with their fantastic capabilities, turned out to be mortal and troubled, the same as us, mystified and awed by the others, the same as us, yes, it upset a great deal in me." Rueda grimaced. "I was a political conservative, too. Now I see how things I never dreamed of have been infecting government. And that faith also shakes." He knocked back his whiskey. "It continues possible to believe in the power, wisdom, and benevolence of the others. May it always continue possible." Having taken a sip of water, he lifted the liquor bottle off the table beside him and made an offering gesture toward Weisenberg. The engineer shook his head. Rueda glugged forth a refill for himself and started on it. "I am not a cultist about them," Weisenberg said. "For instance, I do not believe they are working secretly to guide us and the whole universe. Maybe they are, but their voice denied it. Also to the Batons. By and large, I'm agnostic about them, and will stay that way till we get some direct information, which may well be never." "Still, they are important to your soul," Rueda observed. Weisenberg nodded anew. "Fundamental, especially when I'm watching the sky and space. Though they probably do not play at being gods, it does seem impossible. Well, impossible for me to accept, at least, that they're indifferent to us. That they let us use their gates merely because we can't hurt anything of theirs, and show us a single path to a new planet in idle kindliness, like a man feeding pigeons bits of a sandwich he isn't going to eat. No. Obviously they did somehow study us closely before ever Fernandez Davila left Earth. Can they since have lost interest in us?" "They may have gone elsewhere," Rueda said. "Remember, nobody, including the Batons, nobody has seen a ship of theirs. Maybe they keep their ships invisible. Maybe they don't need ships. It does not make sense they would abandon those T-machines. Think of the investment of energy and resources. Or I'm certain that they would abandon us. I can easily imagine they keep out of our sight. We could be overcome by their presence, crushed. But damn it, they must be benign. They must care. This is a big galaxy. Apparently millions of intelligent races, or billions. Could they spare the time? If they can build T-machines around how many suns? They can follow what happens on the planets. Like God? His eye is on the sparrow? Oh, the others hardly have infinite powers. We might not be able to tell the difference, though." Rueda turned grim. "They're not doing much in the way of helping us aboard this ship, are they?" "They never passed any miracles for individual benefit that I heard of," Weisenberg admitted. "I've tried and failed to guess what their relationship is to us, how their concern expresses itself. I'm only convinced to the marrow that they do care, that the voice didn't lie when it said, they love us." It was time to prepare yet another meal. Kathleen entered the common room on her way to the galley and stopped short. The alien, the Baton, Fidelio, stood, or sat, or squatted, or poised before one of the big view-screens, staring out. Interior lighting dimmed the sky for her eyes, but she saw the Milky Way stream past his head. He was alone. "Oh," she blurted, "good day to you." Though he didn't glance around, he answered in a hoarseness that whistled, "Buenos dias, Senora Mulryan." Kathleen went to Spanish. "Do you know me, then, already, not even looking? My race has ears more keen than yours." Without practice, a gifted hearing was necessary to follow most of what Fidelio said, but he spoke fluently and grammatically. It was just that nature had never quite meant him to utter sounds of this kind. As if realizing he might have been too curt, he went on, "Each individual has a distinct odor, too. This is something else you are not evolved to notice. However, your eyesight in air is much better at long range than mine, and I can only helplessly admire your tactile sensitivity." He turned now in a single fluid motion. Light gleamed along his fur to confront her. She strode across the deck until she stood before him. "I like your smell," she said. "It brings me back to my homeland, and me a child at play where the sea made the shingle grind together like millstones. But it's different enough, too, that I am also a child at dream on the same shore, seeing fairyland in the clouds. Pardon, you could not understand that." "Perhaps I could. My folk, too, have myths and phantoms which are strongest in the young." She laid hands across his webbed and clawed paws, because his own hands were further back, gripped their knobbliness, and said gladly, "I was sure of it, but I didn't know you would be so learned about us. To recognize a word like fairyland." My work has been with other sapient species. That aids me in guessing what might matter to yours." The altogether blue gaze grew intent upon her. "I own to being surprised at your immediate comprehension of me. My accent seemed much too thick for everyone who is not off-emissary." Kathleen disengaged and shrugged. "Well, I collect songs in several languages." The big brown form reared up, the whiskers quivered. "Do you mean that you sing yourself? And not formal music, such as the expeditions people played for me, but an ordinary kind?" "Why, did they never sing?" "Yes, once in a while, but—" Fidelio hesitated. "I remarked that my race has comparatively discriminating ears." Kathleen grinned. "I know what you are trying to be tactful about. Well, if nonetheless you got interested in our music from recordings, I'd never call myself an outstanding performer, but—" "Good day," said a new voice. Fidelio had no need to see who spoke. Kathleen did. Joel Key stood in the main doorway. "Oh, good day, Signora." Kathleen made haste to give her a soft salute. "Can I be doing anything for you?" "No, I happened by." The holothete held her lean form as rigid as her tone. "We were starting a chat." "This is the first member of this crew with whom I can freely talk," Fidelio explained. "Won't you join us, Dr. Key?" Kathleen asked timidly. "No," the other woman said. Her countenance was likewise frozen. "What could I contribute?" "Do carry on, Señorita Mulryan. Dinner can wait. No doubt it's more important to widen Fidelio's experience of humanity." She strode from sight. Kathleen stared at the space where she had been. The Baton's query jerked her attention back to him. "Is there conflict between you two?" "No, I never— that is—" Kathleen drew breath. "After all, we have barely met, she and I. Of course I knew about her, and was in awe, and hoped—" She half sighed, half shuddered, then squared her shoulders. "A conflict is possible anyhow," she admitted. "Captain Broderson has told me a few things. She may resent my closeness to him, but I'm sure this is completely foreign to you." Did Fidelio hunch over as if defensive? "Have you not understood? We want this kind of thing not to be foreign to us." "Well, yes," Kathleen stammered. "I suppose I've heard it's stunningly strange, but—" Tears glimmered forth, though they did not go past her lashes. "What you hoped would be an opening to love has become one to hatred and dread. Oh, my poor dear." She rallied. "We're bound for what's better," she said. "Dan Broderson will see to that. Meanwhile, it would be wise if you come to know humans besides the few who went to your planet. We do differ very much. Surely some among us can help you. Also, getting acquainted will lift everyone's minds off the loss we've suffered and the desperate action a few days hence." Again she took hold of him, this time by the hands, since he had reached those out. "Let me be your guide. I can interpret, yes, and arrange small get-togethers, and try to keep things cheery. We all need that." "Many thanks," he replied. "You are kind." Still he stood bent, and his words came mechanical. Kathleen observed him closely, against the unpitying stars. "You were glad for a moment," she murmured at last, "but that has fled you." He made a noise that might correspond to a sigh. "It is nothing you can do anything about, Señorita, and if we win free, it will soon be cured." "Do you care to tell me what?" "I am a holothete, like Joel Key, and long out of the state of communion. You have heard it becomes vital to us, or at least to our happiness." Fidelio lifted his head. "No matter. It is no worse for me than for her." "But you are among aliens," Kathleen cried. "And we have the equipment aboard, but it could not fit you, could it? Why, you must be miserable." She flung herself against the massive warm body and hugged him. He touched her in shy response. "Listen, Fidelio," she said when they separated. "You've the spirit to see brooding is useless. You can set your trouble aside for a bit. You were doing so when we got interrupted. Let's go back to where we were then. Music. You'd like to hear our songs, and I'd be overjoyed to hear yours." Briskly, "Now, I must prepare the food, but there's no reason why we can't be singing the while." He stirred, straightening. Life returned to his voice. "Yes, please let us. Could I assist you in your work?" For the first time since they left the wheel, she laughed. "What is it?" he asked. "Oh, thank you. Maybe you could carry a few things, but I was remembering a primitive cottage in Ireland, and seeing you at the kitchen sink wielding a dish-towel." As if a weight had fallen off her, Kathleen danced toward the galley. While she did, she commenced his education. La cucaracha, ya no quiere caminar. Ah! Frida von Moltke's breath came warm and musky. "That was good. You are very good." Marty Leno opened his eyes to the round, wide-nosed, full-mouthed countenance below his. He was not tall, she was. She had readily been able to kiss him on his lips, and inside them till it began to crest in her. Then she roared, and it was like riding an earthquake. Her arms and thighs still clasped him. Sweat glued strands of yellow hair to the slightly florid brow and cheeks. He felt the same moisture against his belly. "You too," he said. "I had fun, and I surely needed some. Thank you." She laughed. "We are not done yet, my friend. However, what about a beer first? And do you mind if I smoke?" "No, I don't myself, but no." He rolled off her and propped himself on his pillow at the headboard. Her feet smacked the deck. She was heavy, not fat, save for the huge breasts, solid. Crossing her cabin, she took a cheroot from a box. The ship was stocked for a variety of minor vices, and put it between her teeth before she dealt with the bottles. Returning, she paused at the bedside. Her regard of him grew speculative. "Marty," she asked, "why did you close your eyes after we began?" He moved them from her. "Habit," he mumbled. "I think not. We could have turned the lights off if you wanted. You're using every sense until— Did you decide to pretend I was somebody else?" "Please." "Oh, I am not offended if so. We are not in love. I don't want to pry either. I am just curious." He kept silent. She handed him a flask, which chill had already bedewed, and lit her tobacco. Smoke eddied acrid. She joined him, sitting up, flank against flank. "I like you much, I believe, Marty," she told him. Slyly, "I expect you will compare well with your shipmates. Stefan Dorja is nice, but hasty. Maybe not promising. I am not sure of making the other two at all. Weisenberg acts thoroughly married when we talk, and Broderson has his mistress, who is far prettier than me." Leno scowled. "Yes, he does." Once more Frida's gaze grew thoughtful. "She is a delightful person, gifted. She was singing a few of her own songs while she took measurements to make me some decent clothes, and she runs a splendid galley, and seems to handle the rest of the quartermaster job well. What else?" "I can't say." Leno spoke fast. "I haven't known her long. Yes, she is quite a girl." Abruptly twisting about to confront her, "Tell me about yourself, Frida. Everybody's been lost in talking about Beta and Earth politics and things like that. Now, we have hardly any time left before— Well, what has your life been?" The gunner shrugged and blew a smoke ring. "I have knocked around. Tell me." "If you will then tell me your story." "Mine isn't much," Leno said. "I'm such a young fellow. I'm beginning to find out how young. You've seen more." She collected bottle and cigar in her right hand, that the left might rumple his hair. "You are cute, Marty." Relaxing into her pillow. "Well, an outline, if you want. I was born in East Prussia 30 years ago. Except for me, it has been 38. My family was not rich, but we remembered across a couple of centuries we had been Junkers. and later furnished officers for the Soviet Empire, and after it broke up, the mansion our ancestors owned was in sight of our home. My father was a guerrilla in the Troubles. I joined the Freiheitjugend. We never had to fight, but we held us ready. At last, I took a Wanderjahr before I enlisted in the Peace Command. They gave me space training. When Emissary began to recruit, I applied and was accepted. Not exactly a homebody, you, Lena said. Wistfulness flitted over her. I would like to marry and get my immunity reversed, to have children, while my parents can still enjoy being grandparents. If they are alive, and we may be headed into death ourselves. Yes, it's hard waiting helpless, isn't it? Oh, that is the usual fate of humans. You wait for the medical lab results, or the jury's verdict, or how the next shell will fall on a battlefield, or whatever. Frida sucked her cheroot into an Aldebaran redness at its end. What is terrible here is we may be mankind's last chance for truly reaching the stars. Our enemies will not stop if they wipe us out. Spurlos versenkt. They will fear the Batons or somebody might come, and for that reason work to get control, until they can openly put weapons at the Sol and Phoebus T-machines for keeping a hermit kingdom. It is too possible. My folk remember the Soviets. Unless the others intervene, Leno said. Is that altogether a daydream? Did you get the least clue in Emissary? Frida's expression sharpened. No. What sign besides the voice did the others ever give us? Or the Batons? Or any of those races the Batons know? She swigged her bottle dry, dropped it clunking to the deck, and struck fist upon knee. Marty, I do not like thinking about the others. We did for 8 years. They haunt the Batons more than Christ haunted Europe. Oh, I could feel when I began learning language and helping in our studies. I could feel. I told you, I come from a country full of remembered dreams and nightmares both. Violently, forget the bloody others. We make our own destiny. Well, yes, maybe. His answer was subdued. I've wondered myself. I'm a Christian. Not awfully good, I'm afraid. That's made me wonder about their effect on us. Oh, doubtless they are nothing more than a species ahead of us in science and technology. Brains likewise, I suppose. But do brains count for that much? I wouldn't be surprised but what our holothetes are as intelligent as them, or more even. If they are angels, as our pastor in my hometown thinks they might be, or if they're simply free from original sin, then why did they let the troubles happen? And the heresies, the wild cults that center on them, could they actually be damned, or be outright demons? I don't know. I don't know. Surprised, Frida said, Let us leave religion be. She was silent a minute or two. Can I punch for music, Marty? Beethoven, I wish. The First Symphony, while he was still happily learning from Haydn and Mozart. I want to hear happiness. Sure, Leno said, and stroked her. She came back to him, amidst a gambling of harmonies, to put aside her smoke and snuggle close. This is excellent background for fucking, too, she said. Wait, he demurred. I need a rest. She reached for him. I am certain you will find you have more capability than anybody showed you before. Pause. Calculation. Stab. Kathleen Morayan can do likewise, or I miss my guess. Seeing him wince. Never mind, choke. You are a dear, sweet man. Let us enjoy this short while before we enter the gate. Again he closed his eyes. Chapter 25. Today Ira Quick held off Toronto's winter by a recording, played on the giant view screen, of York Minster. It was not static, but moved slowly around the delicate facades, soaring in intricate vaults, glowing windows of that loveliest of medieval churches. Tuned down to bare audibility, yet losing none of its might, a Gregorian chant gave background. The show was a reminder of what man, earthbound and alone, had achieved. the heritage now menaced by inhumanness. It strengthened him in his resolution. Simeon Ilyich Makarov, Premier of Great Russia, sat across from his desk. He had flown here incognito at Quick's urgent request. "You are the most powerful individual in our group," the North American had said, "and the two of us are the most determined. We're at a crisis point, I'm afraid. We have to confer and decide. I shouldn't be more specific over the phone, scrambler or no, and I can't come to you. All my present lines of communication center on this office." Arrived, Makarov lit an atrocious cigarette, inhaled hard, and demanded in accented Spanish, "Well, what have you to report?" He was a stocky individual with a walrus moustache and thin grey hair, his garb unfashionable and rumpled. A survivor of combat in the civil wars which had sundered his country, his existence ever since consecrated to its eventual reunification. "No knowledge you don't already possess. You're as well aware as I that Chinook is approaching the T-machine, scheduled to arrive in about 3 hours. That's why I must stay put. Someone has to give new orders in case something unforeseen happens." Quick slapped his palm down. "Christ! Transmission time of more than 20 minutes. "Yes. Our group agreed you are best positioned to take that responsibility. Why do you suddenly want me to share it?" "You do in any case, Senor Makarov." Quick frowned. "There is one new development, I hope unimportant. I learned about it while you were on your way. I've been kept personally informed about the San Geronimo wheel. The fact that a pet research project of mine is supposed to be going on there is sufficient excuse. Troxel doesn't send any details by laser, of course, but he is supposed to beam a periodic 'all's well' signal. It's overdue." "That could be bad." "Or it could be plain carelessness. He's grown less than punctual. The isolation, the strain are getting to him and his men. I don't think I should send an immediate inquiry. Too conspicuous. Makes me look too concerned, right when Chinook demands my total care." Quick paused before he added weightily, "And yet analysis of radar data shows the ship used quite a peculiar, uneconomical boost pattern to get onto the path we required. It had her effectively in the radar shadow of the wheel, given that astronomical distance, plus the electromagnetic shielding for hours." Makarov grunted, as if struck. "Why did you not tell the rest of us at once?" Quick sighed. "I only found out lately. Please understand, sir, I must proceed with caution. As is, too many people are involved. If I call for information on a top priority basis, they will speculate why. If I lay stress on a particular question, they will speculate further. I've gotten things better organized in Great Russia." "That's a major reason why you are so valuable, so critical to our effort." "You barbarian tyrant." "Precisely how much information is leaked, what kind, and to whom?" Quick spread his hands. "Precisely is an impossible requirement. I am, as I said, not dealing with a handful of disciplined men like yours, whose silence is guaranteed. I've done my best to keep you au courant, as well as I can follow events myself." "Yes. I do, though, have many different matters claiming my attention. Suppose you summarize for me whether or not you have already described a specific item." Is he playing with me? Or is he underneath a peasant shrewdness, basically a dullard? This isn't what I need him for today. I do need him. I must oblige. Maybe several years hence. Quick arrayed the facts in his head and began. "Our original group knows the full story, of course. That includes those subordinates we have co-opted. Among them were the entire crew of the watch-ship Lomonosov, most of them newly assigned, which had gone ahead to wait at the Phoebean T-machine for Chinook to arrive. They were either veterans of Makarov's, who entered space service after the wars, but remained devoted to their old leader, or else technically trained covert agents of his. Quick had had to admire how swiftly the Premier arranged this when appealed to. The Astronautical Control Board had been grateful to have the arrangement made on its behalf, especially at such short notice. Now Bohr need not leave her station to escort the vessel of wanted men off to detention. I had the crew of the Dyson interviewed by a psychological team. The pretext, which the psychologists themselves bought, was trying to find out how spacemen react to peculiar occurrences. Apparently none of them suspect the truth, though they do wonder about the incident. No serious problem, I'd say. Dyson was the watch-ship at the solar portal when Emissary returned to the Phoebean system. Quick almost wished he had a god to thank. That Tom Archer, captain of Faraday, guardian craft at the other end of the gate, was smart as well as loyal. He'd sent a pilot fish ahead, asking Dyson to come through and lend emergency assistance. Then he shepherded Emissary in the opposite direction. Finding no one at the solar system exit, as he had hoped, he instantly led his captive off to a safe distance and got in touch with Quick. By the time Dyson returned, the minister had a message ready for the puzzled captain. Apologies and all that, but it had suddenly proved necessary to transfer a certain load in secrecy, for it was not the kind of thing that extremist elements on Earth or Demeter ought to know about. Faraday is much more difficult, but I needn't repeat that, need I? Archer and his mate were sworn to the cause, but it had not been feasible to hand-pick the rest of that crew. Those persons had inevitably rejoiced at the reappearance of Emissary, and had made a fuss over leading her into quarantine, not as a public health precaution, but as if she were an enemy. After consultation with his masters, the captain told his men, in effect, "It turns out she may really have brought back something dangerous. Maybe not, but the government wants to investigate thoroughly and cautiously, and meanwhile does not want public hysteria. So to make dead sure of preserving security, we're off to Hades on a scientific assignment." Fast and versatile, watch-ships often did serve as exploratory vessels, and the outermost world in the Phoebean system did have curious features about which the planetologists would like to know more. "Yes, this will keep you from the families and friends you expected to see before long, but orders are orders. They'll be reassured we're all right, and we'll collect fat pay for the extra duty, remember that." Faraday would not stay up there forever. "Troxel and his agents may be a larger hazard still," Quick proceeded. "No matter how carefully we chose them, they've been exposed for weeks on end to some damnably persuasive pro-stellar arguments. If one or two of them should be converted, they could ruin us the same day they set foot back on Earth. Those are the obvious people to worry about. We have plenty of less obvious. They run the whole gamut, from my assistant Chauveau or Zoe Palamas, for example, whom I've fed forebodings about incipient rebellion on Demeter, down to technicians in space stations who are asked to locate Chinook and transmit the command to her that she return home. Sir, the situation is precarious and worsening. I'm less and less able to stay on top of it myself. I must have strong help. Of our whole group, you can best supply that." Makarov stubbed a cigarette viciously before he sent it down the ash-taker and reached for another. "What would you have me do this exact hour?" he growled. Quick sighed. "If I knew that, sir, I probably wouldn't have had to call on you. The truth is, though, what will happen soon is unpredictable. If matters go wrong, I may well be unable to maintain secrecy alone. Nor was I ever used to doing so to this extent. Your advice, your connections, your action— Do you follow me? Suppose everything does proceed as we hope. Chinook comes to the T-machine, obediently maintaining outercom silence. The regular watch-ship is Copernicus. The hastily dispatched special one is Alhazen. Crews of both have been warned that the travelers are wanted on Demeter on criminal charges, and must be presumed dangerous. Additionally, Broussard of the European Confederacy has seen to it that the captain and gunner on Alhazen, though not privy to the facts, are men who can be depended on to obey his command to shoot when in any doubt. His national government will protect them afterward before the Board of Inquiry. However, suppose Chinook passes through to Phoebus without incident. There Lomonosov waits to conduct her off. When remote from Bor, Lomonosov sends a boarding party which secures the Demetrians, interrogates them, communicates with Governor Hancock, and waits for further instructions. We still won't know for a while exactly what the Broderson gang has done or can still do. We may get a nasty surprise. For instance, they may have propagandized the wheel. We had better be prepared to respond fast and decisively. For now, though, what if trouble comes in the next few hours in any of 100 unforeseeable ways? What then? I repeat, sir, events are moving too rapidly for us. We've had to improvise. We're overextended. Our cover stories are full of gaping holes. Too many people, from Hades to the wheel and back, will shortly be asking too many questions. What shall we do? Makarov blew smoke. It stank. That will depend on what the reality is, he said. You are right. I had best keep vigil with you. After a moment he added, the absolute reality is always death. Quick sat straight. I half feared this. Did I also half wish for it? I don't quite understand, he faltered. Do they not have a proverb in English? Dead men tell no tales? Yes. And how many graves have your executioners filled, Makarov? Quick's mouth was turning cottony. He felt cold, though the office was well heated. Our group has discussed extreme measures, true, but strictly in case of dire need. You have been telling me the need has become dire, whether you know you have or not. Quick clutched the arms of his chair. Attack. Perhaps you should be more specific, sir. Makarov waved his cigarette. Very well. His tone stayed matter-of-fact. I have given thought to this, you realize, and have sounded out others in our team. If you were not included, no insult. Your actions, yes, your leadership demonstrate you are fundamentally a realist. We can have Chinook and her crew destroyed. We can send a trustworthy detachment to dispatch the personnel in the wheel, including Troxels. Faraday? I am not yet sure. We can have Lomonosov destroy her Hades. Later, we can explain these losses as a sad set of accidents, coincidentally happening in close succession. Well, there is no haste about Faraday. If possible, I prefer we spare her, since her crew is primed with hints of monsters from the stars. Ideally, we arrange the scene at the wheel so it appears the monsters who had enslaved the emissary crew took over the quarantine station as well. Yes. And when Broderson arrived on his private investigation, they lured him to them, captured him and his men, departed in his ship for their planet. Fortunately, they betrayed themselves to the alert Lomonosov, which blew them to pieces. Despite having entertained similar notions, as fantasies, Quick felt it incumbent on him to whisper, Do you seriously imagine we could get the whole human race to swallow such a piece of sensationalism? Enough of it, probably, Makarov said. Nothing a government claims is too preposterous for most of its citizens. Bear in mind, I do not say this strategy is feasible. That we must find out. For example, will Stedman cooperate fully? His nerve may fail him when he imagines facing his God. If he or somebody else becomes unreliable, what can we best do about them? In any event, how do we explain and justify the fact that so many in the council in higher echelons everywhere were not notified and consulted at once? What evidence can we manufacture? What particulars can clever men invent for us? The advantage of creating invaders from the stars is that we can then easily attain our objective, a guard at both T-machines to wipe out any alien ships the instant they appear. Public opinion will support this, yes, require this, and an end to exploration. But we do risk failure and exposure. Maybe the safest course is to destroy Faraday with the rest and make everything look accidental. Or, we could throw some of the blame onto terrorists. In that case, we must find a different political route, more slow, toward our goal. The whole point, Senor Quick, is that whatever we do, it must not be done timidly. We must have the balls to accept great hazards. Believe me, the danger in shilly-shallying is grossly greater. Yes, I must certainly stand by you in these next hours. Makarov closed. You're saying terrible things, Quick protested. Why, some of those you'd kill have been freely helping us. I have heard another English proverb, Makarov retorted. You cannot make an omelette without breaking eggs, is an excellent saying. In the past, I found it necessary to sign death sentences of followers who had been valuable. I judged they were beginning to follow me too independently, or they had questionable associates, or... Well, I had a state to rebuild from chaos. How could I investigate every single case? For our separate reasons, Signor Quick, we deem it vital that the human race stay home, carry out its natural tasks, and shun outsiders, at least until it is properly organized to cope with them. Vital. Now, in days before cell therapy, what woman hesitated to have a cancerous breast cut off? That harmed her beauty, but she had no choice if she would live, did she? Furthermore, Signor Quick, Makarov leaned forward, furthermore, you are committed. Our whole little organization is. We had an ideal, we stumbled toward it. We made missteps, as people always do, and today we are close to ruin. Is our deal not correct, regardless? How well can we continue to serve mankind from a prison? Prison it will be, if any strong hint of the facts ever comes out. Publicity will lead to investigation. Subordinates of ours will seek to save their own hides by tattling on us. Chinook is forcing us beyond the limits of any legal technicalities. We are quite clearly conspiring to violate the covenant rights of her crew. We have already violated them by deliberately causing a groundless warrant to be issued for their arrest. From this will spring countless further charges of malfeasance in office. We will be locked away for a long, long time, unless we strike the right blow at once, and strike it hard. A part of Quick recalled an essay he had read years before on how intellectuals are chronically fascinated by violence as an instrumentality, drawn, repelled, drawn back, as they might be to the idea of sexual relations with a barely pubescent girl, or with a sentient non-human. It is a kind of xenophilia, and when a conflict of which they approve, and they approve of most, does erupt, they take the lead in cheering on the warheads and calling for more soldiers to feed the furnace. At the time he had thought what reactionary nonsense this was. Later, cultivating his fair-mindedness, he had had to admit there might be a limited amount of truth to the thesis. Yonder son of a bitch is right in the present context. You can't make an omelette without breaking eggs. Why, you can't maintain an orderly everyday society without breaking an occasional head. And Christ Almighty, he must indeed go forward, otherwise arrest, indictment, trial, an actual jail sentence, a rehabilitative psychiatrist, squat, plump, blue-jowled, fleshy-nosed, probing the psyche of Ira Quick, which his grubby breed would never understand in a geological epoch. Release after he was aged, to whatever drabness he could find in the wreckage of career and social life. His boys, wife, friends, mistresses, the whole world naming him kidnapper and murderer, he who had striven for nothing but human betterment. I am well known as being fast on my feet. Quick ran tongue over lips. Sir, I don't necessarily agree with either of your proposals. Ah, good. How calmly he spoke, despite the thick hammering inside him. Nevertheless, when a statesman like you speaks, I listen. Would you care to explain in detail? He felt his brave smile. We do have to pass the time while we wait. The voices around the cathedral image were marching to their triumphant conclusion. Chapter 26. Chinook was over 1,000,000 kilometers from her goal, decelerating, when the first communication struck her. Broderson took it in his office. The screen showed him an angular visage speaking British English. Vincent Laws, commanding Watship Alhazin on special duty. You are Chinook of Demeter, are you not? It was scarcely a question. Give me your captain. You have him? Broderson answered. "What can I do for you?" The seconds ticked away, while light beams flew forth and back again. Kathleen, seated beside Broderson, gripped his forearm, which was bare. He was acutely conscious of that warmth and pressure, of her hasty breath and faint, sweet woman odors. "Now hear this well, Captain Broderson," Laws said. His tone was harsh, and a tick jumped near his right eye. "You are wanted on serious charges. Your ship is armed. My orders are to see that you pass through to the Phoebean system, to be taken in charge there. I am to consider you dangerous, and take no chances with you. None. Do you understand?" "What procedure shall we follow?" "Time." "You will maneuver as usual, except under direction from us, not Copernicus. In fact, you are to have no contact whatsoever with Copernicus. You will beam every message at us and in English. Copernicus has been directed off her usual orbit. She'll keep on the far side of the T-machine, from you as you make transit. To contact her, you'd have to broadcast, and in Spanish, since nobody aboard her knows English. We will detect that. Any untoward action of yours can provoke our fire. I repeat, do you understand? Make sure you do, Captain Broderson." My. The Demetrian clicked his tongue. "You are tied in the sphincter, aren't you? How come? What harm in a little chat?" "Time." Kathleen chanted, a whisper, a Gaelic curse, Broderson thought. "I have my orders," Laws replied, scissoring off each word. "Among other things, you stand accused of trying to disseminate technological information which would endanger public safety. Without questioning the dutifulness of the Copernicus personnel, I am to see that you send no word to them or anyone else. Needless to say, they are not to tune you in. If we become engaged with you, they will join us." "I see. How about yourself, Captain Laws? Our side of the story is pretty interesting. We've quite a bit we can show you, too." Time. The sole surprise, if it was that, was the appalled vehemence of Laws's "No, absolutely not. At the first sign of any such attempt, I'll switch off. If you persist when I call back later, I have discretion to attack." Okay. What else?" Time. Broderson muttered to Kathleen. "They've sure got to him, haven't they? Probably by more than an appeal to his loyalty. He's an officer of the Union, after all, not of Europe. Bribe, blackmail." "Your path and vectors are incorrect for a transit," Laws said. "Explain." "Yeah, I was coming to that. We've developed collywobbles in the main control system, acquired a wrong momentum and have to compensate. Instead of making straight for our first base, we're applying parameters which will bring us to zero relative velocity near Beacon Bravo. From there, we'll move to the proper location for a standard approach. I have the figures here, if you'd like me to transmit them." Discussion went into technicalities for several minutes. At last, reluctantly, Laws said, "Very well. We'll be tracking you continuously, remember. Stand by for possible further instructions. If nothing suspicious happens, I will re-establish direct communication at 1930 hours. Is that clear?" Receiving his acknowledgment, he blanked without a goodbye. Broderson leaned back. "Wow," he said. For a while there I wondered if he would shoot. His finger's awful twitchy on the trigger, but of course, at this distance, Frida can intercept whatever he might send, I presume. "It's desperate our enemies are, I'm thinking," Kathleen said. "Right. And the more desperate people get, the more dangerous. Us included." He turned to smile at her. The darling face drew close to his. "Well, we've 3 to 4 hours before things get spiny. Better rest up, Macushla, if you can." She ran fingers down his cheek. "I have a more interesting idea, my life." "Huh?" Look, I've got to make the rounds, jolly the troops, check everything out. If those responsible have not their departments in good shape by now, you're too late," she said firmly. "They do, though. I've sounded them out in ways the old man cannot. The morale of most is flying banners. The rest are at least of stout heart. We might hold an assembly for a few rousing songs of revolution and freedom, but that's best done as late before our plunge as may be." She grinned. "Thus, you've better than an hour free, Daniel Broderson. and sure I am you've the wit to pass it in style. Look, frankly, I'm so full of worries, I doubt—" She stopped his lips with hers. Her hands roved. Presently she laughed. "See? That fret of yours was for naught." Springing to her feet, grabbing his wrist, "Come along, me bucko, no use to struggle. You're doomed." Stars blazed in every view-screen of the command center. The dimmed image of Sol hung like a burning moon, Earth hidden from sight behind it. Elsewhere a globe glowed wanly golden, the sign at which the ship had halted. In another direction, the cylinder that was the T-machine whirled, its mass and might brought by a tiny distance, about 50 megameters, hardly more than the circumference of a terrestroid planet, down to a bit of jewelry adrift in heaven. Broderson floated alone, harnessed, listening to his blood. Those tides went more easily than he had expected. He would not have taken a fear suppressant in any event, for he needed each millisecond he could shave off his reaction time, but he had figured on being strung tight. Pegeen is heap good medicine, he thought. If only she could be here. She wouldn't distract him, willingly. He just wasn't sure that in her nearness he could remain the complete robot he ought to be. It was plenty hard curbing the knowledge that soon she might die. And Steph poised at detector and communicator consoles in the electronics shack. Joelle as holothete and Sue as linker were parts of the ship. Her pilots threw the shoals and breakers ahead. Phil and Marty occupied the engine room, though likely they were condemned to do no more than sweat. Frida had the armament center, with Carlos, who had learned something about it earlier, to give partial assistance. That left Kathleen to comfort Fidelio. Tuning briefly in, Broderson had heard her swapping music with the Baton. A blink and beep sent his attention to the outer com. Law's haggard countenance jumped into its screen. "What ship? There you are. Are you prepared?" "More or less," Broderson replied. "We've still got problems. I do hope the apparatus doesn't suddenly run wild. That could send us off to Kingdom Come, you know." Time lag here was imperceptible. Doja had reported Alhazen as being a few thousand kilometers off. Magnification could have made the lean shape visible, but Broderson saw no cause to bother. "I hope the same, for your sake," Laws said. "Proceed according to your declared flight plan. I'll stay in touch. Proceed." "Yes." Broderson addressed the intercom. "Captain of crew, you heard the man. Get busy." He saw Laws flush and clench teeth, as if twice convinced this was a pack of pirates. Weightlessness yielded to a small, varying sideways drag and a sense of Coriolis twist, as Chinook rotated from her gyros. That stopped. For an instant she orbited, full thrust awoke, and she darted forward. Acceleration crammed Broderson into his seat. It took a minute for Law's instruments and computers to determine what was going on and inform him. "Hold!" he screamed. "You're aimed wrong." "God damn it, I know!" Broderson snapped, in his best imitation of a person fighting dismay. "I told you we're having troubles. Hang on, don't bother me." "What are you doing?" "You think we want to go off on a random path and disappear forever? Get off my back. I've got to see about stopping us." "I'll give you a short chance, Captain." Laws clamped his mouth shut. Broderson and his followers exchanged words, which they had rehearsed. The ion drive cut out, as it must if Chinook was to tread the measure Joelle had calculated for her. Falling toward the next point of inflection, she turned her nose again. A radar could spot the movement if it was set to do so, but he gambled that that wouldn't occur to Laws for a while. "Navigation estimates we can stay on this trajectory for 6 hours, without getting too far into the field," he said. It was true. "The engineers expect they'll repair the breakdown well before then." Laws squinched eyelids close together. "I want to know more about it. Why didn't you call in sooner?" "Weren't we supposed to maintain silence? We aren't actually criminals, Captain. We're law-abiding citizens, anxious to get home and clear our names. How the hell we ever got accused of anything, I faunch to learn." "All right. If you wish, I'll screen the pertinent parts of our log and the CE's notes." Those were works of art, Broderson judged. Nevertheless, he was fumble-thumbed about presenting them. His job as skipper was to talk, nothing else, dish out the blarney as long as possible, keep his adversaries in play, while Joel and Sue and the laws of physics drove his ship onward. He had a mere 20 minutes or thereabouts of plausibility until the next acceleration fell due. His pilots would go at top speed, no safety margin to speak of, since every margin around them was beset. A renewed boost. "Stop! Chinook, are you insane?" "The controls are insane, that's what." "I can't believe this any longer." "Ask your own CE to study the information we sent. Have him study it real hard." Broderson won that debate also. The drive had stopped, and he hung as if at the bottom of a dream. Sweat off his face bobbed around in globules. Pegeen might likewise become glitter strewn among the stars. His underwear absorbed perspiration, but left him chill and gamey. Time extended. Laws reappeared in the screen. "My engineer says your material does not make sense," he snapped. "It's superficially plausible enough that it must have been concocted. You're attempting to escape." "Escape into what?" "Never mind. Broderson, you will reverse immediately, or we shoot." "He's reacting on schedule, he is." "Wait, Captain Laws. Wait half a tick. You're about to compromise your mission and jeopardize your career. Take heed while you can." "What are you raving about?" "I'm not raving. Please note I'm speaking very carefully. As slow and wordy as I gauge I can get away with." "Curb your own emotions and listen. You can spare a few minutes for saving your ass and maybe your superiors, can't you?" "Well," Laws swallowed. "Go on, speak to the point." "I will. Okay. We lied to you. We bought ourselves time to get this far. It was necessary. The fact is, there's a lot more behind our arrest than a miscarriage of justice. Want to hear?" "No, I have my orders." "It mightn't be safe for you to know, huh? Well, from our viewpoint, we've zero to lose. If we go to Phoebus, the way things are, we're dead. Jumping off into the galaxy, we have the teeniest chance of finding help somewhere. We don't count on that, of course, but we'll have several extra years of life while our supplies last. I don't think this will bother your bosses much. If anything, they should be glad to get rid of us so cheaply. My orders say either see you off to Phoebus or kill you. If you don't return at once, you'll not get an hour of those years you mention." "We're armed too, Captain. We can block your missiles for a bit. Meanwhile, we'll broadcast. In Spanish, visual at full power. Can you be certain they won't tune in aboard Copernicus? Or chance to catch it on a different spacecraft? We've wattage aplenty to be received 10 million kilometers off. It's a story which will bring down some big people. In cases like that, little people get carried along. I wish you would let me talk to you, Laws." "No." Torment. "Have you anything further to say before we start shooting?" "Why, yes. I have this suggestion." Broderson thrust his whole personality forward. "Call Earth and ask what to do. We'll be zigzagging on, sure, but you're aware of how long a proper transit pattern takes. And we'd much rather come out in a planetary system at a T-machine than in the middle of interstellar space. The best guess is this means we have to pass from beacon to beacon. The more the likelier, and swing straight inward from the last. You've time for a call. Meanwhile, unless you shoot, we'll stay quiet." "Well, you have no right to bargain." "I am bargaining, though. Hear me. What I wish you do is direct your message not to the office you're supposed to, but to your own high command. Lay the matter before them. You'll find them astonished at what's been going on." "We're under security." Broderson sighed. He'd expected nothing else. "Okay, as you choose." Louder. "But call." After more argument, he won his point. The screen blinked, and he collapsed, breathing hard. It would take about 3/4 of an hour for an interchange via the relay satellite between here and Earth. By then, at her headlong pace, Chinook should be deep into the transport field. Stars exulted. He stirred and said through the intercom, "You heard that, boys and girls? We're this far along. Rejoice." A few small cheers replied. Kathleen struck a ringing chord from her sonador and declared, "You carried us, Daniel." "No, You all did, he answered. Hey, Pegeen, I love you. Wait till I get you to myself again, she said. Joelle is listening. By tacit agreement, conversation died away. Occasional words went around, most of them functional. Tastes in music varied too widely for a shared concert. Folk at their posts remained in their lonelinesses. Broderson relived his latest passages with Kathleen. The first had rated 12 on the Beaufort scale. The second had been as gentle as that final union, close to dawn, in the cave beneath Mount Lorne. He even dozed for a spell. The ship roused him, changing direction, squandering chemical auxiliaries as well as expending nuclear fuel, in order to keep hard on her way. He was bobcat alert before the response from Earth came due. Doge's voice delivered it, a shout. Missiles! The decision was kill, Broderson realized. Quick, or whoever is at the other end is afraid we may have a plan. He must sit with nothing but fingernails in his fists. Survival had ceased to be any affair of his. At high accelerations, crossing the gap in a couple of minutes, though they changed vectors at varying intervals to confuse counterfire, the torpedoes homed on Chinook. Nobody aboard was spacesuited. If a nuclear warhead exploded near the hull, that was that. Broderson spied the exhaust streaks, silver and narrow. Sensors locked onto the tubes. A computer extrapolated. Zarubayev had fine-tuned the system. Fire sprayed across darkness as energy-gorged laser beams found their targets. An all-clear jubilated, telling humans they would not die in the next few seconds. The ship trembled. Von Moltke had launched missiles of her own. This was her ultimate job, to outguess a living opponent. Chinook was not only much bigger than Alhazen, she carried throw weight out of proportion. Watch ships weren't really intended for battle. Their weapons were partly a relic of the Troubles, partly a concession to vague fears, which Quick's faction strove to entrench. The vessel surged around Broderson, plunging toward her next way station. Twinkles in heaven. Gunner to captain, von Moltke intoned. They stopped our barrage. They were meant to. This first time, he reminded her. A lesson. Steph, have you got contact? Okay, put me through. His intention was to repeat his original threat, negotiate for the escape of his command. He did not. Repeat, and repeat, not. Wish to kill more men who were doing what they'd been assured was their duty. The stars were beginning visibly to crawl in the viewscreens. Soon he'd be in such warped space-time that no rocket would have a prayer of tracking him down. Of course, any signal he transmitted from there would be hopelessly garbled. Well, everybody would be satisfied. Sort of. Missiles! Doja bawled. He spat an oath and rattled off RA, deck, approximate vectors. They had to be from Copernicus. Judas Priest. This was my worst fear, that Quick's influence would be strong enough to compel Janigian's honest crew. Missiles! Those came from Alhazen. 1-1-1-1, as fast as the tube could launch them. Captain, von Moltke said starkly, I do not believe we can strike that many in a flock. Tranville's wailed. No, I compute we cannot, mon père. Joelle like steel striking steel. We can reach the next beacon and accelerate straight inward before they arrive. Broderson surged against his harness. Even his weight returned. No, he bawled. We'll end up anywhere. Knowledge smote home. Carry on. The ship blasted. Almost, he imagined he saw the T-machine grow before him, whirling and whirling. He did see the first few splashes of flame, as Frida parried. Then Sol was gone from its screen. The stars were an altogether different horde. The sun was not white nor yellow, nor the blood orange of Centrum, but ember-hued and shrunken. Tawny beneath colored bands, thrice the width of Luna seen from the earth, stood a planet. Frighteningly close gyred a great iridescent cylinder. Broderson let himself tumble for a minute into a night that roared. Winter fell downward, white around the tower in Toronto. Well, Quick said at last, they're gone. You're sure? Makarov demanded through a choking haze of smoke. He lacked the scientific education to follow each detail of what had just come in. "Yes," Quick told him. "Whatever scheme they had, if they did, I suspect they were in fact running off at random, except for trying to maximize their probability of— Oh, how can you estimate it? Never mind. They were forced to make their gate entry from the spot where they happened to be. They are gone, Makarov. I beg your pardon. They are gone, Premier Makarov. Like the thousands of probes our species wasted, searching for new guide paths, we can forget about them." Makarov hunched his bulky frame. "You are quite certain?" "Yes, absolutely." Quick sagged and covered his eyes. Exhaustion shuddered in him. "Ah," Makarov puffed. "Good. What a simplification." Quick looked back up. Makarov smiled. He seldom did. "A factor less in the equation. Perhaps the least known factor. Do you see?" "I see you're a mathematical illiterate," went through Quick. He gathered strength together. A civilized man had better stay the equal of a barbarian warlord. "Right. We'll have the personnel of Alhazen and Copernicus interrogated, of course, but apparently they heard nothing they shouldn't. This leaves us Lomonosov for any special missions we decide on, plus a welcome breathing space, I'd say." "We do not sit and pant much," Makarov warned. "In the bright light of the new situation, we act. First, after notifying our major collaborators, I think we should send Lomonosov to the wheel. If they find no undue complication, they dispose of those who are there, including Troxel's group. Afterward, we have leisure to make complete arrangements. Is this agreed?" "I've had an inferno's worth of hours to agonize over the moral issues," Quick thought. "A time finally comes when the civilized man must attack alongside his ally of expediency, or be left behind and have no voice at the peace conference. Sir, let's sleep on it, and then talk further, but at the moment I am inclined to believe that in principle you are right." Chapter 27. Kathleen floated by herself in the common room. A hand-clasp on a table-edge held her against air currents that made a cloud of her unbound hair. She had turned off lights, the better to see out the view-screens. Like big windows, they gave her the encompassing universe. In most, stars crowded as ever before, the same god-hoard of gems in a crystal black bowl. So many that she could not see how heaven was altered, nor did the argents of the Milky Way pour through channels greatly different from those above Earth or Demeter. In one direction, the T-machine was visible, but barely, a needle lost among vastnesses. Chinook had moved well clear of it before assuming a stable orbit around the planet. The strangeness stood to right and left of her. Right was the sun disk, 1/6 the width of that which shone upon her birthland. Its red glow needed no stopping down. She could look straight at it, suffer nothing but after-images, and discern a faint, ochreous corona. She found no zodiacal lens, which turned the sight doubly foreign. Left was the giant world. The ship happened to have emerged opposite the dayside, and at her distance would need a pair of terrestrial years to swing once around. Hence the globe stayed nearly at full phase, broad and bright enough to shine all else out of the screen which revealed it. Unaided vision noticed how spin had flattened the disk. Tones of amber shaded subtly into each other, below cloud belts that were deep or pale orange, streaked by blue, green, and auburn. The shadow of a moon was like the pupil of an eye. Where night sliced off a crescent, it was not wholly dark, but a faint sheen wavered. Mingled luminances turned the room into a cavern of soft lights and layering shadows, a place of mystery and silence. The stillness did not break the moment Marty Leno entered. He checked his flight in the doorway, when he spied Kathleen, and hung for a minute staring at the slender, frosted form, before he almost barked, "Hello!" Tresses swirled in radiance and darkness as she pivoted on her arm. The free hand brushed a lock aside to clear sight for her. "Oh, the top of the morning to you," she hailed, though in a hushed voice. "Morning? Well, yes. Our clocks do say 800, as close to a morning as we'll ever know," he blurted. Immediately, "I was looking for you." "Were you that? Why?" He shoved from the doorframe, arrowed across to the table, caught it, and let his body stream free like hers, directly across from her. This close to him, her face was clear in the shinings from outside, while shadows brought forth the sculpturing of it. His speech stumbled. "I noticed what trouble you are having at breakfast." "Aye, weightlessness is grand, until one must clean up and stash things. Then it becomes a polka-dotted bitch." While supplies did include plenty of squeeze-tube rations and other materials intended for these conditions, housekeeping for 9 humans and a non-human got complicated, even when the quartermaster was experienced. "Well, my ancestors outlived worse. Only think, I might have been a maidservant in a Victorian Protestant home. I'll be learning the way of this." "You shouldn't have to cope alone, now that Sue will be too busy. I can help, Kathleen." "What? Will yourself not be an hourly demand?" "No, I'll get jobs, of course, but—" "Oh, true, every spaceman's trained to assist in some kind of research. But when we've no proper scientists along, well, the studies that our best qualified people can carry out won't need much support from me. Phil Weisenberg can generally handle the setting up and so forth. I've talked with him, and he agrees I can probably be more useful most of the time helping you, if you want." Leno finished, dropping his glance. "Why, that's dear of you, and I thank you." She reached to clasp his shoulder. "May the roads you take be always soft beneath your feet. We have to help each other, be as kind to each other as we can." He mumbled, "Don't we? While we live? There will never be any roads really for us, roads we can walk on, ever again." She smiled. "Sure, and you're not losing heart already, are you, Marty, lad? When we've only just snatched our lives back to us and won free?" "Free?" His gaze swung wildly about. He gripped the table edge with needless force, till his nails whitened. "Locked in a metal shell? Blundering blind through space as long as our food holds out? No longer. If we don't go crazy first." He wrestled for control. She stroked his head and made comforting noises low in her throat. At last he could say with simple despair, "You do know, don't you? We're lost. Fidelios, confirmed as folk, have never been here. We'll grope from team machine to team machine, in 1,000 years spending billions of probes. The Batons found how to go between a couple of score stars, and no others, nobody to help. Kathleen, we're done for." She shook her head, still smiling through the hair that streamed athwart stars, and answered quietly, well-nigh merrily, "I'll believe that of me when they lay the coppers on my eyes, and maybe not then. But suppose the thing that you say is the worst, Marty, darling." He jerked violently. "Oh," she breathed, "you're in bad shape, so you are. If you're to help me, let me help you first. Hold still." In a deft maneuver, she released the table, drew alongside him, and slightly behind, caught his left arm in her left hand, and pinned his legs between her knees. He uttered amazement. "Easy, lad, easy," she said. "I must be anchoring myself if I'm to give you the good strong back rub you need." Her right hand went over him. "Aye, a rat's nest of Charlie horses, as my father would say were he less dignified and more Irish. Peel down your coverall to the waist." He trembled as he obeyed. "Relax," she urged. "Let go. We'll drift loose, but sooner or later we'll fetch up against a wall, a bulkhead, and meanwhile I can be loosening of that poor latissimus dorsi for you." Kneading, she chuckled. "All my own invention. Free-fall sex made me wonder about free-fall massage. The more so when himself often is tensed. No, easy, I told you, easy." Looking about her as she worked, "Suppose we shall indeed go lost for some years, until our food is no more, and each of us must choose how to die. I do not admit this is the case, mind you, but suppose it is. What a grand fate!" "Huh?" he exclaimed. "You can't be serious." "I am that." "Oh, it will be hard to give up mountains and seas, sunshine through rain, our hearth fire at evening. But think, Marty dear, look, the glory yonder, and we making ready to know it. then more suns, more worlds, more beauties and marvels. Maybe at last a new Demeter for us. Though if not, why then, at the end, our few years out here in the universe will have held more than most centuries ever did before." Her hold upon him tightened. Her working hand grew eager. "Be glad in your life." Intended for the unknown, Chinook bore a superb panoply of scientific instruments. But save for the two computer men, no specialist in any of their uses was aboard. Sufficient technical knowledge, including the knowledge of how to look things up, existed among the travelers that, largely under Weisenberg's guidance, they could find ways to learn something about the realm wherein they were stranded. However, that might prove to be fatally little. Then Joelle made her announcement to captain and engineer. Fidelio had the skill. His race had explored many planetary systems, no two alike. Its professional spacefarers included a cadre trained in making and interpreting an enormous range of observations, against the day when the next robot probe would return with the news that it had found another gateway back. He had been one such, as well as xenological officer, who spoke for his ship when she visited aliens. The combination had gotten him picked for emissary. "His technique involves holothetics, as you should expect," she cautioned. "We'll have to modify a unit for him to use. The way was developed on Beta, and between us, we remember fairly well what it is. But you realize a certain amount of cut and dry is necessary. Furthermore, our equipment is crude by his standards." "Could we build him the right kind?" Weisenberg asked. "If you were thrown back in time to Galileo, could you build him a 100-meter orbiting reflector?" she jibed. "Oh, I dare say a few minor improvements here and there will be possible for us in due course, especially in software. At present, though, we must get what data we can. You go do the obvious things, determine masses, take spectrograms, etc. You have to do them anyway. After Fidelio's linkage is ready, he can tell you what kind of additional information he and I will need, particularly information fed into us directly and continuously. Let us alone to consult. Go about your business. I'll tell you what else to do, and when." Broderson lifted a brow without saying anything. She recognized his "My, isn't the air kind of thin on top of that high horse?" expression from of old. "He never used it on me before," went through her like ice. "He was always too respectful of my mind. What's changed him? The stress of this expedition? That Kathleen adventuress?" The question persisted in her through the days that followed. Not that she was obsessed, except by work, like everybody else. Nevertheless, it came back into her awareness again and again, most sharply when she was trying to sleep. This was often difficult. She had never taken naturally to weightlessness. To her, the pleasure of floating and flying was slight compared to the tedium of long daily times at the exercise machines, lest her blood go stale and her very bones dwindle. The rest talked or sang or watched shows, that kind of thing. She cared for none of it. Theoretically, she could have retreated into her head, where mathematics and the memory of the noumenon dwelt, as she frequently did at leisure. But the dull, sweaty exertions were too nagging. Worse, just as she was on the edge of dreams, more and more she would rouse with a gasp from a sense of falling into a fathomless pit. Then she must drift in the dark at the end of her leash and try for calm. Thoughts roiled forth, which she did not want. Why do I care that Dan no longer cares? He was never more to me than an animal, smarter and stronger than most, excellent in bed, yet only an animal to fill some of those hours when I was being only an animal. If my body wants use, he intimated he'd oblige. Probably not now. He's probably too harassed and uncertain, but eventually. Or I could turn to Rueda, I suppose. A man of the world like him would see past my post-menopausal gray hair and doubtless be quite an artist. Never mind dignity. Sex is a mere bodily need, like defecation. Is it? Eric. Hold. Wait. It isn't even a need. I've gone close to 9 years without and hankered little and seldom. Is the fear of death making me feel lonely? We are going to die out here. The odds against us finding our way back are— no, not incalculable, ridiculous. But if we take reasonable care, given reasonable luck, we ought to have, 10 years until the food is gone. With no geriatrician aboard, I could be dead of bodily failure earlier than that. Besides, I learned long ago not to fear death. Having looked straight into reality, there is no I to dread the loss of. There is a temporary association of mitochondria, eukaryotic cells, intestinal flora, and the like, the whole symbiosis shading off into the world around it that begot it, serving no end except the perpetuation of the genes within. Were the immortality of my person offered me, I would not want it. Too petty amidst atoms, eons, and galaxies. Indeed, I should welcome this unparalleled chance to explore, experience, learn. That I cannot report my findings to my colleagues is regrettable. However, from my viewpoint, it is the loss of a very trivial satisfaction compared to what awaits me in the next decade. Then why do I want somebody holding me? Why is it so long till morn watch? And my work? Work was absorbing, despite every exasperation of zero gravity and Murphy's Law. The aim was to adapt Chinook's holothetic system for Fidelio. First came the mechanical part, a helmet to fit his skull and attachments for the rest of his frame. This was easy. Thereafter came the electronics, circuits built and adjusted to resonate with a nervous web that was the consequence of several billion years of separate evolution. This would have been a major research project, if it had not already been one on Beta. As was, most of the requirements were known. Just the same, Sue Granville and Joelle herself must spend hour upon hour writing programs and then in linkage, whenever Weisenberg had supplied a new fistful of data from his instruments. Leno helped somewhat, and the others did what jackleg jobs they could as occasion demanded. Else they were engaged in astronomy and space physics. Because they had to be kept fed and their clothes and bedding laundered, Kathleen put down her eagerness and did that for the cause of survival. Often at mess or during exercise periods, she sang to them. That was almost the only recreation that anybody got. Hardware available, the true challenge came: to create the basic program by which Fidelio would integrate himself with the computer. Even among humans, each holothete was a unique case. Fidelio was not human. Furthermore, Baton computer technology had considerable differences from terrestrial. Yet oddly enough, insofar as comparisons were possible, it did not seem that holothetes of either species had a deeper or broader insight than those of the other. Baton machines possessed numerous superiorities, but linked into them, Joelle had functioned more or less the same as at home. Did brains have equal limitations, or did the ultimate itself? Again, and in a still higher degree, the task would have been hopeless had it not been accomplished beforehand on Beta, when mutual linkage of members of the two races was seen as desirable. Joelle and Fidelio were simply trying to duplicate something from Emissary, which they remembered fairly well, except that there was nothing simple involved. Instead, there was a whole new computer language, practically a new semantics, plus an elaborate program for translating to a language the Chinook machine could handle, plus a program for translating back, plus an open-ended set of special instructions. Joelle and Fidelio had the fundamentals in their heads, and knew in a general way how to reconstruct the details, by brute strength logic, calculation, and experiment. Not as an analogy, but as a metaphor. The problem was like that which would face a Peruvian called upon to interpret between a Chinese and an Arab. When he is rusty in both their tongues, the former stutters, and the latter is a deaf-mute. Without linkage, the problem would have been insoluble. Suzanne would hook herself up and check tentative programs for inconsistencies and inadequacies, when she wasn't needed for the ongoing research elsewhere. Joelle and Fidelio would then try them out. This was hard on Joelle. She would perceive reality distorted, bleached, fevered, and afterward have nightmares, in which she most commonly saw Eric's rotted corpse. She would wake, tell herself Fidelio wasn't complaining, though it must be worse for him, and go back to work. To enter the pure noumenon again was always healing. Chinook lay for a pair of weeks in orbit around the planet which humans had given no name. "Everything seems ready, female of intellect," he said, when he had given the assembly a careful examination. He used the speech, throaty and whistling, that his people did in air. It was much easier for him than Spanish. "Let us make a trial, and if we find we are on a strong tide, go straight ahead to sense the wholeness of this volume where we swim." She felt a smile at the idiom. It faded as she looked at him. Half a sea creature, he was beautiful in free fall. Long and richly brown, his body undulated from prow-like muzzle and lapis lazuli eyes to the end of the powerful, precisely controlled tail. Each digit of the 6 limbs knew what it did, and its motion flowed. His tang as of iodine nigh overwhelmed her with memories of beaches on earth, surf and wind, sunlight and gull wings. How wrong that he was caged in this narrowness between 2 computer stacks, that meters and switches were before him instead of living underwater fronds, that his sight was bounded by painted metal instead of moving green depths, and overhead a splintered radiance. She pulled her attention away, and keeping a grip on a handhold, punched the intercom button. "Sue," she called, "this is Joelle. Come." It might take the linker a few minutes to get shut of whatever she was doing. "To go back to the deeps below the deeps. That will be like returning to the shore after inland years," Fidelio breathed. "I know," Joelle said. The same ardor was in her. Holothesis shared with a Baton had dimensions no human partner could offer. Among them, the knowledge that her dissimilarities to him gave him an equal heightening. Together they had speculated whether the others might not be several distinct races, who formed groups that were permanently linked. "It has been dry." Fidelio's voice trailed off. He was not really capable of self-pity. Pain on his behalf clenched. Her free hand sought his nearest arm, the upper right. The claws on that paw could have shredded her, but she felt simply warmth and velvet. "Oh, Fidelio," she whispered. "Your food stores are good for less than a year. You will die among glabrous, tailless, 4-limbed trolls, who can't unaided swim a single day. No wife will hold you, that you may suckle her for the last time as you sink. We do not know how you ought to be mourned." His unearthly gaze captured hers. "I would ask this of you, Joelle," he said calmly. She expected him to shift his glance at once, for a Baton stared hard only at someone who had angered him, or at someone whom he loved and was offering his faith to. He kept looking. The blood beat in her ears. "Be warned. It is no ripple. It is a wave." "Yes, if I'm able." "Now that I can use this equipment, let me be the holothete whenever we need a single one, as long as I remain." "For you have nothing else left, do you, Fidelio?" She let go the handhold in order to clasp his arm doubly. "Yes." "You can carry out searches of your own when I float at rest. In a while the system will again be yours entirely." Her eyes stung. God damn it! She wasn't about to cry, was she? Joelle shook her head. The drops flittered glittering. "Is this not acceptable?" Did he sound resigned? How could she tell? "I understand, female of intellect. My request ebbs." "No, no!" The force of her reaction dismayed her. Overwrought, short on sleep, the forebrain functional, but the rest going into oscillation. If I don't take care, I'll have hysterics. "You misunderstood. I didn't mean a negative. Of course you take over. Anytime, anytime." "You let water flow, Joelle. You are sorrowful?" Wounded? Without vital nourishment? Cast on a sharp-shelled reef? "Have I done that?" "No, you— No. Fidelio, we can link together." "Often I trust beginning today. I sent a splendor before us. But, Joel, dear mind-mate, more often—" He was stammering, she thought, and she saw the tendons grow tense behind his claws. "Alone in the all, I can raise Beta from it. Wife, co-husbands, children, grandchildren, friends, the living and the dead alike. Not mere memories, but perceived realities in space-time. I can feel that they exist. It will be nearly as good as embracing them." He stopped. Blurrily though she saw him, she sensed his astonishment. "You did not know this, Joel? You have never done it yourself? No words will serve to explain. Well, I think I can show you, teach you, before I go down. I must certainly try. It is very fine that I can make you a gift." She cast her body against his, held tight, and wept. Suzanne came through the door. "Here I am," she said, and "Oh, pardonnez-moi, vous me pardonnerez." Awkward in free fall, she tried to withdraw. Joel, twisting her neck about, cheek brushing along the pelt of her mind-mate, who had gently laid his 2 lower arms around her, while the talons of the upper left stroked her hair, saw the linker sprattle in the doorway like a large black spider. When Fidelio, with whom she begot new comprehensions, was soon to die, but before he died might lead her to oneness with Eric and Chris and himself, and— "Get out!" Joel screamed. "You ugly little bitch, go!" Suzanne fled, weeping. "What has come loose?" the Baton asked anxiously. Nobody should see me like this, except you. You're not human. You're my fellow holothete. I'm being irrational. I wasn't fair to that linker. I must apologize. No. How can I explain? Anger. Why should I explain? Why must I alone forever be rational? Bewilderment. Why have I kept remembering Eric these past weeks? He's no more than a linker either. Less than that, the last I heard. Settled down, long married, become a not particularly important administrator in Calgary. Joel gasped for air. Nothing, Fidelio. I'm tired, and— Hold me close. Let me rest a while. Then I'll get a sleeping pill. From our medical officer, that Mulryan woman. Well, she may have the grace not to try sympathizing. And afterward, I'll be in better shape to— Oh, Fidelio. Suzanne sought her cabin, saying no word to anyone, apart from informing Kathleen that she wouldn't be in the mess for dinner. Next morn-watch, she entered the computer center expressionless. "I'm sorry I yelled at you," Joel greeted her perfunctorily in English. "I was feeling distressed on Fidelio's account. He's an old friend." "I understand, madame," the linker replied with care, and they went about their mutual business. Actually, Suzanne had little to do beyond monitoring, to make certain the union of Joel, Fidelio, computers, and instruments did not start going subtly agly. It did not. The bugs were finally out of the system. The 2 holothetes joined awarenesses as 2 lovers who know each other well join bodies, and became more than the sum of themselves, and let the universe pour through them. Much they already knew from observations and deductions made by their shipmates. The bearings of neighbor galaxies showed this region to be approximately 500 light-years from Sol in the general direction of Hercules. That information made various bright stars like Deneb and objects like the Orion Nebula identifiable, which in turn defined the position more precisely. As if it mattered. A single light-year is an abyss where an imagination drowns. The Sun was a red dwarf of type M, mass 0.02 Sol, luminosity 0.004 Sol. It had 5 planets, none of them in the least Earth-like, all seemingly barren, except, perhaps, this largest around which the T-Machine and Chinook were orbiting at a distance of some 24 million kilometers. That world was a giant, 92% the mass of Jupiter, attended by a dozen moons. Its mean distance from its primary was 1.64 astronomical units, a bit further out than Mars is from Sol. Like Jupiter, it had a vast atmosphere, chiefly hydrogen, secondarily helium. Lesser components included ammonia, methane, and more elaborate organic compounds. Also, like Jupiter, it was hot from contraction. The upper air was thin and space-cold, but lower down it thickened and warmed until water became a vapor and storms raged that were the size of lesser planets. Most of its bulk was liquid, though sheer pressure, despite temperature, kept solid a metallic core equal to about 5 Earths. Spinning around once in 10 hours and 35 minutes, it generated an immense magnetic field which trapped charged particles from the sun. However, the latter was so feeble a radiator that these Van Allen belts were nowhere near the Jovian intensity. No human could safely linger long in them, but given her electrostatic defenses, Chinook could drop down through them and climb back up without those aboard getting a dosage to worry about. She would have a reason to. Joelle and Fidelia would have lost themselves in sun, moons, ambient magnificences and subtleties, every uniqueness. Hardly had they settled into the wonderful kaleidoscope, however, when a thing tugged at the fringes of their consciousness. They dismissed it a while, explored a vortex, found out why an inner globe rotated widdershins, established that this whole system was older than Sol's, but the thing would not go away. Almost impatiently, they brought their double mind to confront it. Hertzian emission from the world they were circling, yes. Surely. What else would you expect? The fact leaped forth. Lightning, synchrotron effects. 100 separate sources were putting forth radio energy yonder. Each had its set of patterns, which the holothetes understood in the way that a ballet dancer understands how another is executing a pas seul. But one small element was like a flute, defiant and variable amidst the uproar of a gale at sea. Perhaps in a decade of concentrated effort, unaided humans would have made this discovery. The holothetes realized instantly that here was nothing which unliving nature could produce. Therefore, that they were overhearing the discourse of beings which were alive and intelligent. Afloat in the common room before his crew, the planet splendid at his back, Broderson said into a hush, "Yeah, I do believe we should go look." "The hazard is too great," Joelle objected. "We're safe in orbit. We can keep signaling." "Till we start starving," Doja snorted. The effort to get a response had been his. "We could, you know." "Really?" Kathleen asked. "And why should that be? Have you not been sending on their wavelengths, and a mathematical signal they cannot mistake?" Doja smiled through the weariness on his broad features. "You've been too busy to hear the news, no, my dear? Well, the basic problem is the sheer size of that world. And yes, the natural background at those frequencies, the noise level. Without holothetics, we might never have strained the information-carrying fraction out. It's a mere byproduct of broadcasts. The natives, whoever they are, have no reason to listen for calls from outside, I am sure. We must use a tight beam to get a power they cannot miss picking up and identifying. But then we touch just a very small area." He gestured at the tawny globe. "The whole of it is huge, and the broadcasting sources aren't fixed. They appear to be constantly moving around." "I'd like to know how that's done," Broderson remarked, "or how electronics is possible there." "At any rate, I have been making the attempt on the off chance, do you say?" Doja went on. "Although mainly to pass the time while others collected more planetological data. The probability of our striking a receiver which happens to be tuned to the precise right band is—" He released his hand grip for a moment to shrug the more eloquently. "About like the probability of our guessing the path around that T-machine which will get us back to the solar system." "Besides," Rueda pointed out superfluously, "we're under a time limit. Exercise will not maintain our health indefinitely in free fall. We must soon have weight. Our reaction mass is limited, and if we go into spin mode, that's irreversible. We'll lie in orbit forever. Therefore, either we quit here and jump through a random gate, or we make an effort to contact the natives," Broderson summarized. "I vote for sticking with what we've got till we know it's useless." He could give tactical orders to be obeyed on the spot, but in a loneliness like this, a captain who did not consult the strategic wishes of his followers would not long remain captain. There is thinking, technologically sophisticated life here, and it's a life that maybe rates high with the others, since they didn't put the T-machine in a Lagrange position, but right in satellite orbit before God and every man. He paused. The dwellers could be others themselves. Silence fell until Kathleen whispered, "Marvel on marvel, dear darling, if that be so." Planet light shone golden in her eyes. "The conditions there," Joelle protested. "Willowaw should be able to meet them," Broderson replied. "She was tested out at Zeus, robotically, of course, because of the radiation, but still, she could take everything that hit her." The biggest attendant of Phoebus was actually larger than Jupiter by the mass of a few Earths or Demeters. "I figure a crew can stand several hours at a crack. Sure, it'll be hazardous, but I've seen worse hazards, and I'm still around to lie about them." He got scant argument. When it was done, Broderson said, "Okay, next question. Who goes with me?" Kathleen snapped her head up, but it was Rueda who exclaimed, "With you? What are you talking about?" "Since it will be risky, we'll send a minimum crew," Broderson told them. "Pilot, co-pilot, doubling as communications officer, and, well, they'll both be busier than a one-armed octopus, so I figure a third as well, to be lookout and whatever else is required." "Aye!" Leno and Frida practically shouted. Weisenberg cleared his throat and said louder than he was wont, "Hold on, everybody, hold on. Let's talk sense. Which you are not doing, Skipper, if you really mean it about going down yourself." "Huh?" Broderson grunted. "I'm qualified for co-pilot at least. Do you suppose I'd send men into danger I don't go into? Damn, that's chemically pure horse shit." In Weisenberg's mouth, the vulgarism had shock value. "The captain does not do such things. He has no right." "True, true," Rueda put in. "You are too important to our survival." Broderson flushed. "Oh, come on." "No, you come off. Off that nonsense." Weisenberg snapped. "Aye, aye, if something happened to you, we'd elect a new chief and carry on. But we'd not carry on as well, would we now? You're no Superman, Dan. You do have a talent for coordinating people's efforts, though. Besides, you tote around a lot of knowledge about your responsibilities, the kind of knowledge that never gets written down." A murmur of assent answered him. He thrust his Ramesses face in the direction of it. "We've got to be cold-bloodedly rational about this," he said rapid-fire. "Those who go must be competent to go, and at the same time be those whose loss wouldn't cripple us. Besides, Dan, we have 3 who can pilot the boat, and we need 2. Steph, Carlos, Frida, right?" "Which 2? His hand chopped off their yays. "Shut up. Think straight. Carlos could readily replace Steph as mate. But you could do, Frida, with a bit of strain, and you're the only gunner we've got. That's a real specialty. I'm not saying we'll run into a fight out here. Most likely we won't, unless against nature. But that might require placing a ray or an explosive exactly where it's needed, true?" "True." "Very well. Steph and Carlos pilot. They can squabble between them who gets top billing." His glance darted back and forth. "Who'll be the third?" "Certainly not either of our holothetes, nor Marty or me." "Shut up! I told you, Marty. I'm the CE, and he's my assistant and backup. Without proper maintenance and repair at need, this ship is dead. Who's left?" "Sue and Kathleen. Sue has much better technical training, but gravity on that planet is about 2.5 times Earth normal. You're not strong, Sue." His lips creased momentarily upward. "Tough, I'd say. Tougher than you have the reputation of being, but not very strong in the muscles, and not too fast in the reflexes either." "Kathleen?" "Wait a flinkin' minute!" Broderson roared. "No!" Leno yelled. "Do you mean that?" Kathleen cried. She released her handhold, kicked off, arrowed to Weisenberg, and cast her arms about him. The impact knocked him loose, and they drifted away together, gyrating, while she gave him kiss after kiss, and outrage boiled around them. Chapter 28. Guided by her holothetes, Chinook dropped easily down to a synchronous orbit, which kept her above the region her boat would seek out. That put her below the radiation belts. Indeed, the field warded off most of the particle flux that she encountered in free space. Conveyor and crane swung Willowalk clear, and the daughter vessel blasted free. "Oh," Kathleen breathed, a sound like a prayer. She had watched approach on the view screens and been awed, but now she was out in flesh and bone before a terrible splendor. Optical systems in the control cabin opened on one entire hemisphere, and elsewhere on huge sections of heaven. The planet filled almost half. When she looked its way, there was nothing else to see. Amber and gold, the inward flooding light bore every star out of vision. To the right, unutterably distant, red bands along the rim of the world deepened into purple, and thence into the cosmic blackness. The sun stood yonder, a tiny coal. To left was the nearer edge of night, a dark which lived with faint sheens, remote flashes, and orange streaks that were high clouds catching dawn-glow. Between stretched the daylit face, bright zones, richer-hued bands, in 1,000 shifting shades. They themselves ever-changeable, streaming, undulating, forming whirlpools, tides, rivers, an endless dance, majestic and joyous. The boat murmured and throbbed. Recondensing jet vapor made a ruddy fog bank aft, small to see. It dissipated as fast as it formed, but soon veiling Chinook's globe from sight. Weight held the farers steady in their seats. Though less than a G, acceleration was considerable, in order to get them down shortly after local sunrise. Rueda's exchange of information with the ship was a dry obligato, unreal-sounding. He ended it as if in relief. Thus far everything was satisfactory. For a while he sat quiet like his companions. Radiance made a halo of his boldness. At last he said softly, "Mother of God, a man might die quite happy after this." Doja grinned, not too mirthfully. His accent thickened. "If you wish." "Me? I have a wife and children at home. Here is the kind of experience I like to have had." Rueda looked surprised. "And still you came along?" "What else? I agreed we must go search, and I am best qualified." Doja was piloting, since besides past practice, he was a martial arts enthusiast, trained into strength and speed. "Don't get me wrong, Carlos. I am not afraid. In fact, I relish the challenge. But I will relish it more in retrospect." He crossed himself. "Or in the afterlife, if God does not will we succeed. Our death ought to be clean and quick." Kathleen was barely audible. "A shooting star in a sky like that." "Sure, and there are many harder fates there are." "One feels near to God on this mission, no?" Rueda said, almost as muted. "But he is not the kindly old father the sisters told me of in school, nor the just lord our priest called on." "He is those and more," Doja replied. "Kathleen, you pagan, even you must be hearing him out of your childhood." She shook her head. Braided, her hair was a chiaroscuro around it. "No. Perhaps they were too Catholic in Ireland for me, a part of their seeking to rebuild after the Troubles and keep the faith after the others. And I, a rebel born. I've no anger in me any more, though." Doja smiled. "Well, let's not argue. We have not the energy to spare. If you don't mind, I will include you in my prayers. Most likely, I shall be thinking a few." Rueda looked behind him to where she sat. "What do you believe in, if I may ask?" he inquired. "In life," she said. They fell silent, watching the planet draw closer. Night recede across it and brightness grow. Presently, a fresh set of demands for readings and confirmation of flight plan details rattled forth. Having complied, Rueda added, "That was unnecessary, my friends." Broderson's voice replaced Joel's. It was almost unrecognizable. "My fault. I insisted. You're really okay?" "Never better, my darling," Kathleen made bold to answer, "save for not having you here. And this cabin is rather cramped for sports, anyhow. Make up our bed before I come back. It needs it. You will be remembering." "Pegeen, please." "I'm sorry." She reached toward the loudspeaker as if toward him. "You fear for me." "But would I not be fearing for you were you bound off like this? Don't be selfish. Be glad for me on such a grand adventure." I'm trying. No, more than an adventure. Magic they never dreamed of in Tir na Nog. Do you know, I was thinking, we'll need a name for our planet, do we win to its people. We can scarcely pronounce theirs, whatever it be. Broderson hesitated. And? I thought of Danu, the mother goddess of the Thuaha de Danann. They who became the great Shia. Done, by thunder, he decreed. Willowaw entered perceptible atmosphere more abruptly than above Demeter, for this air was compressed hard by gravity. Her path and vectors had been computed with that in mind. She got continuous guidance from Joel, holothetically linked to instruments, whose operators Fidelio had told what to probe for, else her mission would have been suicidal. As was, in the first hour Doja used himself to limits beyond what he had been sure were his. Rueda was nearly as busy, handling communication back and forth, often helping steer. The cabin soon stank from their sweat. It filled with monstrous roars, shrieks, rumbles, whistlings. Their own weight hauled at the humans, 2.5 times what their race was evolved to bear. Every finger grew heavy. An arm was a burden, necks strained to keep heads positioned, guts sagged, hearts toiled, ribs ached from breathing, mouths dried out and throats went raw. That would not have happened on a test centrifuge or aboard a watch-ship under full thrust, where a person could sit or lie at ease. Danu raged. Stratospheric impact made the boat shudder, bounce about, buck like a mustang. Deeper down, at low relative speed, she encountered winds to send her tumbling. If not skillfully met, they might have torn her wings off. Designed for Earth-like worlds, she was aerodynamically poor on this one. Nor did skill alone compensate when the whole sky was strange. More than once, Joelle herself was taken by surprise, as some violence erupted which she had not had the data to predict. However swift her response, it must be spoken, which 8 seconds. From a Baton mothership she could have piloted directly, could virtually have been the vessel. Doja and Rueda, though, must cope however they were able, till they got a word to help them. Twice they passed through storms. Blindness clamped down, until lightning turned flying cloud racks incandescent. Thunder followed. It was like being inside a cannon. The gales racketed and snatched. Each drop through turbulence ended with spine-jarring force. Roll, pitch, and yaw flung bodies against harnesses. Once hailstones crashed against the hull. Once a Noah's rain engulfed it. Throughout, Kathleen watched. She could do nothing else except now and then tap a shoulder and point to a thing in the distance that looked sinister. Mountain-tall cloud, vortex of turbulence, snake's nest of lightning, or a wildness for which humans had no ready word. Otherwise, she refrained from bothering the men. She watched, she sent her whole being outward, she laughed for happiness. Willowaw won through. Occasionally, it seemed doubtful she would, despite computations giving her favorable odds, but she did. Reaching the altitude whence the broadcasts originated, more or less, she found peace. Here the air was thick and warm and had no haste. Thermal currents welled from below to help upbear her. The autopilot could take over. She lazed through a broad circle and began a broadcast of her own. Tate signals on various Danann wavebands. A beam carried Rueda's dull tone aloft. "We are safe. Repeat, we are safe. Give us a few minutes to rest, and we'll report." Like Doja, he slumped, chin falling on chest. Kathleen leaned forward to touch both men. "Oh, my poor, tired dears." She stopped, for she grew aware of what was around her. Without light amplification, she would have been blind. Given it, she saw widely. The foreignness was such that she needed a while before vision could truly register. But an onrush of beauty came at once. Above, heaven was indigo at the horizon, lightning to violet at the zenith. Single clouds wandered there, fairy-shaped, colored for a Colorado sunset. The sun itself stood high in a rainbow ring. Below, a cloud deck lay like an ocean, but no ocean that men had ever sailed. Its reach was imperial. It had peaks, canyons, smoky plains, great slow cataracts, infinitely intricate, yet never twice the same. Orient, it was touched with reds, streaked with blues and greens and browns, shadowed where it plunged into mysteries. A flock went by afar. Were they winged? Were they finned? They were gone too fast to see, but they had gleamed. There came a lulling sound from outside, from the calmly flowing wind. Kathleen reclined her chair and let aches begin to drain away. The heaviness upon her was only like a strong, over-kindly hand. After a while the humans recovered enough to talk with their ship, take readings, record views, and talk some more. A while after that, certain Danans arrived. Kathleen saw them first. Her partners were busy again, not as frantically as on the descent, but worriedly. Communication to space had cut off. The speaker gave nothing but crackle, buzz, chaos, no matter what Rueda tried. Somewhere above them, in that serene-looking heaven, some electric event had somehow made the upper atmosphere opaque to every frequency at his command. This was not a possibility, or at least a likelihood, that the holothetes had foreseen. They were not gods. They had had less information to go on than a Baton expedition would have gathered, and besides, every world in the universe is unique. Doja feared the trouble portended an equally sudden change in the air. Dense as it was, its pressure close to the limit of what the hull could withstand, might not currents go through it? Gulf streams of gas whose borders were roiled and dangerous. Without overmuch hope, he sought hints from instruments and from the feel of the boat. Thus they might well have missed the newcomers, gone by entirely, had Kathleen not been on the alert. She cried out, sang out, and pounded their backs while her other hand pointed, tuned screens to magnification, pointed afresh. Rueda whistled. "Marvelous," he said. "Make for them, Stefan." Doja scowled. "I'm not sure," he replied. "Under these conditions, to break our holding pattern—" "Down, you Amadan!" Kathleen shouted. "I swear they are what we came here for." "How can you tell?" the mate demanded. "Do you mean to say you cannot?" Well, all right. I suppose if we don't investigate, we'll have had our trouble for nothing." Kathleen rumpled his sweat-gummed hair. "Now you talk the way Dan would be wanting." Between buoyancy and updrafts, stalling speed for Willowall was low. Downward bound, Doja slowed her as much as he dared, or maybe a little more. The sight before her sprang into clarity and dazzled. By the woman's count, 19 forms, traveling by twos and threes, had risen from the clouds beneath to converge well ahead of the vessel, a kilometer lower but precisely on its projected track. They were the size of sperm whales, and had the same basic torpedo shape, the same blunt snouts, in which the mouths, in parentheses, were set foremost, circular, closable by sphincters and flukes at the after end. Though these were fourfold, both horizontal and vertical, and seemed to be flexible control surfaces, rather than propellers. Short tendrils and long antennae encircling their muzzles doubtless held, or were, sense organs. From their middles bulged a pair of intricate muscular structures, out of which sprang smooth, narrow wings that exceeded the body in length. Forward of these were 2 arms, or trunks, since they appeared to be boneless, ending in what humans could only call hands. The coloring was exquisite. Royal blue on backs, shaded to sapphire beneath, while the wings were a shimmer like diffraction jewels, each movement of their pliant surfaces an interplay of chromatic waves. Glory exploded when the creatures began to dance for the spacecraft. They swooped, they soared, they planed, they turned, they glided within centimeters of each other. They arced off across kilometers, a wheeling, weaving, fountaining measure, which seized the mind and drew it into itself, as great art ever does, or love. "They have music for that," Kathleen foreknew. "Carlos, can you be tuning in their music?" Rueda tore loose from his own rapture and worked the sonic receiver. Presently he had eliminated the boom of the boat's passage, damped the wind sounds, and brought in the song. From sea-deep basses to ice-clear sopranos, and below and above those pitches humans can hear, tones filled the cabin. They were on no scale known to children of Earth. If they gave the men any clear first impression, it was of unshakable power. But Kathleen said while tears stood in her eyes, "Oh, the joy in them, the joy! You cannot hear it? Then look how they frolic." "I'd better concentrate on keeping us aloft," Doja said. Despite his gaze straying to the half-stately, half-genial harmony of movements around him, he swung Willowaw through a tight curve. "It's welcoming us they are," Kathleen said. "If they are in truth the others, och, I always knew those must be happy folk." "Eh, wait, my dear," Rowena cautioned. "It's a superb spectacle, but you're jumping to conclusions. Those could simply be curious and playful animals, like dolphins cavorting around a watercraft." "With hands? They use their hands better than hula dancers." "Where are clothes, ornaments, tools, any sign of artifacts?" "They need none right now. Hush, I think I may be in the way of starting to understand that music." "You'd better hurry," Doja warned. "I can't safely continue this maneuver. I'll have to go back to a larger radius pretty soon. The trouble is, our stalling speed seems to be more than the top they can manage." "As one would expect," Rueda said. "Nature designed them for Danu. Man did not design this boat for it. Besides, she's nuclear-powered, while they run on chemistry." "I'm sorry, Kathleen, you wanted quiet." "No, go on, if you've a thought," she said. "I just wanted to listen, not dispute. I'll save an ear for you. Science, too, is a set of arts." Rueda smiled lopsidedly. "I'm no scientist. A Sunday dabbler in it at most. We are getting this scene on tape, aren't we?" "Aye, of course." "Good," Doja said bleakly. "Life like this, on a world like this, it'll give us much to talk about in the years ahead." The pageant went on. Humans spoke amidst its melodies, staring at its motion, as they flew between red dwarf sun and sea of cloud. "I think they must be lighter than our ships," Rueda ventured. "Those giant bodies are mostly gas bags inflated by their own heat. Vents help them rise or sink. The wings catch winds, and probably there's a jet arrangement as well, using a bellows or— I don't know. But the atmosphere is dense enough at this level to make it practical. They breathe hydrogen instead of oxygen, naturally, but I suspect they're otherwise not so unlike us. They're also made of proteins in water solution." "Where do they come from?" Doja wanted to know. "What made them evolve? How did life start in the first place? Where does the food chain begin?" "How many years and research organizations will you allow me for those questions, my friend? If you want my guess, I'd say the primordial ocean is down under the clouds, where the air gets really dense and chemicals can concentrate. Originally on colloids? Remember, this planet is like Jupiter or Zeus or Epsilon. It radiates more than it receives. That means a thermal gradient to drive biochemistry, especially when the sun is weak. Energy comes more from below than above. I dare say our altitude here is marginal for life, like Antarctica or the sea bottoms of Earth." Doja scowled at the dancers. "Intelligence developing when the whole ecology floats? How would it? No stone for tools, no fire?" Rueda nodded. "That's why I confess to doubts about those otherwise delightful animals." Kathleen straightened in her harness. Where have you two parked your imaginations?" she challenged. "Can you not think of growths adrift for use, like kelp and fish bones, only better? If you must have a thing that answers to fire, what about enzymes that catalyze reduction of organic compounds? And do we know what made apes turn manward on Earth, let alone dogmatizing about the subject on a foreign planet?" Rueda stroked his mustache. "True. However, I decline to believe in the possibility of electronics without solid materials, minerals, being available. Yes, conceivably, the others know tricks with pure force fields. But how does one get from here to there? Not in a single bound. Native Danan sentience might develop. It might get as noble and artistic and intellectual as you please. But by itself, it has no way to build a scientific, technological civilization." His laugh came brittle. "A pur si muove. We've detected transmitters." He sagged. Weariness flattened his voice. "Never mind. I'm afraid this gravity is getting to my marrow. I can't think very well. How I hope something more happens soon." Doja nodded. He had no reason to repeat what they knew. Their stay was sharply limited in time. Muscles might adapt to high weight, but the cardiovascular system, the entire fluid distribution of the human body, could not. Blood was pooling in the lower extremities. The laboring heart grew less and less able to supply the brain. Seepage out of cells would bring edema. Eventually the damage would be irreversible. Meanwhile, the hull was not impermeable. At this pressure, molecules of hydrogen were leaking through metal. The mixture would at last become explosive. "Well, we planned on remaining till near sundown," Doja sighed. "Probably we were too optimistic. Distances must be great everywhere on Danu. Those people, if they are intelligent, must be those that happen to be close by. The others... The true others would have arrived sooner. Is that what you are saying, Stefan?" Kathleen asked. Again he nodded. "It's right you are, I fear." She looked back outward. "But how lovely they are, how full of bliss." Doja returned Willowa to her former height and path. The dance continued. The visitors watched and recorded as best they could. The ember sun passed noon. More Danans came. There was no longer any doubting their sapience. The dance dissolved, and those took over who had brought equipment. Some had curious objects hung on their titanic persons, some guided vehicles of various shapes, platforms, birds, chambered nautiluses, from which projected devices, telescopes, cobwebs, interlocked rings. They did not attempt to meet the spacecraft, but came to rest well beneath her and adjusted their apparatuses. The radio receiver brought in ordered sounds, in the same wide range as earlier tunes, but plainly speech. "Give me 5 minutes," Rueda muttered, and got busy with a reflection spectrometer, which had been preset for him aboard Chinook. Doja held the boat in a steady wheeling at a steady speed, though an afternoon wind was rising to drone around her structure and thrill through it. Aches, exhaustion, the drag of gravity were forgotten. "How do we respond?" Kathleen inquired out of exultation, and immediately, "Och, aye, a notion, if you've none better, boys." "The mic is yours," Doja said. "What have you in mind?" "A pattern signal, to show them we wish to communicate." "Why start with mathematics? They know full well that we know the value of pi. But if we can recognize their music for what it is, and enjoy the same, faith, they can ours." Kathleen reached down to the webbing on the side of her chair. "Well that I thought to bring my sonador." She inserted a program and touched the keyboard. Eine kleine Nachtmusik tumbled forth. "They offered us mirth," she explained. "Let us offer it back." A screen at high magnification showed the Danans reacting. At least, they moved about. "To confer?" "Ah," Rueda said. "I expected this." He tapped the spectrometer. "Those vehicles, most of those gadgets, are metal. No alloys I can identify, but unmistakably metal. Tell me how that was mined on a planet whose surface is hot, liquid hydrogen." "It wasn't," Doja declared. "It came from outside." Seen against purple heaven in a tower of cloud, 2 Danan carriers linked together. One of the pilots withdrew on mother-of-pearl wings. The other remained. Suddenly he... exclamation point in parentheses, and the machines were hidden behind great sheets and curtains of light. Outward and outward they flared, every color a created aurora. It wavered about for a short while as if uncertain, then... "Jesus, Mary, and Joseph," Kathleen whispered. "They're replying to Mozart." She must show the men how this was true, how the lambencies matched the notes, in no simple fashion, but ever more truly as the unseen artist strengthened a grasp on the intent of an earthling centuries dead, until spectrum and scale became a single jubilation. Her understanding of the fact was not strictly scientific, demonstrable by any standard analytical technique. It was the kind of insight that came to Newton and Einstein. Later sendings and transformations confirmed it. Attempts at television exchange failed. Evidently, the electronics were too unlike. Only music and radiance could say, back and forth, "Hello there! We love you!" The short day drew toward a close. Kathleen stayed ecstatic, while her companions grew slowly grim. At last, "We must go," Doja said. "We have no choice." "We'll be back." Kathleen spoke as if in dreams. "No, I hardly think we will," Rueda told her with compassion. "Haven't we agreed? It's death to linger, down here or up in orbit. Oh yes, we may be wrong about that, but what can we do except proceed on our best guesswork? And haven't we agreed?" She bowed her head. Twilight closed in. It was golden. The Danans waited below for her next message. Rueda leaned around in his seat to clasp the hand Kathleen lifted to him. "Those are not the others," he reminded. "They cannot be. I guess that they are a favored race, one that the others come to openly, maybe because they're happier, kindlier, more creative than most. If that's right, then the others give them metal things, for them to realize the better what they are, born artists, and who knows what else, but not scientists, not engineers. They can't help us. And we can't survive long in these parts unless we put Chinook into spin mode and make her unable ever to leave. And how often do the others visit these adopted children of theirs? Maybe they will next week, and maybe they won't for 1,000 years. How can we tell?" Kathleen squared her shoulders against the weight upon her. "Our best bet is to seek onward." She laughed shakily. "We've seen this much of what the universe holds. Ho for the next world." Doja bit his lip. "If possible," he said, "we're still out of touch with Chinook. We'll have to fight our way alone, unguided, up to clear space." Kathleen cast regret from her. "Go, lad, go," she urged. "You'll make it. We'll yet be seeing wonders more lofty than here." Chapter 29. I was a chimpanzee. Born where forest met savanna, my earliest memory was of my mother holding me to her. The warmth and odors of her flesh mingled with the sharper fragrances of hair, and with the smells of soil and growth everywhere around us. Leaves glowed green-gold overhead, sunbeams slanting between them to fleck the ground whereon she sat. My lips sought through her crisp shagginess until they found a teat, and gladdened me with belly comfort. Later I ran free and noisy in the band, save when an elder bared teeth. Then one cringed respectfully back. The eldest, he was like the sky over us all, which sent rain and sunlight alike, and sometimes roared and flashed till we squalled in terror. He did lead us to safe trees and delicious fruits. He did lead us in that grimacing, howling threat dance which made the leopard slink off. I learned where to find bananas in birds' nests, insects and grubs. Later, I learned how to moisten a stick and probe it into the anthills which loomed under the savanna blaze. I began to stand my share of lookout while we drank at the river. Further grown, I became the only female who joined our occasional hunts. When we went after a small animal, caught it, tore it asunder, grew wild from its meat and salty blood and crunchy bones. A craziness more pure was to swing, soar from branch to branch, become speed and air, clasp and let go the tree as a lover. The first who mounted me was he. His grip was python-strong. He growled and thrust. The scent of him whirled me away. But afterward, when my seasons came upon me, I liked best another among the males, the gentlest. He would groom and nuzzle through long, lazy, lovely whiles, or sit hand in hand on a bough, looking out over the moon-white plain. There was everything to wonder at. Sun, weather, a butterfly, elephants, lion roar, flower aromas, the creatures that came in bright shells and stepped forth on 2 long legs, the distant twinkle of the fires they made at dusk. We peered, prodded, snuffed, nibbled, listened, hooted our merriment, or chattered our anger, or mutely marveled. Greatest of wonders was whenever my waxing heaviness departed in pain, and left a baby to cling to me. It would grow up and leave me at last, or it would grow still, and I would carry it around, hurt, puzzled, till it turned strange. But always would come new babies, new love. Once the male I liked best wanted me when he did too, and defied. But he was soon thrashed and, grovelling, offered his rear. It was a different male who at last brought him down and became he. A later morning, when we stirred awake, we found the body which had so long dominated us lying at the edge of our glade. A breeze played with its grizzled fur. The ants were busy. The vultures came. We went away, for somehow fear had touched us. After a crocodile got my special mate, I drifted into a different band. Rank by rank I rose to be first among its females. We ordered ourselves in less clear and less conscious wise than the males, but we knew who ruled over whom. Indeed, now in my ripeness, I had no more dread of them from him on down. They came and went on their foolish errands, we endured, and the band was really ours, was mine. I took the choicest food and resting places among females, but I also kept watch over children, not just my own, and herded them back from danger. Less and less often did my seasons come upon me, less and less eager for movement. I took to staring outward from the troop, into shadows arraying across open land, upward at night to the stars, full of a feeling that more lay yonder than we had wind of. Suddenly, from darkness, the summoner came. I was borne off and became one, as it were, with dawn and lightnings. The tree among whose limbs I leaped was the tree which bears the worlds. I would be returned to live out my chimpanzee days unharmed, but would ever be haunted by joy I could not really remember. I was mammal. Chapter 30. Waning from half-phase, the red sun ever closer to its illuminated crescent, Vanu remained sublime to the eye. Opposite, a pair of moons stood forth among the brilliances that filled the firmament. Marty Leno could not bear to watch. Alone in his cabin, he hung tethered, for his hands were clasped, white-knuckled together, except when he smote the bulkhead and rebounded. His legs kicked at nothing except when they trailed helpless. Tears bobbed glittery around his head. "No, God! Lord, no!" he croaked. "Please! You know not what you do if you let her die." Horrified. "Forgive me, Lord! I spoke ill there, but save her. You can. You will, nay? Please!" He drew lungful after lungful of air till his head spun. His limbs tingled, but he could at least say in a flat voice, in Finnish, "Marty, boy, you are developing a classic case of hysterics. Do you know that? Very well, stop. It isn't helping Kathleen a bit. Offer an orderly prayer if you wish, but don't tell God his business, and do be about yours." "Ow!" he howled and writhed about. He was halfway back under control when the door chimed. "Hoy?" he asked aloud stupidly. The chime repeated. "Come in," he hiccuped. The chime sounded again. He remembered he had locked himself in, to be undisturbed after he began to tremble. Well, slipping his leash, he kicked toward the entrance, misgauged, and fetched up against a table, and went through a set of rookie mistakes before he got the latch released. Frida von Moltke entered, checked her flight at the jam, had a good look at Leno, and secured the door behind her. Since he merely gaped, she took the initiative. "Hell and damnation! You are worse off than I expected." He closed his jaws. "What do you want?" he managed. She clasped him by the upper arms. They drifted off, a slight rotation making the room wobble slowly around them. "I saw how you were getting frantic," she said. "You went away? Good. I thought maybe a drink, a tranquilizer, a nap. He calms down when nobody watches. But you were gone too long." He turned his face from hers. "They are gone too long." "Yes, communication broken for hours, and now they must be blasting from the planet, if they are still alive. Without guidance, yes. It is very bad for us if we have lost our boat." "Jesu Christe, believe you that matters?" She gripped him harder. "Marty, dear, listen. My family was soldiers from as long ago as we have chronicles. They knew what it is to lose a friend. Ich hat einen Kameraden, ja. You mourn, but you go on. He knotted his fists. If you think simply a friend— Frida nodded to herself. She checked their flight as they passed a chair, hooked an ankle behind it to hold them, kept him by her left hand, and used her right to cup his chin. You are being no use to anybody, you know, she said mildly. Yes? Who is not? The whole crew is waiting, only waiting. What else can we do? We can hearten us to be ready for tomorrow, she said. We can comfort each other. I came to you for that. Cry if you want. It will not make you small. I saw my father cry more than once. Then we went to lay flowers in the cemetery for his old guerrilla corps. Frida, Frida! He clasped her, buried his face in her bosom, and shuddered. She stroked him. Attention! The intercom boomed. All hands, listen! Both heads snapped that way. Listen! Broderson's tones came raw, gulped forth, as if he was weeping. Message from Willowaw. They're okay. Bound back to us. Arriving in 2-3 hours. They didn't find any help for us, but they're alive. Well, they're coming back. Yeah! Frida screamed, and grabbed Leno's whole body against hers. He floated like a rag doll, mouth working. Between sounds she did not know, she heard, Lord, I thank. Christ, I thank. After a few minutes, Broderson made a calmer announcement. Joel could talk the boat home, and he personally would handle the chores of docking. Everybody else might as well sleep. The 3 from Willowaw would certainly be needing to. In about 12 hours, or however long it took, there'd be breakfast call, followed by a general debriefing. Then, probably, Chinook would boost back to the tea-machine for another jump. That would take more than an Earth day. Meanwhile, they could throw a proper wingding to celebrate. Good night. A real good night, ain't it? A real good night. Chinook entered the shadow cone of Danu, and half of heaven was blotted out. We celebrate right away, Frida laughed and kissed Leno. He jerked back. What do you mean? She widened her china blue eyes. Why, what do you suppose, Loffer? We are both glad. He thrust clear of her. Floating off, he held denying palms in her direction. No, not right. I will thank the Lord. Oh, yes, afterward. Get out, he yelled. You slut! He struggled. No, I'm sorry, I didn't mean that, but— Well, please go, Frida. You mean well, but please go. She regarded him for several seconds, and went. Broderson had restlessness to work off. Pegeen, Pegeen. Usually at such times he did exercises, but that would now have been intolerable. Therefore he made a tour of inspection. Everything was in order. He knew it would be. But the gesture helped him, gave him a sense he was doing what he could for the worldlet that would most likely be his and Kathleen's till they died. Now that he was its god— Judas Priest, no. The juxtaposition tugged a brief smile from him. He merely needed to give whatever he was able. Goodbye, Liz, he thought, as he flew down silent corridors. Goodbye, Mikey boy. You ought to do all right, and you may not even remember me. Goodbye, Barbara, dear darling. You may. Why do I worry most about you, Babsy? You'll grow up to be like your mother, a free-standing woman who can shove the world up its own South Pole if it dares to threaten you. I'll miss you, my kids. I really don't want you to miss me, but it'd be nice to believe you'll remember me kindly. He rounded a corner, catching the metal to swing himself about. Liz, God damn it, Liz, I love you. I love you too, Pegeen. And how the hell can I measure between the two of you? And why should I? Liz, it's forsaken. But she can have another man if she wants, or men, and live out a long and full life. Pegeen is here, but chances are she'll die young in space along with the rest of us, and I'm not worth that. Broderson mustered a grin. I do not feel guilty. I was in a war, and this was how things worked out, and if I made mistakes, the opposition did too. It's a shame what happened. But Liz and Pegeen both would whop me in the chops if I started whining about it. They'd tell me just to keep on trying. Triumphantly went through him. Pegeen's alive. I'll see her again in a couple of hours. The broad door to the common room appeared. He knew no reason to check inside, but did anyway. As he passed through, he heard sobbing. He snagged a table whereon miscellaneous games were played, felt the reaction surge through his muscles, and hung anchored by his fingers. The view-screens showed a total eclipse. Danu, which Kathleen had named, stood monstrous, not quite black, but mysteriously a-shimmer and ringed in crimson, while elsewhere the stars blazed, and a visible pair of sickle moons went by. Mumbling ventilators underscored the stillness. The normal, health-reinforcing temperature and ionization cycles had brought a chill to the air, with a subliminal smell of night. The inkblot shape of Suzanne Granville huddled in a corner. She clasped the chair back while her free hand covered her face. The brightness from heaven was enough to be merciless. Broderson kicked off and speared through the cold. "Hey, Sue, what's wrong?" "Oh, Monsieur le Capitaine." She snatched for breath while he halted by the same chair. "I am sorry. It is no never mind." She coughed. "Oh, come on." He realized anew what a sweet person she was, how much he liked and, yes, respected her. Almost shyly, he laid an arm across her shoulders. "You got trouble, Sue." I am sorry. I should have gone to my cabin." "But?" He held her a little closer. "It is empty there. Here is the galaxy for to see." She sank her head on his breast. In a short while she lifted it. He discerned her homely countenance by starlight, and confessed, I make the apology, Daniel, good friend. It is wrong I cry when they come back safe, no, but—" Her eyes, her really beautiful eyes, caught his. "One thing, you have no need for hurrying about this. You have more urgent matters, but—" She gasped. "We are lost in eternity. Tell me, please, when you have time, what can I do?" "Ah," he murmured, scenting that she also was a woman. Without desire, when Kathleen was scheduled soon to disembark, but with a sudden extra affection. "You're left out of the linkage, right?" "Not forbidden. However, Fidelio and Dr. Key, they do everything." He felt her tense in his arms, saw on the ring of the Milky Way how she mastered her lips. "What is left for me, Daniel? How can I help you?" He made kindly noises, and eventually took her to her cabin, where he gave her a sedative and a brother's kiss before he left. As the door closed behind him, he wondered what the devil he could find for her. Chapter 31. On autopilot, which observation had shown to be safe, Chinook accelerated toward the tea machine. En route, her crew had a party. Broderson recommended going all out. No stinting of booze or pot or anything else. First, Kathleen, assisted by Suzanne, made a table full of canapes, and Weisenberg turned out some new ornaments for the common room, colorful objects of metal and plastic, in his machine shop. "Ladies and gentlemen," the captain stated when his folk were gathered, "we have before us the serious business of getting drunk, stoned, high as a kite, boiled as an owl. I refer, of course, to the International Standard Kite, flown under 1 gravity in air at STP, and to the International Standard Owl, whose condition is determined by encephalogram after it has consumed 1 liter of 100-proof Scotch." "No, Irish," Kathleen required, and lifted her glass of the same to his. "Schlontegefoil lat." They grinned at each other. Though she had ached from high weight and battering flight, she had seldom given him a finer time than when she awoke after arrival, unless maybe he compared subsequent times. "Here's to our noble selves." Broderson toasted the company. Most of their responses were nominal. He considered them. The view-screens held splendor, Danu's day-side receding in the sky, but still large, the sun like a ruby, stars and the galactic river and stars. Nobody watched. Not that that was the purpose, but it seemed as if they were turning their backs on the cosmos. Carlos Rueda appeared cheerful. Frida von Moltke had made him royally welcome. However, tonight she played more to Steph Doja, though he was pretty dour. Phil Weisenberg wore a calm, polite smile. Sue Granville had gained back a little morale from helping Kathleen. Nevertheless, beneath her face, Broderson discerned woe. Joelle Key had taken a chair offside and was devoting her attention to Fidelio, almost ostentatiously, which wasn't her style. Marty Leno had, plain to see, not been sleeping well, and no matter how he tried, could not keep his gaze off Kathleen. He's in love with her, Broderson thought. Understandable. Maybe she ought to, or maybe not. I don't know. It could raise more trouble than it ends. He's such an intense kind of guy. And what should I do about Joelle? She's got something eating at her, too. I'm not sure what. He laid an arm around the girl beside him, felt her supple slenderness, inhaled her fragrance of youth. I hate to give up any time I might spend with Pegeen. He laughed. What's funny, my heart? She asked. Nothing, Broderson said in haste. There I was, taking for granted I'm such a God's gift to suffering womankind that a night with me will instantly make Joelle purr. Joelle. How about some music? From you, I mean, now that we have you back. He brushed his mouth across the wonderful softness of her cheek, and practically felt Leno's look stab him. And no doubt Leno wasn't the only one. I'd better stop flaunting this that I have, and they don't. Only, how can I? Well, if people want. Kathleen paused. No, instead of a recital, what do the lot of you say to a dance? Sure, and there's naught better for loosening sadness. We're a tad short on women, Weisenberg pointed out. 4. Ah, well, Fidelio and I will be the wallflowers. 3, Joelle said. Leave me out. Shucks no, Broderson requested. Why? When she sat obstinate, he went over to her, leaned close, and whispered, You always enjoyed ballroom dancing when we were together. What's gone wrong? Her gaze upon his seemed doubly dark. We need you. The disappointment at Danu was a stiff blow. If we don't cheer ourselves up, we'll be too goddamn low to cope. Please, Joelle. What about Fidelio? She answered in the same English. Nobody worries about his feelings. As if she had overheard, Kathleen called, Oh, we don't need exact partners. A square dance, a jig, yes, Fidelio too, why not? They must jump about for fun on Beta. She chuckled. Faith, it's very special this will be, the first interspecies dance in human history. Broderson queried the alien about it in Spanish. He was surprised at the eagerness of the positive response. Then it's settled, Kathleen said. Let's be seeing how best we can unsettle it. Give me a few minutes to work out steps to suit us. Taking up her sonador, she programmed it for accordion-like sounds, and played while she skipped about the deck. Her yellow dress billowed out from the swift, slim legs. The bronze hair tumbled free. Somehow the sight, followed by instruction, did break the mood that was upon them. When the actual dancing began, to music from the databank, persons even laughed. At first, at their own unpracticed clumsiness, as when Rueda tripped over Fidelio's tail. Later at jokes and japes, lame though most of those were. Blood pulsed warm again. Light sweating made them smell each other as flesh. Stamping feet, clasping hands, driving rhythms set them wholly aware they were alive. After a few rounds, they began to drop out for drinking and talking and different recreations. A ping-pong game got under way. Kathleen sang her midsummer song for Weisenberg, Rueda, Suzanne, and Frida. Later on, couples formed in more leisurely dances. Broderson and Suzanne were decorous, Doja and Frida anything but. Other combinations varied. Leno grew alcoholically gleeful when Kathleen was in his arms, and Joelle pressed hard against Broderson. It became a good party. Around the middle of it, Kathleen found herself telling the rest, Aye, we're lucky that we are. You've seen the tapes from Danu. If you did not thrill, we might as well bung you out the airlock, for you're already dead. And they are nothing beside the reality. I had that, but I'll not be selfish. I'll give you your turns at the next marvel, and the next, and the next. If we never come home, still the gods will have bestowed more adventure on us than ever our kind had before. She struck a ringing chord from her instrument. And who says we will not? The universe is ours, and I see no bounds for us at all. "Haven't you been composing a ballad on that theme?" Broderson asked, a trifle muzzily. "Seems to me I've caught you at it in odd moments since you returned." He had not pursued the subject then, for she didn't like to talk about art in progress. That took away the mana, she said. Besides, she had immediately turned his mind elsewhere. She nodded. "Yes, I have." "Is it finished?" Leno blurted. "For everything's sake, Kathleen, let's hear it." "If you desire," she said. A burst of applause replied. "Well, now, it's not about us, you understand, but about the future, when humans all fare freely as we are doing today. For they will. She hitched herself onto a table, sat swinging her bare feet, and made a strong guitar of the sonador. The Milky Way in a view-screen crowned her uplifted head. A bugle wind is blowing. It's time that I be going from summer clouds in gentle skies, where light comes lancing through, from nights of moon and dew. However far I wander, my song will yearn out yonder, a note, a tune, a melody, in memory of you. The stars are stark that shone so soft above our darling land, but I must fare away aloft, and hope you understand. Where unknown suns are burning, their living worlds are turning, a dance from dawn to day to dark, on mountain top and sea, goes everlastingly. Though ignorant we blunder, so death may drag us under, a note, a tune, a melody, till then will sound from me. What miracles abide out there, what wise and foreign mind, what enterprises man may dare, we can but go to find. Yet still in all the wonder, the toiling of the thunder that quickens in those virgin skies, when first they know our ships, a longing strikes like whips. I'll sing while founding nations among the constellations, a note, a tune, a melody, remembering your lips. And when at last your runaway comes back from the abyss of starful dark to common day, forgive me with a kiss. Hours later, Weisenberg explained he was an old man, and made a not altogether steady way to his bed. Fidelio soon followed. Did every sentient race need a periodic retreat into dreams? Frida led Doja off. Broderson took Joel into a corner where they sat down and spoke quietly and earnestly. Leno engaged Kathleen. After he had made a point of ignoring Rueda and Suzanne for a time, though she kept talking to them, the Peruvian smiled wryly and suggested to the linker that he and she refresh their drinks, after which he nudged her, his hand on her elbow, to the view-screen where Danu glowed, and they drew chairs side by side. Lights were dimmed. Most illumination came from without, soft and shadowy. A speaker, also turned down, gave forth Bach's Brandenburg concertos. "Listen, will you?" Broderson's pipe chopped through an arc. A pungent cloud trailed after. "You've been treating poor little Sue goddamn shabbily. She's bleeding from it. We can't afford that, not in any of us." "What would you have me do?" Joel retorted. "I admit I yelled at her once when she'd done no wrong. I apologized afterward, didn't I? What else am I obligated for?" "Well, stop shoving her out of her job. Assistant quartermaster isn't enough. Kathleen's told me, this is strictly confidential, she's told me how she's had to pretend she can't handle any number of tasks to make Sue feel needed. That's hard on Kathleen. She has her own pride. Anyway, there are pretty narrow limits to what's possible along those lines." "Are you asking me to make work likewise, Dan? I can't. She'd see right away what I was doing and be twice wounded, wouldn't she? Besides, I can't deprive Fidelio. It was plenty bad when I took over the guidance of Willowaw because his Spanish was too heavily accented." Joel caught Broderson's wrist. "I promised him he could handle every computation which was feasible for him, from elementary linkage on up. He has nothing else left, Dan, and he'll soon die." He regarded her in silence, the haggard features, the sculpturing beneath that had not changed. "You know," he said at length, "you aren't really the steel-jacketed intellect you claim to be." "Did I ever? Not on purpose, I swear." "No, I guess not." He pondered. "Suddenly, after all these years I've known you, Joel, I begin to think you're the most innocent person I've ever met." She leaned against him, not with the deceptive smoothness of Kathleen or the heartiness of Liz, but with the jerkiness he remembered. She had never learned nuances. "And You aren't exactly tough inside, either, are you?" she stammered. Rueda and Suzanne traded recollections of Europe. They had many cathedrals and museums to share. The real pleasure came when they learned also they had small inns and cafes mutually. As she bespoke those, she grew vivid. She had visited Peru as well, but only seen the standard places. He relished telling her about others. "If we get back, we might, we might. I'll take you there," he promised. "You are very kind," she said. He spread his palms. "No, I'd enjoy it. To be quite frank, until this even watch you seemed, well, rather colourless to me. I am delighted to discover how wrong I was." She flushed and dropped her glance. Seeing that she had grown confused, he turned more serious. That mood was easier for her. "We're in the same boat, too, aren't we? Both of us essentially superfluous. At best, spare parts." She turned toward Danu. "No, you and Planetside." "Precisely because I am an expendable. It's by no means certain I'll be needed for anything similar again. Or if I am, we've days and weeks to fill in between those occasions." "We, too, no?" She winced. "How?" "We must figure that out." He snapped his fingers. A new idea kindled him. "See here, Suzanne. What this ship does not have aboard is trained scientists. Laboratory and field type, that is. What she does have is a databank holding most human knowledge. Not to mention Fidelio, who doubtless like to pass on his education. Why can't we make ourselves into experts?" She lifted her eyes. "Nom de Dieu!" "We'll have to think a great deal," he rushed on, "and study, and experiment, and— You, a chemist, perhaps, I, a planetologist, or whatever useful talents we find are ours. Sue!" he hurrahed. "We've work ahead of us." Lena had gained the boldness to tease Kathleen where they sat. "About that latest song of yours," he said. "I thought you were dead set against any notion of sex-specific roles. But your verse describes man going into space. Shame on you." She wrinkled her nose at him. "For your information, my boy, man, in that context, does not mean adult human male, but humanity. Why should the lines not be from a woman outbound, and him left behind?" She pretended to brood. "Oh, I'll get back at you for this, Marty Leno, so I will. Only wait for my next song." "I'm sorry," he exclaimed. His features stretched into lines of pain. "I didn't mean to offend you." She took his nearest hand between both hers. "No offense, honestly. Don't be that vulnerable, love." He bent his neck and muttered, "I am, to you." She brought her right hand to his head, along temple and cheek and jawline and ear to the back of it, where her fingertips moved through his hair. "Ah, it's a sweet lad you are." He grew incoherent. His free fist hammered his thigh. "Kathleen, I resented you. I'm Dan's brother-in-law, you remember, and Liz. But you aren't what I thought. You're lovely. You give. You're adorable." He grabbed for breath. "Pardon me, the whiskey was talking." "Were you not, then?" she asked tenderly. "What's the use?" Kathleen moved to embrace him. Across his shoulder she spied Broderson, his own arm around Joelle. They exchanged a look, and after an instant, suave O-signs, which nobody else saw. Suzanne and Rueda were the last to leave. They had been conversing too animatedly to stop, until finally nature required yawns. He escorted her to her door. "Good night, Carlos," she said. "Good morn-watch, rather." He heard the nervousness in her tone, bent and kissed her hand. "Good night, Suzanne," he said, and departed. As per program, Chinook's autopilot set her in orbit at a distance from the T-machine. The transition back to weightlessness woke some individuals, who had been sleeping off their carouse. More experienced ones merely shifted dream gears. Broderson was in his office running computations. Willowaw had expended a hell of a lot of reaction mass on her trip, and he wanted an estimate of how much more such he dared allow when Kathleen came through the doorway. "Well, hi," he said, gladdened. "How'd things go?" He saw the trouble that rode her, unbuckled from his chair, and catapulted himself to grasp her. She grasped back. "Hey, honey, what's wrong?" "Ugh, I don't know, I don't," she said against his shoulder. They floated together. "Tell me first how it went between you and Joelle." "Oh, all right. 2 or 3 bouts. Nowhere near as good as with you, Macushla, but all right. I don't expect it'll repeat often. Frankly, no turn-down of her. Frankly, I hope it won't. I'd a lot rather have you." "And I you." She shivered. "Wait, you don't mean to say Marty hurt you?" "No, no, no. He was clumsy drunk, but he tried to treat me like a glass princess. He could do nothing else, though, Dan, nothing. No matter what I did. This past hour, too, after we'd slept, and the liquor was mostly out of him, he wept. You'll not be letting him know I told you this, will you?" "Of course not." "Do you think I should keep on?" "He told me no, but she's a rotten mistress who can't help her lover overcome." Kathleen felt Broderson go tense. "No, maybe I'd best leave him in his grief for a time." "I suppose the same. Tell me I'm not just being greedy." "You aren't, my dearest. You aren't." He laughed and hugged her. "Well, Pegeen, I am the captain of this Flying Dutchman, and I can dictate schedules. Okay, we take an extra rest before we pick up our duties?" Chapter 32. As the ship drew deeper into the field that made the stargates, and the sight of Vanu blurted into shining shapelessness, Broderson wondered if Kathleen said a wistful goodbye to the world that had enchanted her, that she would surely never see again. Or was she too caught up in her ardor of exploration? How he wished she could be here in the command center beside him, where he sat idled. Was there really a good reason for her not? Well, yes, in her role as medical officer she ought to be standing by in sickbay where she was, just in case. Yet any "in case" was apt to be immediately lethal to everybody. Low weight came on a whisper of chemical rockets. For a few minutes, Chinook moved toward the final beacon. It was silvery in hue. Fidelio had strongly suggested touching every base before making the jump. All those markers taken together must have a purpose, must lead to other T-machines, whereas it was possible, even likely, that the builders had not found reason or time to establish a construct at the end of every shorter guide path. Many of those might give on empty interstellar space, as a purely random course around the cylinder almost certainly would. True, the order in which you went by the signal points made all the difference. 9 of them, the total around this transport engine, gave more than 1/3 of a million destinations. Had the others themselves visited each one? Chinook went on the simplest and most obvious route, from the outermost inward along those zigzags, which involved the minimum total expenditure of energy. It ought to lead to something. If the others appreciated engineering elegance, if they weren't constrained by external factors. Well, if nothing lay beyond this gate, the castaways would simply have to settle down to life in the void. 0G could only be tolerated for so long in a stretch. Then weight became essential to health. Under continuous boost, reaction mass would presently give out, so it would be necessary to put a spin on the ship, with a large radius in order to minimize centrifugal variations and Coriolis effect. Foreseeing that need as a possibility, designers had included provisions against it when they worked out their modifications of the Reina class. The hull could be split in two, its forward and after halves separated. That involved a lot of work, only part of which could be done by explosive seams, but the capability was there. A cable, of whisker filaments for the tensile strength, would connect them still. Under the impetus of the lateral jets, they'd move a couple of kilometers apart, and the same motors would set them rotating. Earth-normal pseudo-gravity would thereafter prevail inboard. The cable would carry power from the reactor to the living quarters, and another wheel would go whirling off through space, another prison. Broderson grimaced, not for the first time, at the prospect of carrying out such a job with his inadequate crew. It was a sizzling hell of a lot more complicated than it sounded, merely balancing masses in the hemispheres, let alone scrambling around outside in spacesuits. "We'll do it, though, somehow, if we must," he vowed. "And jump that rattlebrain word prison, huh? Pegeen will be here." To die at last. He made a gesture of thrusting away and hauled his attention outward. The cylinder gleamed near. He wondered how it felt to Joel and Fidelio, perceiving directly through the instruments while they piloted the vessel through forces that negated space-time. He'd never know. That experience lay beyond words. It was mystical, maybe trans-mystical. He'd better stick to practicalities. Both holothetes were in linkage because they themselves had no idea what they would emerge into, what they might instantly have to understand and do. And here comes the beacon, hard off our port bow. The siren whooped warning. The hull swung about and plunged. Chinook passed through. First, he stared wildly around after a T-machine. The heart drummed in his breast. He saw it afar, a staff laid across blackness, and the breath gusted from him in a shout. Next, he grew aware of how much blackness there was. No stars shone behind that rod. Well-nigh every line of sight was empty of all but night. In one burned a lurid blue-white spark, at the middle of a pearly haze which spread out on either side like wings. Elsewhere, well apart, he discerned faint points of light and a few small, cloudy glows. Motors off, the ship fell silent through the dark. "My God," Broderson mumbled, "where are we?" Action snapped to life in him. He got on the intercom. "Captain to crew, report by stations." Shaken voices told him nobody had come to harm yet. Joel spoke last, as if in dreams. "Fidelio and I think we know already what's happened. It is very strange." Abruptly, machine-like, "We need more data. Accelerate at about 45 degrees to our present radius vector around that sun you see, inward. Commence the planned observational programs and be prepared for further instructions." "Aye, aye," Broderson said. A small part of him wondered why his obedience was so automatic. The Joel he recalled, who liked him and indulged his wish for her company, even for what little of her knowledge he could comprehend, but always remained at heart aloof, she was no more. What he had embraced a few night watchers ago was an oldish woman, yes, spinsterish, pathetically eager for him at first, then wistful in her stiff fashion, and helpless-looking after she fell asleep. Since, she'd busied herself discussing contingencies with those who'd manned the instruments, spent most of her spare time in her cabin, and been short-spoken at mess. Embarrassed, he speculated, though he couldn't figure out why she should be. However, her brain is still good, and right now it's enhanced beyond my poor imagining. Wait returned. Broderson knew at least a trio of grounds for building up speed. Doppler measurements, improved sampling of ambient conditions, such as solar wind, cameras detecting planets as streaks across the background of the stars. But where are the stars? This system holds nothing for us. Until sure that everything was okay, he ought to stay put in the command center. However, unless an emergency came up, he was supernumerary. He fiddled with controls and peered at meters, trying to learn what he might. The blue-white fierceness which Joel had called a sun was really brilliant. The optics stopped its radiance way down. It was giving Chinook illumination comparable to what Sol gives Earth, but even at high magnification the disk showed tiny, suggesting it was far and far distant. By selective scanning and amplification, he managed to find a lesser companion, yellow, nearly lost in the glare. The fuzzy patches scattered around heaven turned out to contain points of light enmeshed in luminous mist and intricate filaments. They must be Orion-type nebulae close by, where new suns were forming out of dust and gas as he watched. For the most part, what had appeared to be individual stars were in fact star clusters, widely separated. Reports from the astrolab started arriving. Beyond range of ordinary view screens, but plentiful within the reach of the observatory equipment, were more nebulae. In a particular direction was a huge region, invisible to the eye, violently radiating in the infrared and radio wavelengths. Throughout the entire sky was no trace of the familiar external galaxies, though it held sources of similar radiation. More and more of these results, as the hours wore on, were reached under Fidelio's management. He told the humans what to look for, and they found it. He must have a damn good idea of what kind of place Chinook had gotten into. Broderson puffed his pipe. He believed he could guess the answer himself. It boomed through him like the toning of a great bell. Sue being co-opted to do scut work for the researchers, Kathleen was preparing dinner solo. Hitherto, no one had had more than a sandwich, hastily snatched on station. She'd gotten the old man to decree that a decent meal under relaxed conditions was necessary. In the ordinariness of the galley she sang while she worked, cheerful songs from unpretentious corners of earth. When she began carrying things out into the mess hall, her music faltered. That chamber adjoined the common room. The doors between were rolled back. From the big view-screens beyond, primordial blindness leaped out at her, the blue star ablaze at its core. "You do give a lovely light," she murmured. "I've seen the same in glacier crevasses, and once a nuclear furnace. But what does it shine on?" She stopped in her tracks. Joelle had entered the common room. After a moment's hesitation, she nodded greeting. Kathleen went out to meet her. "Hello there. Why are you not in linkage?" the younger woman asked. "Food won't be ready for an hour, and I was thinking that then I'd need a crowbar to pry you loose." In face and body, Joelle grew rigid. "I am not required any longer." "Oh, I see. Fidelia wants to be alone." Kathleen reached out, caught the other's shoulder, and squeezed gently. "Leaving you the more alone?" Joelle yanked free of the clasp and made to turn around. Kathleen touched her and said, "Please, have I offended you? I'm sorry. I was never meaning it. You came in here to see the view where it's best. Is that not right? Don't let me drive you out." Joelle halted. "You weren't." "I fear I was, me such a hoyden. I simply felt sad and— But why should I ever feel sad for you that I admire so much?" In a rush, "Dr. Key, if it's worried about Dan you are, don't be. My faults outnumber the stars, but jealousy is not among them." The chance phrase took them both aback, brought both their gazes outward into night. In the muteness that followed, a drift of curry odor seemed doubly lost. Joelle said at last harshly, still staring away, "Thank you. You understand we have had a relationship before, don't you? Very well. I don't wish to continue the discussion." Ay, how petty we are and our troubles in this universe. Joelle came close to sneering. "You were eager to quest further, weren't you? Well, Ms. Mulryan, what do you think of what we've come upon?" "How can I give you an honest answer when I don't know what it is?" "You'll be telling us in due course, and it will be grand to learn." Joelle's expression softened a trifle. "No secret. Doubtless several people have already realized, while you've been too busy to hear them talk. Don't plan on staying long. The captain will soon insist on a report, then order us back to the tea-machine for a new jump. Fidelio and I are keeping us going meanwhile, partly on the microscopic chance we'll find some trace of something that may be helpful, but mainly for his sake. Fidelio's. It is fascinating." Kathleen reached for her again. "And you barred from it." She didn't venture to complete the gesture, but dropped her arm. "I'll play the data back later for myself." "Not the same, is it?" Joelle's look lost itself in the blue star. "No telling where we are in space," she said low. "Besides, that's really a meaningless phrase, under these circumstances. Let's call it someplace in the embryo galaxy, and date it from 10 to 20 billion years before we were born." Air whistled in around Kathleen's teeth. "We've come through time?" "Why not? Emissary did. Ships going between Sol and Phoebus do, to a lesser, variable extent. For all we know, the Danu that Chinook found may be millennia in the past, or future of the wheel that Chinook raided. Though from a relativistic viewpoint, I'm being very imprecise in my language. What theory we have says that a transport field cannot take you any farther back in time than the moment of its own generation. But I hardly imagine that Danu exists yet. Therefore, either the tea-machine around it will be extremely old, or else that field meshes somehow with the field of the machine here. The second seems much likelier. And in any event, the others must have originated even earlier than this." Joelle smiled without humor. "We're early enough, however, aren't we?" "Aye," Kathleen whispered, "if the stars haven't yet been made." "Few so far. Not many atoms more complex than hydrogen and helium. The gas clouds are still collapsing inward to form the galaxies. The suns will condense from them. Like dewdrops from dawn mist. Kathleen's being glowed. And higher nuclei form within those. Air for our breath, iron for our blood, gold for a wedding ring. But the process is scarcely begun. What you see yonder is a young star. It's so big that it could take shape with a single companion, out of a Bach globule, rather than as part of a cluster within a nebula. A type O supergiant, 50,000 times as luminous as Sol. If we were much closer, its radiation would kill us. It hasn't long to live on the main sequence, a few million years at most, till it erupts as a supernova. For a short while it will be as bright as the entire galaxy is, in our day, before its remnant sinks down into a neutron globe or a black hole. The heavy elements created in that explosion will be blown into space. They'll become part of the later generations of suns and planets. The star has a smaller companion, have you seen? It will be affected. What we'll get, if humans and Betans know any astrophysics, is a recurring nova. Nothing like the supernova, but casting elements into the universe also. I dare say a situation similar to this has already occurred elsewhere, freakishly early in cosmic history, perhaps inside a nebula. There came to be enough local concentration of carbon, nitrogen, oxygen, all the necessary materials, that planets could coalesce on which life could arise. Even then, before there was even this hint at a galaxy to come, perhaps one or more of those life forms evolved into the others. Possibly, Joel finished, a small part of what makes you and me up is being made there, in those stars, right now. Kathleen smote her hands together and said, "No wonder the others would make a gate to come see." "Doubtless," Joel sighed. "I'd hoped they might have a scientific station. That's why we continue moving slantwise to the T-machine instead of heading straight back. But I don't believe any longer that they have. It would be somewhere nearby if it existed, would it not? After all, everything, including materials for the T-machine itself, would have to be sent through from the past. That's a huge enough undertaking for anybody, demigods or no. Surely they have competing claims on their attention. And when the giant blows up, it'll wipe out whatever is in orbit around it, unless maybe the T-machine itself can survive. No, I dare say the others just come through occasionally in ships, or whatever they use, to take observations. The interval could be thousands of years." After a minute she added, "If they do have an installation, in spite of my guess, it's elsewhere. We haven't a prayer of finding it, in a system laid out on this vast scale. No, we'll hang around for a day or two, probing, peering, broadcasting, a forlorn hope if ever there was one, and finally try another jump." Because of how she stared at the star, Kathleen asked her, "You'd be happy here yourself learning, is that not so?" "Not feasible." Joel smiled lopsidedly. "We'd run out of mass and have to change over to spin mode, which would terribly hamper any studies. Worse, we'd always wonder what opportunities we'd missed. We must go on." Again she hesitated. "That's frightening," as if to get it out before she could strangle the impulse. "Hearten us, Kathleen, will you?" The quartermaster flushed, her lashes fluttered, her voice lost steadiness. Never before had the holothete seen her that shy. "Can I? Me? I'm nothing but a bard of sorts. You're a doer, Dr. Key, an understander, a druid. Our lives rest on you." "No. On Fidelio, the way things are, at present. And you understand what I cannot. Excuse me." Joel swung about. "I remember something I'd better do." She left with hasty strides. Seen from behind, her shoulders trembled. Chapter 33. Jump. Again, heaven was full of stars. For a heart-stopping instant, Broderson could find no T-machine among them. After he did spy it, made tiny by distance, he became able to look around him and wonder. A sun disk hung out there. About the same size as that which Earth saw, it was distinctly greenish. An oath of amazement exploded from him, and heavily spotted. According to a meter, the luminosity per unit area exceeded Sol's by some 30%. The corona was immense around it, and ruddy. Without magnification he saw flares and prominences like fire geysers, but no zodiacal light appeared, though he stopped down brightness and amplified weak sources to the limit of his screens. Having taken reports, he ordered Chinook to accelerate in the orbital plane of the transport engine and research to commence. Then he scratched his head and plaintively addressed the intercom. "Hey, what's going on? I didn't know the main sequence included green stars." The holothetes didn't reply. They were too immersed. After a minute, Sue Granville's diffident tones reached him. "I think I can guess. Green is not an impossible color, but the range of surface temperature for it is so narrow that we seldom have observed it." "Is that why the others are interested in this one?" "No, I suspect it is simply leaving the main sequence and happens to be going through a brief green phase." Hydrogen burned away at the core, the nuclear reactions moving outward. "Wait, doesn't it become a red giant?" "Yes, in due course, but at first it shrinks and grows very much hotter. That shortens the peak wavelength. Expansion has now begun, but needs time yet for to cool the surface, redden the light, while the total output increases more." She went into dismay. "Oh, you know the elementary astronomy, I am sorry." "Don't be, Sue. I should have figured this out for myself." Once assured that nobody had detected anything dangerous, Broderson left the command center. He couldn't resist peeking in at the various investigators and asking questions, but left before he turned into a nuisance and sought Kathleen. She stood in the common room, surrounded by the views it offered, marveling. As he entered, she sped to him, threw her arms around his neck, and kissed him with cyclone force. He responded. When they came up for air, she crooned, "Oh, Dan, what we're seeing, what we'll learn, aye, and do." "I sure would like to do something," he grumbled. "This being useless gets on my nerves." She cocked her head. Her grin grew mischievous. "Well, Captain, you could be dealing justice to a poor, deprived quartermaster. Yonder sight makes me horny." "Good Lord! Does any sight not do that ever?" She disengaged herself and took him by the elbow. "Later, you can help me cook." Reports came in through the hours. The ship was thousands of light years from Earth, to gauge by the altered outlines of the Milky Way and bearings of neighbor galaxies. Identifiable astronomical objects were not noticeably changed, including monstrous S. Doradus. Hence the date, reckoned from the hypothetical beginning of the universe, was the same as at home, give or take a few million years. Chinook had returned from the distant past. Doppler readings on the T-machine, combined with radar ranging of the sun, gave the latter a mass above Sol's. On that basis, theory gave it an age on the order of 10 billion years. More precise measurements would be needed to refine that figure. Clearly, however, it must belong to an early generation. This was confirmed by a paucity of dust around it and by the weak metallic lines in its spectrum. However, it contained more heavy elements than might have been expected. Perhaps it had formed in the vicinity of a recent supernova burst. Could that have been the detonation of the blue giant the humans lately beheld? They speculated mightily and futilely. It had planets. One moved at more or less the same distance as the T-machine, a little over an astronomical unit, a little less than 90 degrees ahead. The globe was Earth-size and bore oxygen in the atmosphere. There was no telling where the others had originally placed their device, except that presumably it was not in a 60-degree position. Maybe it had once been straight across from the living world, like the ones at Sol and Centrum and stars elsewhere known to the Batans. If so, it must have exhausted its station-keeping capability at last, for now it orbited as subject to perturbation as any natural heavenly body. Broderson shook his head and clicked his tongue. Anything he could utter was inadequate anyway. "Well," he said, "I guess whatever interest the others had here died out long ago." unless they care to watch the system itself die. Soon Doja's receivers cast a dazzling doubt on his conclusion. A source at the terrestroid planet was emitting a radio pattern which, though simple and repetitive, must be of artificial origin. A beacon, a message. For Chinook, absolutely a summons. It was a 3-day flight. Those who could do astronomy were kept busy supplying Fidelia with data, which he integrated into an ever more complete picture. They were much too slow for him. He spent most of his hours in holothesis, nevertheless, probing his stellar environment through direct instrumental input, considering it, or perhaps oftenest contemplating the ultimate in that way of his which gave him a sense of those he loved being real within a space-time which unified him with them. Meanwhile, the engineers checked Willowaw out after the stresses of the Danu trip, treated her to a thorough overhaul, adjusted her as best they could for predicted conditions, and replenished her mass tanks from the ship's supply. Broderson lent a hand whenever he was able. They had no room for a larger work party. Rueda and Sue were left with more leisure than they wanted. Joelle was almost completely at loose ends. Waking very early in the second morn watch, unable to get back to sleep, finding no solace in books or music, she rose, threw on a coverall, and left the barrenness of her cabin. She'd go borrow the galley to brew herself some tea, which she had neglected to draw as private rations, and thereafter, while the Baton rested, get into her own linkage. It was awkward to do unassisted, but she'd be damned if she asked for help. That would be downright humiliating when she was unprepared to accomplish anything of value, and merely intended to submerge her being for a while in the hearts of atoms and stars. In what was well known about them, nothing else. It wasn't even as if that state were an addiction which must be satisfied. After all, she'd experienced it in fullness quite recently. Fullness. Everything is gone empty. The corridor underscored her feeling when she emerged into it, a hollow length of metal curving away on either side, lined with shut doors, air chill and rustling. When one of the doors, Frida von Moltke's, slid back, Joelle started, nearly frightened. Marty Leno stepped out, waved before he closed it, and as he turned around saw the holothete. Likewise surprised, he blurted, "Good morning, Dr. Key. How are you?" His hair was tangled, and his clothes carelessly redonned. "Insomniac," Joelle said, because it must be obvious. "And you?" Leno looked smug. "Well, I haven't slept much either. Was going for coffee in the galley. I've run out in my quarters. Would you care to join me?" Joelle changed her mind about tea. Why should her face grow hot? "No, thanks. I want to walk about." She left him. Is that floozy servicing every man aboard? She thought. If so, why should I give a damn? What's it to me? At least she seems to have wiped the hangdog misery out of Leno he's been carrying around these past days. What caused it? I had the impression he paired off with Mo Ryan the night watch after the party. But no, he seems to have been avoiding her since. Did he think he was going to get laid, and instead get refused? A quarrel. But she's been speaking kindly to him at mealtimes, though she rarely hears better than monosyllables in reply. I don't know. Nobody tells me anything. Perhaps because I never ask. I don't know how to, or much of anything that involves people. Eric made me wholly human for a short while, made me wholly human. But then I went too far beyond him into a reality too enthralling. I became Cartesian. A few subsequent lovers, who were holothetes, had bodies attached to their minds, but merely attached, as far as I was concerned. The rest were hardly more than bodies, conveniences, pets at best. Did that leave me vulnerable to Chris? Beautiful, sweet Chris? To love is to be vulnerable, I suppose. Ah! Nothing could have come of it. True? As for Dan... Her feet took her up a companionway toward the scientific level, where the computer room was. Metal enclosed her in narrowness. A phrase came back from her Tennessee girlhood. Though she might be part of Project Ithaca, at the frontiers of human knowledge, her foster parents had sent her to Sunday school. There, the Protestant chaplain of the military reservation used to read from the Book of Common Prayer, as well as the Bible. The whole scene came back. Whitewashed walls, banal picture of Jesus blessing the children, windows open to clover smell and hum of bees, her class sitting, primly clad on straight wooden chairs, while the big man's bass rolled over them. Fast bound in misery and iron. You know, he looked and sounded a lot like Dan. He impressed me tremendously at my small age. I wonder, in spite of his being pious, I wonder if he may have been as good in bed. Stop that. Joelle achieved a smile at her own expense. Why? Is it blasphemous? No, she realized. It's dangerous. I dare not get obsessed with Dan, as I fear I am tending. That would be Chris all over again. He's Mulryan's. Oh, she'll let me borrow him once in a while, if I wish, and he'll be considerate. But I know he'll begrudge the time he could have been with her, out of these few years we have left. And that will feel so lonely, so lonely. I dare not admit Descartes, as a maker of symbols which have no more scientific meaning left in them than does the Last Judgment, was wrong. Reaching the passage she wanted, she took a route which brought her by the astrolabe. Its doors stood retracted on a darkened interior, and she heard speech. Surprised anew, she halted. Carlos Rueda Suarez. Yes, I grant you the government of Demeter needs sweeping reform, and probably the planet as a whole needs more say in policies that affect it. But autonomy? Independence? Why, it isn't the germ of a nation. Haven't I had vague designs on him? Joelle stood where she was. Suzanne Granville. What do you mean by nation? Is Peru homogeneous? The Andean Confederacy? Why cannot our separate colonies make a little world union of their own? Almost accent-free in Spanish, she did not speak timidly, but with spirit, and it seemed a certain relish. Rueda. You sound like Daniel Broderson. Granville. I have listened to him and learned. Rueda. And thought for yourself as well, I notice? A sad laugh. Why are we arguing? What can politics matter to us? We're adrift in space-time. Quite conceivably, Earth and Demeter and the whole human race don't exist anymore. If that isn't a nonsense phrase, we'll never be sure. Granville. Maybe we will be. In English, we ain't licked yet, my friend. Rueda. Daniel again, I hear. Ah, well, Sue. We've talked about a great deal in these past hours, haven't we? Life and fate and God and little things that are big to us. Why not Demeter? But when we're less tired. Granville softly. You have reason, Carlos. Also, the view is too lovely for disputations. Look. Dan would rack me back for eavesdropping. Joelle knew. I could go around in the reverse direction, but he might want them warned I've noticed them. It was an effort to louden her footfalls, halt in the doorway, and call, Hello there! The room was full of shadowed bulks. Light from the hall picked Rueda and Granville out dimly, where they sat at the farther bulkhead, facing each other at knee-touch distance. A single view-screen behind them brimmed with clear darkness. Stars. Milky Way, the planet a yellow-green brilliance, and near it a golden point that was its moon. Kathleen had proposed naming it Pandora, since no one knew what it might hold for them, trouble or hope, or both. Rueda sprang up to deliver a courtly bow. Ah, Dr. Key, what brings you here? Neither he nor the linker seemed flustered, though Joelle suspected the interruption annoyed them. I wanted to inspect some readouts, the holothete said. Why the devil do I feel embarrassed? You too? Wait, I didn't need to bark that question at them. No secret. I thought everybody knew. Sue and I have become deadwood, or at most very marginal assistants. We've decided to learn specialties the ship needs, but we've scarcely begun to explore what we might be best at. So we came here to play with the apparatus when it wasn't in demand. and fell into conversation which went on the whole night watch. How warm your voices sounded. Joelle shivered a bit in the cold of a clockwork dawn. I see. Well, good luck. She walked stiffly from them, toward her computers. Orbiting Pandora at 25,000 kilometers, the travelers of Chinook saw it big in a screen in their common room. Under the glare of the dying sun, which burned opposite, the shrunken oceans were aquamarine, and continents stood forth as brownish blots, sharply defined. A few water clouds were tinted pale olive, larger with the buff-colored dust storms. There was no sign anywhere of ice or snow, but vast salt beds gleamed livid. Beyond one limb was the moon, scarred crescent, half the apparent size of Luna seen from lost Earth or Persephone from lost Demeter. Elsewhere shone the universe. Floating in front of his crew, Broderson growled, "Blast it! We've got to send a party down or admit we're not serious about wanting help to get home. It may not look promising, but how can we tell? Beta wouldn't look promising either if we didn't know better. Right, Fidelio?" The alien made a noise of concurrence. His eyes caught luminance from a world as foreign to him as it was to the humans. Once Pandora had been of the proper mass at the proper distance from the proper kind of star to bring forth life. Plants freed oxygen into its air, conquered the land, drew a rich diversity of animals after them. The yeast of evolution worked through hundreds of millions of years until a creature existed that thought and wrought. But now the globe was raddled with age. Wearied by tides, it turned on its axis in almost a month. Its nearer moon had drifted far off. Another, a small body on its own path, appeared to have been stolen away. Long since spent, radioactives in the core gave no more heat to drive crustal plates about and raise new mountains. Erosion had worn the last ranges down to hills. Nevertheless, huge drops occurred, where continental shelves tumbled down to the bottoms of dead seas, to crusted wastes and brine marshes. Waxing toward extinction, the sun had already forced much of the atmosphere off into space by heating and by solar wind, against which Pandora no longer had a strong magnetic field for shelter. Water had followed. The drying oceans gave up dissolved carbon dioxide, and greenhouse effect sent temperatures soaring. Though furious rainstorms might still take place in some regions, especially around sunset and dawn, most land was parched, and its winds gritty. The tropics might be seared to death. At least, searchers found no trace of life in them. Sparse vegetation survived in what had been the temperate and polar zones. There, winters as long as Earth's and nights 25 times as long grew bitterly cold. Day was always an inferno. And this would worsen for some 2 billion years, until at last the red giant filled the sky and devoured its child, before sinking down to black dwarf oblivion. "We've identified what may be ruined cities," Broderson continued. "We've positively spotted what could be a large ground base, which emits steady beeps. And we've inspected the broadcasting satellite, which is probably to simplify navigation for visitors after they come through the gate." He and Weisenberg had flitted in spacesuits to examine the latter. It was a metal sphere about the diameter of Chinook, featureless, except for pitting by micrometeoroids. That suggested how ancient it was, in this system where few small bodies were left. The men had guessed that transducers in the alloy turned solar energy into radio frequency code. While effective, it didn't fit Broderson's notion of what the others would have done. More disappointing was the failure of any beings to come welcome the new arrivals or respond to repeated signals. He thrust his jaw forward. "Well, you know this," he said. "The question before the House is what we do about it. I claim we should send Willow off for a sniff around. Somebody must call here occasionally, or somebody may be on hand, waiting to see what we're like. Agreed?" It was. He put on his most genial manner. "Fine, fine. Okay, next we decide who of us goes. First off, me. Hold on, listen. This is not a Thano situation. There the boat mainly had atmosphere and gravity to cope with, nature. Here the crew will have to disembark, or what's the point of the whole maneuver? We may need a soldier, a diplomat, a woodsman, anything. With due modesty, which is mighty little, I remind you that I've handled a lot of such-like jobs. Shut up, Phil." Could be you were right earlier about the captain being indispensable, but we've been shaking down since. I can name 3 or 4 of you who could take over from me and soon be running things as well. Besides, if I can't exercise my machismo once in a while, I'll go all soggy. I have spoken. Let's consider who else we can best send. Debate converged faster than Broderson had expected. Doja again for chief pilot, Rueda again for co-pilot and general backup. Sue Granville looked still more anguished than when the skipper had appointed himself. Fidelio for his experience with xenosophonts. The Baton gravely assented. Kathleen, this time for medical help, should that be needed. Leno stood locked into silence. Pegeen. Oh, no, no. I really let things get out of hand, didn't I? She bounced about, caroling. Pegeen, what if things go wrong on yonder hellball? Chapter 34. Chinook dropped into a low orbit, canted in such wise as to make it easiest for Willowaw to reach her goal. The boat came forth. Vapor gushed. She fell toward the planet. Its darkling shield swelled to fill the view. It was no longer ahead, but below. Strapped behind Doja and Rueda, helpless, Broderson reached for Kathleen beside him and caught her hand. She gripped back hard. The next minutes would be the tough and perhaps fatal ones. Intensively, though the atmosphere had been studied from space, it was not familiar. It might have any number of tricks in it to send a craft flaming. There was no ground control to talk her down. The mothership couldn't help, outside of brief and widely separated whiles, until she had climbed back up to a synchronous position. She had had to descend for the launch because of the radiation that seethed from the sun, against which the boat had no electrostatic protection. Broderson's palm was so sweaty he couldn't tell whether Kathleen's was dry or not. She gave him a grin and a thumbs-up sign. Abruptly, she twisted around to stroke her free hand across Fidelio, who squatted aft in a specially rigged harness. The Baton laid claws on her head for a moment, most gently. A blessing? They pierced the sky. A thin whistle grew slowly to a roar, while impacts shocked through the hull, and it often lurched. After a time, though, Doja glanced back, his own countenance streaming, and called, "Okay, we've made it." Broderson cheered. Damn, he thought ungratefully. Why do we have to be cocooned in so I can't reach Pegeen to kiss her? Well, just you wait till we land, my girl, just you wait. On a long, heat-dissipating slant, Willowaw glided downward across the world. Broderson stared, fascinated, eerily aware that he would set foot on it. How did Armstrong really feel? He was such a private man. A night sea rolled thickly under the small moon. A ghastly stretch of salt flats ended at an escarpment, kilometers high. Beyond lay the plateau which had been a continent. Sunrise revealed it bare, ochreous, soil baked into brick, cracked and scored. A dust storm was momentarily blinding. Along a dry canyon reared a few sharp, brightly colored tall snags above mounds of rubble. Had they been a city? Doja started the airjets. Rueda navigated for him, at first by the sun according to calculations made in advance, eventually by homing on the transmissions from their destination. As they traveled northeast, the land rose. The season helped too, fall in the northern hemisphere. Temperatures dropped and more life came in sight. Scattered shiny leathery shrubs and isolated large plants, vaguely suggestive in their grotesqueness of saguaros or Joshua trees, grew closer together. Streams flowed into pools. A reddish sward strengthened from patches to ground cover. Stands of dendriforms became a forest, whose gleaming brown-violet fronds rippled in the wind. Overhead, heaven was cloudless, purple rather than blue, with a tinge of green from the sun, which stood well-nigh motionless behind the spacecraft. Fidelio spoke. Broderson must concentrate to follow his hoarse, wheezy Spanish. I think the seasons are more extreme here than on any of our planets, biologically as well as in weather. Nothing grows in the long nights, nor in the winter that is approaching, nor, I would suppose, at the terrible height of summer. Animals must needs be adapted to this. We have likely arrived at a time of ingathering and feverish making ready. Broderson started to say that this guess jumped far beyond the available facts, but he decided not to. The Batons did have knowledge of a variety of worlds. Nothing like Pandora, of course, but a couple were included which had some resemblances. Besides, at present his own interest in the local ecology was quite incidental to— There the goal was. Kathleen cried out. Broderson and Doja muttered astounded oaths. Rueda crossed himself. Fidelio stirred, and his iodine smell sharpened. Photographs taken from space conveyed little of the reality which was here. A city certainly had existed, long and long ago. Remnants of walls still lifted in a few places above crowding wildwood. Their vivid primary hues and soft pastels undimmed were turf-decked glades. Great blurry-edged blocks lay tilted, only half buried. North of the ruins stood a complex of several buildings, seemingly intact. Doja swung the jets down and hovered to let his companions observe. At first, the structures were hard to see as anything but gaudy masses. Then the eye began to track the design and found a solemn kind of beauty. Hexahedrons upbearing colonnades fitted harmoniously into each other, around a central tower made of arches and spirals, crowned by a three-dimensional golden sunburst. An enclosed bridge soared between the outermost eastern and western edifices, in an arc of bird's-wing delicacy that somehow also belonged. 2 kilometers farther north, wilderness stopped, debarred, forced to grow around what must be a base for spacecraft. And for what else? Impressive though it was, and in spite of being the lure which had brought the voyagers here, this offered much less to vision. Mostly they saw a sweep of turquoise-tinted paving, close to 4 kilometers square. Hemi-cylinders, sheds, barracks, fenced it, the same color, their curves elaborated by what might be entrances and scanners. Near the remote end of the field was a large, dove-gray dome. Lesser bubbles clustered about it. A complex metal web rose and spread above, doubtless pertaining to the radio transmitter and possibly to other equipment. Squinting at the flat surface, they made out broad circles traced in it by grooves. Were those hatches, leading to silos wherein ships might safely rest? That fine detail was barely discernible, for a slight waveriness enclosed the whole ensemble, like a hemispherical heat-shimmer. Tears ran quietly down Kathleen's cheek. "Glory be to creation," she faltered. "Another race in the universe that knows, thinks, and they not dead." "What?" Rueda asked absently. He was at work trying to raise Chinook, which ought to be stationed in sync by now. "What do you mean?" "Is it not clear, man? The countryside lies desolate, the city's fallen, save here, where we see a bit of restoration. In the ancient style, for look, the port before us is not of the same architecture at all. Who but the Pandorans themselves would come back and erect such a memorial after they went through the gate to a young world?" She had spoken in English. Broderson put the question in Spanish to Fidelio, who opined, "That seems reasonable, fellow swimmer, though a fang remains caught in its flesh. Why should they go to so much trouble for mere right? Basking? Sentiment? Yes, for mere sentiment. Data storage can preserve every memory of the mother planet for hologramic recreation at will, better than a few unused houses on this crumbling reef." Doja took the boat out of hover mode and started her circling. "The answer to that," he suggested meanwhile, "is that the houses are not unused. They get visitors." "Why?" Rueda asked. "What visitors? Tourists? Hardly, when nothing but fragments are left. Aside from yonder bit of copywork, Fidelio's right. Electronics can give more of old Pandora. Scientists, then, keeping track of what's happening? They wouldn't need facilities this big and elaborate, I'm sure. Especially with an astronautical technology that must be equal or superior to Beta's. Earlier I proposed a few thoughts on life cycles here," Fidelio said softly, They were reasonable, yet they may well be afloat with no roots in truth. Dogmatizing about sophants we have never met is whirlpool unreason. If ever we find out what these are like, the single certainty is that we will be surprised. To be alive is to be forever surprised, Kathleen said. How good that is! Never mind now, Broderson interrupted. Let's first see whether we can make contact. God damn it, Carlos, are they asleep up in orbit? As if summoned, the lean features of Weisenberg, acting captain, sprang into the screen. His usual calm snapped apart. "How are you?" he almost yelled. "Are you safe?" He relaxed a bit when he heard the report and saw the pictures, both direct and off-tape. Joelle, enmeshed in holothesis, took everything straight into her brain. The rest of the crew watched at their posts. "Doesn't seem like anybody's home," Broderson finished with a sigh. "Well, we'll explore, and maybe get a clue to when the next ship is scheduled in. Or figure a way to leave a note, or I don't know." Weisenberg frowned. "Someone's minding the store," he warned. "Or something is. Else that field would be covered by wind-blown dirt and brush taking root, not to mention animals making messes. Have a care how you approach." Yeah, good point. We'd better keep ourselves in gear, though. Stay tuned for another thrilling episode." After a conference inboard, Willowaw swung about and neared the base from above. She had a machine gun in either wing. Doja sent a burst. Nobody was present to be hurt or angered. And it was a simple, handy kind of probe. Rueda tracked it. Broderson monitored a camera for slow-motion playback under magnification. The bullet struck the diaphanous canopy. The tracers among them skittered fierily aside. Doja brought the boat around in a grab of swiftness and snarl of jets, and headed for clear sky. No person spoke until they had examined Broderson's record. Not a slug had penetrated more than a few centimeters before rebounding, flattened by the impact. "Ooh-ha," he muttered. "If we'd come sailing cheerily into that. Fidelio, have you any notion what it might be?" The Baton made an indescribable gesture. "Conceivably hypersonic waves of ultra-high amplitude, heterodyne to form a quasi-solid shell. Conceivably a more subtle and efficient type of field, unknown to my people. Pandoran ships descending must transmit a signal that turns it off for them. But I disbelieve the signal is one we could hit upon by trial and error." "Me too. Okay, what's next?" Broderson's question was rhetorical. From the beginning, they had expected to go out on foot, were determined to. Doja brought the flyer back down, low and slow. Midway between the base and the handsome complex, an opening in the forest seemed to offer a spot for a vertical landing and later takeoff. Doja descended ultra-cautiously, jets loud at their labor. Close scanning showed the ground did not yield under that pressure, save for the low ruddy growth on it. Nonetheless, he kept wheels retracted and extended skids, which he could drop off if they got mired or otherwise trapped. Willowaw came to a firm, level halt. The engines whined into a silence that rang in the ears. A popping in them followed, and a hiss, as air was bled out to equalize with the lower Pandoran pressure. Folk unbuckled. Kathleen beat Broderson to the kiss he had promised himself. "Well," he said, after shaking hands all around elsewhere, "let's commence. Get your firearms ready." Taking an automatic rifle, he writhed past seats in the cabin, went down a ladder to the belly of the vessel, and operated the airlock. Through that, he cycled as if into poison, which might be the case, no matter what the spectroscopes related. He didn't expect it. Ji Zhao Yuan had died on Beta from a lethal dose of naturally produced gas, but that was a most unlikely happenstance, unprecedented in the Baton's own experience. Still less plausible was catching a native disease, fungal, microbial, viral, anything, when the two most similar biologies known to Fidelio did not even base their heredities on the same nucleotides. Ordinarily, the expedition would nonetheless have proceeded more deliberately than this, sending remote-controlled machines out to collect samples for analysis in a segregated chamber before the first member ventured forth, and maybe quarantining him afterward. Chinook, however, lacked trained personnel. Therefore the skipper claimed the proud privilege of being guinea pig. He swung himself out, to the ground, and stood as if in a dream. Me, old Dan Broderson. I have betrod a new world. The first man ever. Feeling almost giddy, he stooped to touch the soil, grub some up, roll it between his fingers. It was warm and dry and smelled like charcoal. Heat smote him, savage as in the Sahara Desert. Parched, the air sucked moisture from his nostrils till they stung, lips till they cracked. Though its rarity dulled hearing somewhat, a wind boomed loud, making branches creak and fronds rustle. He felt it like a breath from a furnace. Tarry odors filled it. He peered around. Now that he was outdoors, the green glare changed colors more than he had awaited. On springy, dull red turf, murky boles and limbs rising 3 or 4 man-heights, deep-hued serrations that grew from them, shadowy reaches beyond where bushes cast back sun-flecks in mica-like glints, the skin on the back of his hand. The sky brooded Tyrian. A dozen winged creatures flapped across, bronze bright. Midget flyers that could not be insects returned, after the alarm of the landing, to buzz about. "Dan, darling love, how do you fare?" Kathleen's dread ripped from his walkie-talkie. "Fine," he answered. "Honest, calm down. Sit back, remember our doctrine of caution, wait till I'm sure." "I won't be sure, of course," he thought. "Never can be. Might be inhaling death at this minute." He found that the idea didn't worry him, far-fetched as it was. Then why do I hate the notion of letting Pegeen come out? I can't postpone that much longer. Stumping around, he noticed for the first time how he weighed a little more. Pandora's gravity exceeded Earth's by a few %. On a log inside the woods, he spied a cat-sized animal, and froze while he stared. It was a tailless quadruped with glabrous, pale blue, shiny skin, a beak, 3 eyes, the third on the back of the head, and a fan-like dorsal fin. Noticing him in turn, it folded that member and bounded off. "Too fast for a reptile or lower-grade critter like that," Broderson said, when he had given a description over the radio. "Equivalent of a terrestrial mammal? I don't know, but I expect I'd never have seen it, if my shape and smell weren't too outlandish for instant recognition. My guess is, therefore, that's the basic animal shape here. 4-limbed, 3-eyed, beaked. The sail may be a cooling device. Could have a sense organ built in, too, I suppose." The miracle of that small beast struck home in him. A whole evolution, an entire face of life itself. And Ira Quick wanted to keep humankind stanchioned in his sociological cattle stalls. Broderson continued. Partway around the glade he stopped once more. This time what he saw was a trail. Underbrush was scant and presented no real obstacle, yet a meter-wide strip of bare, hard-beaten loam ran straight into the forest, as nearly as he could gauge, straight toward the buildings that were his next goal. He stood thoughtful, in the blistering wind, before he continued his round. On the opposite verge he found the same trail, equally linear, likewise vanishing from his view into the depths. Game on Earth and Demeter didn't make that kind. When asked, Fidelio said the same was true on Beta. Well, Pandora could be different. Broderson led the way down the path, followed Indian file by Kathleen, Doja, and Fidelio. The party bore weapons, walkie-talkies, canteens from which they often swigged, light backpacks of assorted gear. Rueda stayed behind in the boat. He had objected strenuously, but such a reserve was essential, and he was the logical choice. Save for windsough and an occasional croak or trill, the forest was quiet. Trees, they looked more like giant succulents of varied species, and canebrakes grew well apart, probably for lack of water. But their widespread foliage made a roof, so that shadows speckled by green sunbeams turned the surroundings just a little cooler than the open was. Now and then a creature droned or fluttered or scurried by. Once the party glimpsed at a distance an animal as big as a pony, likewise bearing a dorsal fin, but on the whole this was an unfruitful wilderness. "Life swims upstream till overwhelmed and sunk," Fidelio had philosophized. When the son of Pandora began to betray it, higher species must have died, unless the sapients took a few along when they fled. There remained lesser, simpler breeds, and evolution started over. The sun did not change too fast for them in the next few million years. He had drooped his whiskers, a sign of regret or pain. It will. Another massive extinction, another rally, another and another, though I think each is more weak and starveling until the end. When will Pandora lie wholly bare? In 1 billion years, perhaps. 1 billion years. Broderson remembered as he walked. Counting to 1 billion, at a standard rate of 4 numbers per second, would take, he had checked a minicomp, almost 8 years. 1 billion real-time years. That's a mighty long rearguard action to fight against the Norns. Though does any race of beings ever fight anything else? The walk was brief. Through an afternoon that would linger for Earth days, they came out beneath brazen heaven and saw the houses of unknownness. Only turf, brush, and younglings of larger plants grew right around them. Cliff-like, rainbow-like, walls lifted sheer until they became intricately recessed, colonnaded, intermingled. No doors or windows broke their smoothness. A portal did give on a courtyard. Broderson took his followers through. Here also nature strove to return. Roots had not split paving or siding yet, but low vegetation decked corners where dust had gathered, and tendrils crawled up convoluted pilasters. A creature flew from a gallery. Had it a nest there? The newcomers paid scant heed. In the middle of the yard was a pair of statues. The pedestals were stone. The sculpture in the same, ? In parentheses, perdurable material as the facades. Realistic tints lent a conviction that these were portraits. The entities represented were twice human height, which might be art, but which Broderson suspected was truth. Nudity revealed them as 2-sexed. Probably, Fidelio said, and Broderson remembered reading about a plaque on the first things man had sent out of the solar system. Bulky, short-legged, long-armed, stub-tailed bipeds. They had 3 eyes, but flat, beakless countenances. A blueness covered them that was not hair or scales or feathers. The catalogue of their appearance could go on. In 4-fingered hands, one held aloft a hammer and unmistakable wood axe, one a sheet of hide or fabric which bore pictographs, or hieroglyphs, or— No matter how foreign the shapes, their stances bespoke tranquillity. After silence had lasted, Kathleen murmured, "Good fate to you, people of Pandora." "Or are they the others?" Doja asked in as hushed a tone. Broderson shook his head. "Hardly," he answered. "The others build moon-heavy machines out of star stuff for crossing the universe, space and time both. They wouldn't bother with this kind of thing." "Could the Pandorans be apprentice others?" Kathleen wondered. Doja turned pragmatic. "Are these Pandorans? How can we tell?" "I think they must be," Fidelio replied. "They have the 4-limbed trioptic anatomy. Features like the dorsal fin and beaks instead of jaws doubtless stem back to primitive animals from which the higher forms of the present epoch developed." As if placental mammals died out, or evacuated Earth, and ages afterward new species arose whose ancestors were platypuses. Broderson thought, or lizards or worms. "Well, let's poke around," he said. There must be a way into the buildings, but none existed that the strangers could find. "They return at intervals and clear away the weeds in this area," Broderson posited, "else it'd be choked." "How often, though?" Doja demanded. "To estimate that," Fidelio said, "we would have to know growth rates. Those would take us a year or 2 to learn, and then we would merely have a guess. 10 years? 20? You could establish yourselves here. The gravity would suit your bodily needs, but I do not imagine you could live off the country."
Kathleen winced and hugged him. He had less than 1 year. He gave her a moment's response before his whisker-dithering, tail-twitching curiosity took over again. "Uh-huh," Broderson said slowly. "It doesn't seem practical. I did think we might leave a message, maybe engraved on stainless steel, set next to these figures. Symbols that read, quote, 'We're lost. We plan to grope on through gate after gate according to such and such a pattern, but please come after us.'" "Would they pay any attention?" Doja challenged. "Would you not?" Kathleen flung back. He nodded. "But how shall we be making them understand?" she inquired of Fidelio. "I seize no slightest idea," he admitted. "In 8 years of intimate relationship with your expedition, we achieved a little comprehension back and forth, and it seems our two races are more alike than most." He sat for a while on feet and flukes, a long, graceful mahogany shape among oven-hot, high-colored walls. The claws and webs of an upper hand closed on his muzzle. The fingers of both lower hands were bridged. "No," he said at last, croaking and piping the Spanish that perhaps hurt his throat. "I sense nothing. Remember, if you do go on, you go on at the risk of emerging on emptiness. The Pandorans are not the others. Unless they know the others, why should they necessarily more than your folk or mine? Even if they can translate your appeal, they would be sending a crew in your wake at the same hazard. Kathleen, female of love, would you order that?" She stood dumb. After another while, Fidelio said, "For my part, I am very willing to swim with the school. You may choose to stay, in hopes of help before your supplies are gone. My counsel, which could be wrong, is that you seek onward. But make your own judgment, dear friends." "No!" burst from Kathleen in English. "A Selkie like him to be dying on this mummy world? If he cannot have the sea back, let him at least have stars." Broderson smiled sadly and laid a hand on her shoulder. "You're too fast off the mark, honey," he reproached. "I wanted to say that." They could do nothing more as they were, and the heat was sapping them. Sunburn would hit them, too, quicker and crueler than on Earth, if they didn't take care. "We'll quit for now," Broderson told Rueda over the radio. "Rest a few hours in the boat. You keep that air conditioner going, hear me? And figure what to try next. Maybe we should snoop around the landing field in case we can learn something. Maybe we should rig ladders to reach these high-level arcades. Or maybe we should take off right away, though personally I'd rather not. Anyhow, we'll be along pronto." "I'll have food ready for you," Rueda promised. The party went out through the portal in no special order and started across the more or less open section of second growth that separated it from the virgin stand. The green sun scorched and glowered. The wind resounded. Fidelio cried aloud. Not before had the humans heard surprise and agony in a baton voice. Broderson saw shafts fly from the woods, short, thick, veined at the rear, with triple-barbed metal heads. "Drop!" he roared, and hit the dirt himself. His rifle snarled, spraying the forest, ripping chunks off its suddenly nightmare stems, raking in among them. A high ululation responded. Forth from the ambush sprang a couple of beings. Later, Broderson would learn that Kathleen had snatched the chance to turn her camera on them. For him, that was needless. He saw with total clarity, and he would not forget while he lived. They were bipeds, slender, chest high to him. Their heads were three-eyed and beaked. Their hands had 3 evenly spaced fingers, their feet were hoof-like, their backs sprouted fins, their color was brown. They wore short trousers in whose belts were knife and tomahawk. One clutched a sort of crossbow. The other had been wounded. Black blood ran from an arm. They did not charge, but bounded off right and left while they shrieked. Broderson fired at the nearest. "Don't!" Kathleen shouted. "They're fleeing! Frightened! Damn, they have mines!" He let them go, but gave the woods a fresh burst. Doja joined in. More than 2 savages had been in that attack. No retaliation came. "Scared the lot of 'em off," Broderson decided. The pair who ran out were sheerly panicked. Maybe I nailed a few. Hope so. He released his trigger. A searing silence rolled over him, deepened by the wind. He rose to a crouch and looked around. No sign of further danger met him. "Stand guard, Steph," he directed. "If you think you see a movement, any kind of movement, shoot." He went over to Fidelio. The baton lay in a lake of blood. His was purple. More pumped out of the wound which the quarrel had torn through his body between the upper and lower arms. It had already soaked Kathleen, where she knelt trying to staunch the flow. She glanced at Broderson as he neared. "No use," she told him dully. "I've not the equipment, nor the knowledge, nor the time. A major artery, a vital organ." The flow was diminishing. Fidelio's harsh breathing was too, and he relaxing out of his death struggle. Kathleen moved to lay his head on her lap. The blue eyes sought toward her. "Fidelio," she said in Spanish, "can you hear me?" "Si," rattled faint. "Fidelio, we'll get home, and we'll help your people learn what they need to about our ways of love, though I think they've much to teach us of that." "Gracias." Broderson could barely hear. Kathleen stroked hands along his fur and sang very low. "Sleep, my babe, for the red bee hums the silent twilight's fall. Evil from the grey rock comes to wrap the world in thrall." She had sung it for Broderson's children, the ancient Garten mother's lullaby. The melody was beautiful. "Alent van Och, my child, my joy, my love, my heart's desire. The crickets sing you lullaby beside the dying fire." Broderson left them alone, and taking every soldierly precaution possible, went to scout the thickets. He found no killed or wounded, though wet black splashes told him he'd hit oftener than once. Probably the band had borne its casualties away, as a troop ought to. He gathered a few dropped weapons for later examination and returned. By then, Fidelio was gone. Having reported to an appalled Rueda, Broderson commanded, "No, you stay put. This space here is too small for a safe landing, especially when you'd have to work the boat alone. You ought to be secure enough, but if in doubt, scramble. Willowaw's too much a key to everybody else's survival to jeopardize on our account." After a protest, "Shut up, mister, and obey orders." He turned to Kathleen and Doja. "Okay, let's start. You in the middle, Pegeen. Keep alert. Fire on the slightest suspicion. We'll hold fast in the boat till Chinook's ready to receive us." She pointed mutely at the shape below her feet. He shook his head. "No, we can't. When we might be bushwhacked on our way. I won't organize a detail to recover him afterward, either. Wish we could, but— Would you want your friends to endanger their lives for your corpse? I can't believe he would. Come along." Chapter 35. The spaceship blasted, away from the planet, back to the T-machine for her next leap. On the first even watch after mess, the common room lay unused. Nobody wanted to look at Pandora and its green sun, nor confess dauntedness by suggesting view screens be turned off. In pairs or alone, crewfolk drifted to their quarters. Broderson and Kathleen lowered their bed because only thus could they really sit next to each other, leaned against pillows and bulkhead. They had put on pajamas, which they seldom did, and poured stiff whiskies. Their adjacent hands were linked. The liquor slopped about in his tumbler. He took a draught of its smoke and fire, and another, and saw his grip grow steadier. "Oh, God, Pegeen, oh, God," he groaned. "I lost a crewman again. I did." "It couldn't be helped, darling," she answered. "Nobody blames you." "Except me." She let him stare at nothing and gulp air for half a minute before she put her drink on a side shelf, took him by the jaw, and dragged his head around to face her. "Now that will do, Daniel Broderson," she snapped. "It's pitying yourself you are, the which is the lowest emotion there is." He met her gaze, stern in a frame of unbound bronze hair, swallowed hard and nodded. "Yeah, you're right, and I'm sorry. It was a damnable shock, but I should have taken it like a man." She put her arm about his neck. "No, dearest, don't feel at fault about that either." You've borne a load you can let go at last. Must let go. She kissed him, long though tenderly rather than passionately. When they were at ease, she sighed, "Truth to tell, I've no great fret about you. Phil Weisenberg, however, I fear he's in a bad way." "Huh?" "Well, he skipped dinner, but a setback like this could destroy anybody's appetite." Kathleen bit her lip. "You didn't hear him when he called me to say he'd be absent, nor did you see him when we embarked. Or afterward, while we made ready to boost. Oh, aye, you saw him, but you can't have noticed. You'd too much else on your mind. He's being a quiet, efficient, polite robot." Broderson scowled. "That's rough news for sure." Kathleen squeezed his hand. "Don't take on this worry yet, my heart. Let me see what I can do. You're old friends, I know, but I've a notion he'd not open to you simply for fear of adding to your burdens. He may find me safer." Well, you do have a gift." "All right." Broderson drank further. Abruptly, hoarsely, "Maybe you can guess why those devils attacked us." Kathleen gathered words. "They are not devils, Dan," she then said. Her tone was gentle. "They are intelligent beings like you and me, still hunters, whose few scattered dwellings in the wilderness we did not see from above. But our ancestors were the same not very long ago. Oh, glad I am we seem to have killed no one of them." "After what they did?" "Think. What are they? A race evolved from lower animals in the past few million years, after the sun changed." "Yes, that's obvious." "Think further, Dan. The older race had departed. They might come back on occasion, out of reverence or a sorrowful curiosity. But why would they establish that base, to hold a flotilla of ships and raise those buildings in the ancient style, and set forth images of themselves? Why, unless to help their successors? Abolish the worst horrors of such an environment. Give the new beings what is useful, as it might be iron for forging bolt-heads for the hunt. But a piece of technology at a time, maybe once in a century, so they can grow into the use, not the misuse." Kathleen laid a palm over Broderson's mouth. "Hush, Makushla, let me finish. I suppose the elders guide the whole younger culture in its development, or all of what different cultures exist on poor Pandora. I suppose, too, this guidance is even more slow and careful, not to wither the native spirit and genius, but to let them flower. That would explain, would it not, the statues, reminders of the teachers who return after generations and reopen their school. Teachers that I think do everything they can not to become gods. In the end, though, well before the planet is much worse burnt, there should be a civilization ready and able to move out among the stars." Kathleen smiled, sipped, brushed lips across Broderson's cheek. "Does that sound reasonable, my sweet?" she asked. "Well, we can't do more than guess." He banged his tumbler against his own shelf. "Why in hell's name did they shoot at us?" he rasped. "How could they know what we were? We none of us looked like the teachers. We could be demons invading their holiest shrine, or we could be two new kinds of beast, to kill as a precaution or to kill for meat. Fidelio said he thought this is the season of ingathering against a frightful winter, for mates, children, everybody they care about. He might have died in the wheel for evil cause. This was only because of a mistake and because of love. We didn't foresee. The universe took us by surprise. It always will, Dan, you know that." He nodded jerkily, drained his drink, set it down, and turned to her. "Pegeen, you make things good again." They clung to each other, nothing more. When she felt the tension going from him, she urged him with her arms to lie down. He closed his eyes. She kissed the lids. He smiled. She drew alongside him. Soon he was asleep. She had taken but little whiskey. Rising, she paced around barefoot, fingers tightly interlocked, a growing distress on her countenance. At length, after a glance at the man to make sure he was soundly at rest, she went to the private line intercom and punched a number. Weisenberg's voice dragged from the receiver. "Yes." "I hope I've not waked you," she said. "No, the hour's not late." A machine might have spoken. "What is it, Kathleen?" "I'd like to see you, if I may." He hesitated. "Is it urgent? I am tired. I'd be dismal company." "Company be blowed! Your job description does not include keeping me amused. I want to come around for a bit and talk. Kick me out whenever you wish." "Well, if you insist." "Thank you, Phil, dear. I'll be there in 2 quantum jumps." She lingered only for a smile at Broderson. Rounding the corridor, she encountered Leno. Fully clad but unkempt, he prowled with a marijuana cigarette reeking in his fingers. He and she stopped on the spot and stood a few seconds. "Good evening to you," she ventured. His look went up and down and across her. The pajamas she wore were thin. "Where are you bound?" he demanded. "I've business that won't wait, Marty, and beg your pardon for that." She started past him. He lifted a hand as if to take hold of her, but let it drop. She came to Weisenberg's door and went on through. He saw. Having secured the latch, Kathleen paused a moment. A single fluoro lit the room, set to the minimum short of switching off altogether. The data screen that could bring forth most of humanity's heritage was dark. Weisenberg sat slumped in the dusk. His wrists dangled off the chair arms. His chin drooped nearly to the breast. He raised his head by degrees. "Hello," he recited. "Can I offer you something?" "Aye, but I think not liquor. Stay where you are, Phil." She released a chair and carried it over to seat herself opposite him. He let his glance fall back down. "My apologies. I told you I'm tired." "If you were healthy tired, you'd be snoring." She leaned forward to catch both his hands in hers, warmth around chill. "What's wrong?" He forced each syllable out. "Don't you regret Fidelio's death?" "Regret is a shabby word for this." "Well, then, consider me in mourning for the second comrade we've lost." Weisenberg shivered a little. "I don't want to make a fuss. It's just I don't have your talent for—" He halted. "For what?" she asked mildly and inexorably. He gulped. "Please, don't misunderstand. No insult to you, Kathleen. No idea you don't feel as deeply, maybe more, but you do have your talent. You'll compose a song and exorcise the worst pain, the way you did for Sergei, won't you?" He swallowed anew. "I'd like to hear it when you do. It'll help." "No, Phil," she said. "I'll not be making any lament for Fidelio." Startled, he looked up, straight at her. "That wouldn't be right, you see," she explained. "I did not know him, not truly. None among us but the emissary folk did. Joelle Key best, I suppose, and how much she? Me, what can I tell of him? The bare, bleached bones of what happened, nothing of his. I'll not give him a song that to me is mechanical. He was worth more than that." "I don't quite understand." Her lips quirked. "Aye, you're not a bard." "We're a queer breed." She withdrew her clasp on him, but not her gaze, sat back and said, "Think on this. It didn't shatter you when Sergei went, though you'd been his shipmate over and over, and though you shared being human, with the insight and fellow-feeling that means. Honor and affection to Fidelio's memory, but we were not close to him. It was never possible, nor he to us. Well, may we mourn him, as you said, Phil. However, you meant grieve, which is not so." He winced and tightened his mouth. "Easy, dear, easy," she said. "What's to fear? What's to be humble about? Something else broke you this day, and I'm thinking I know what it was." A thin cloud of anger gathered on him. "See here. You mean well, but I've no patience with parlor analysis. If you'll excuse me, I'd like to turn in." She raised a palm and chuckled. "I'll thank you to use the language of my profession correctly, Philip Weisenberg. I've no intention of analyzing you in the parlor or out of it. What I said was, it's plain to see where your trouble lies, in a place that does you credit." He gaped, caught himself, attempted to make a retort. She went on before he could, seriously, while again she took his hands. "When Pandora failed us too, and in such a grisly fashion, when we must carry on this wild hunt, and on, suddenly you could take no more. You have been the tower of strength, ever calm, ever steady, more even than Dan. You may not have had your shoulder cried on, though it will be no surprise to me if you have, but yours was the presence of courage and sanity, which, simply by being there, helped us beyond our telling. You never took from us. In your quiet way, you always gave." "Well, who gave to you?" "Now, when anew you've had dashed from you the hope of coming back to the family that is so dear—" Kathleen rose to bend over him and hug him. He stiffened and tried to pull free. She would not let him. Her tresses tumbled over his white crew-cut. All at once he caught at her, lost his face in the softness of her bosom, and began to weep. "Sarah, Sarah." She flowed onto his lap and embraced him more closely, not flinching when his grip grew too tight. He was only on the rack for a couple of minutes before he fought for control. "I'm sorry, Kathleen. I never meant—" "Hush!" She kept him against her. "It is not unmanly to cry. Achilles did. Cuchulainn did." "I know, but present circumstances. Bad for morale. Why, there's none but the two of us here, Philip, and I'll not be telling. We share tonight. We share." She heard him out about his wife and children and grandchildren. When, during this, his legs grew numb, she lowered the bed that they might sit side by side. Later, when his head drooped, she suggested he undress and lie down. He made an embarrassed noise. She laughed and buried her eyes in the crook of an elbow. "No peeking," she vowed. "Tell me when you're acceptable. I aim to see you well asleep." Weisenberg heeded her wish. She tucked the blanket around him, perched on the bedside, and led him to talk further. In the course of that, she related what she deemed was the truth about the Pandorans. He said it was a comforting idea. Yet he couldn't drowse off. He kept beginning to, and awakening with a gasp. "I'd give you a bottle or a joint or a pill," she told him at last. "But for you in this hour they are wrong. They don't care." She swung herself across him and slipped beneath the covers. "Hey!" he exclaimed, as her arm went over his breast. "Wait! What are you doing?" "You need to be held, Phil, and kissed some. Would your Sarah really mind?" No, but—" He grimaced. "I'm old. I'm awfully tired. Did I ask you for anything save that you'll learn you are not alone?" She reached for the nearby light switch and darkened the room. Then she caressed him and murmured to him, as a mother might do to a child, for a long while. Finally he lay easily breathing. She began a careful disengagement. His clasp remained, and she slipped back down beside him. "Kathleen," he whispered, half in and half out of dream. She made slow and gentle love to him. After that, and a few endearments, he fell altogether asleep. Kathleen shut the door behind her and turned toward the captain's cabin. Leno came around the curve of the hall. In its chilled silence, his footfalls thudded audibly and unevenly. He stopped when he saw her, put left fist on hip, brought right hand to his mouth for a drag on his latest reefer. "Well," he said, "good evening twice. You have been having a good evening, Miss Mulryan, I trust." "Yes and no," she replied levelly. "Phil and I had an important matter to discuss." He lifted his brows. His eyes raked her tousled slenderness. Where her thighs met, her pajamas were moist. "Discuss," he said. "Yes, indeed. And what was the subject?" "Marty, dear, you know better than to be asking that. We've little enough privacy as is. Or was it the pot that asked? How many of those have you had? Were you pacing this circle throughout the hours?" He bridled. "Don't call me dear. Am I to call you enemy instead?" She stepped nigh. He made as if to retreat and preserve his personal space intact, but congealed. She laid a hand on the back of his neck. Her green gaze captured his. "You too are hard hit. You too have been flailing about trying to regain your balance. Is that not so? Your way is wrong, though. It can but worsen things for you." He showed his teeth. "What's your way?" he snapped. She considered him for a moment, before a smile grew upon her. "Well," she answered, far down in her throat, "it works." He stared. Her hips undulated as she brought her free hand to his waist. "We've unfinished business, you and I, Marty," she told him. He sought to back off. She held him. "You were overwrought last time," she said. "Maybe you've no idea how often that is the case. You gave me no chance to help. Not really, much though I wanted to. Ever since, I've been wanting more and more to." "Do you mean—" He couldn't go on. She plucked the cigarette from his fingers and dropped it to the deck. The carpet would take no harm, and the regular clean-up would collect stub and ash. "I told you, that's the wrong way, Marty, darling." He seized her to him. Not long afterward, in his cabin, he lay back on his pillow, looking pleased and dazed. She snuggled. "There now, you see, wasn't I right?" she inquired. "You were," he muttered. "Sure. Thanks, Kathleen." With a slight effort, while he stared through half-shut eyes at the overhead, "Thank you. I'm afraid I was too quick. Would you like to spend the rest of the night watch here?" "That I would. It's a shameless, greedy hussy I am." She kissed him. He responded vigorously. They had slept a short span, and coupled a third time, and were resting against the bulkhead, as she and Broderson had done hours ago. The cabin felt warm and full of animal odors. Morn-watch was near. "Can you join me tonight?" he asked. Not to intrude on Dan or anything, but if you can, it would be wonderful." "How badly do you want me to?" she replied. "I'm sure Frida could—" She grinned. "Squeeze you in?" He hugged her. His voice dropped into upland dialect. "Neil have I for to down say Frida, Kathleen. But you're long ways prettier, and yea, livelier still." "Ah, good. Pretty, lively. If that's all, I'm glad." "What?" He swung his head about to look at her. She looked back. "Why, I feared you were in love with me. That could tear you apart." Shocked, he protested. "I am, Kathleen." "You said no word about that this evening. Wait, please. Let me finish. I'm not the least hurt or offended. Think how inconvenient it would be if every man alive desired me. I do believe you've become my good friend, Marty, and treasure that." She embraced and kissed him. He scarcely reacted. When she let him go, he regarded her in a kind of horror. "Kathleen Hartling, I do love you," he said raggedly. "By me you're the most fair that ever did walk." She sat erect. Her tone lashed. "Then why could you not have me until you saw me as a slut?" He choked. She pursued, jabbing a finger at his breast. "Listen to me, Marty Leno. Bear in mind, I'd not be taking this trouble did I not care for you. Easier to give you your pleasure and let you wallow in your smugness. Easier for both of us, no doubt, while this voyage lasts. But it may not last till our small doomsday. We may find our way home. In that case, in due course, you'll want to marry. Wait! You're about to say you'll marry me. I warn you that's impossible. But whether or not makes no difference. Surely you'll want a wife you respect. A wife you take pride in. Marty, how are you going to be a husband to a woman you respect?" Afterward, when the shouting was done and the pain had subsided, they lay quiet. She whispered into the hollow between his neck and shoulder, "Oh, forgive me. I judged this must be done to you, for you, sometime, and how better than by a near shipmate? The more so when I know well old habits of thinking cannot be changed in a day. And here we have weeks, months, maybe years. Never fear. I'll not be prying into how you felt about your mother or your sister, especially Liz." He flinched. "No, dear Marty, I won't. It's not needful, nor decent, I believe. You already have the knowledge in your brain. You've only to get it into your bones, the knowledge that we women are not vessels of holiness, forever defiled if we let in the same kind of honest lust that you know. We are hardly different from you there, nor you from us in your fragility. Kathleen, the wife you may get may well choose to be none but yours, as Liz has chosen thus far with Dan. There's nothing amiss with that, if it's what the two of you really wish. But she has the same right to freedom, every kind of freedom, as you do. And if she claims it, she becomes not the less. She becomes the more. Aye, freedom can be lonely, can be frightening. Wherefore many persons forswear it, on their own behalf, or, what's truly evil, on everyone's. Yet I often think that it's what being human is about. Anything else, a beast or a machine can match. Freedom is ours. We abuse it. Indeed, we're but apes who have grown brains overlarge for our bodies. If ever we meet the others, we may begin to learn what freedom really is. Meanwhile, let's be as worthy of it as we're able." Kathleen laughed softly. "Och, hear me preach. Marty, I must soon be about making breakfast, but first, if you're not over-wearied, which well you might be. Sure, and many a lad would, if you're not, I'd like to begin proving to you what I mean." Presently, amidst more laughter from them both, she said, "Oh, well, it will do no harm if just this once breakfast is an hour or two late, will it now?" Elsewhere aboard, folks slept. Frida and Dosia together, the rest by themselves. Broderson and Weisenberg peacefully, Joel heavily, under sedation, Rueda rolling about, Suzanne with a smile that came and went and came again. Under robot control, Chinook drove on toward the transport engine. Chapter 36. I was a child of the people. My father a man of the Corn Society. A respectable man, who would never in any way seek to thrust himself above others. Yet in the 10th month before I was born, on a night when he and his fellows were in the kiva blessing their dead, my mother dreamed a strange dream. It seemed as if the Kachinas came and gently bore her down to their beautiful world below the world. Therefore, as she knelt on a mat, upheld by her sisters, and brought me forth, the men of my father's society, having been duly purified, danced certain measures, blew sacred smoke from their pipes, and prayed. They got no sign, good or ill, and so took me for what I was, another boy-baby, and presented me to the sun. Later I wailed and crowed and kicked and slumbered, was rocked in the arms of my parents and kin, drank life from my mother's breasts. She bore me on her back, strapped to a cradle-board, while she worked in the patches of beans, squash, and cotton. At those times my head was tightly bound against the wood to flatten my skull and make me handsome. Soon, though, I was toddling about in care of older children. We infants played many happy games, seldom broken by a tear-squall. However, my earliest memory is of a raven winging by. I stood near the cliff edge. Across from me, the far wall of the canyon climbed from depths of willow, through juniper and cactus, to rise at last naked. Amidst those greens, deep or dusty, the tawny blue-shadowed rock, the heat and light and stillness and resiny smells, all under a sky where sight could lose itself forever. Oh, there went that proud, bright blackness, flying. Our pueblo was built halfway up the canyon side on a ledge. The heights above gave shade when summer afternoon blasted. We had neither the greatest nor the least community on that mesa where the people dwelt. Adobe walls were thick and strong, their roughness pleasant to touch. Rooms within were dim but comfortable at every season. Ladders went from level to level, and we were always using them, to go work or go visit. Though we set store by proper manners, I remember much merriment. Possessing a nearby spring, we took the trail down to the river for fishing or purification, or the gathering of herbs. Or in hot weather, coolness, when the young romped on sandbars, while the elders sat in grave cheerfulness. Other trails led to the top, where our crops grew, and we cut wood, having first explained our need to the trees, hunted, hiked to different pueblos, sought oneness with the spirits in dream or meditation. There on a clear night, as most nights were, a man saw stars past counting, more stars than darkness, thronged around the backbone of the world. A full moon blurred that splendor, but set the land mysteriously aglow. Yes, creation was full of light. Even the mightiest rainstorms, cloudbursts, blazed as well as crashed. Even our dead, for whom we broke our finest pottery to bury with them, even our dead saw shiningness in the world below the world, or when they came back to us unseen. I grew, duty by duty. For a start, I helped keep watch on weanlings. Later I helped cultivate the corn, that being a right of males. Later still, I carried burdens and wielded tools too heavy for women. Led by my seniors, I went hunting, woodcutting, traveling. I partook in ceremonies suitable to my years. In this wise, I learned what a man ought to know. Apart from a few tasks that were overly hard or dull, we enjoyed whatever we did. As for those which nobody liked, besides the reward of knowing we kept the pueblo alive thereby, we made them as gladsome as might be. Thus, to name a single one, when the women ground the corn the men had brought in, after we had cleaned our buildings in order that the corn would feel happy to enter, they made a party of it, chattering away over the metates while a man stood in the door playing the flute for them. As my limbs lengthened, everybody marked how I took after my mother in looks, nothing of my father about me. This caused some gossip among the low-minded. It died out because the people take doings between man and woman as ordinary rather than sacred. Yet nothing good is not sacred. My father simply agreed this was a token I should not join his society when I came of age, but my uncle's. It would have been the usual outcome anyhow, since we reckon descent and inheritance through the female line. No matter what has happened since, I may not and will not tell of my initiation rites, save that they ended down in the kiva when the spirits rose from the sipapu to bless us. There I joined the herb society. This caused me to spend years studying which plants can heal, which hurt, which numb pain, which lend flavor, which cause weird dreams and are to be avoided, and how to talk to each kind of plant in respect and love. Meanwhile I married, founded a household, carried on the work of a husband. My wife was an upright lass, who quickly became more winsome to me than moonrise or yucca blossoms. And when she gave me my first child, to carry forth and show to the sun. We knew more than joy, of course. Some of us got crippled. Some took sick, and we could not make them well. Many died young, and at best we would grow old, teeth worn to the gums, flesh wasted. Blindness and deafness closing in, till we were no longer of use. However kindly children and grandchildren cared for the old, reminding them of how they had cared for the newborn, perhaps this hurt worst. More and more we suffered raids from the nomads below the mesa. These lopers in sagebrush, brothers of the coyote, had bows more powerful than ours, and lived for war. In my day they captured a pueblo, tortured to death what men they had not killed, outraged the women before bearing them off, and left the children to wither. This recalled to us ancient means of defense we had been neglecting. After such a punishment, we learned how to stand siege till hunger drove the wild packs off. Nevertheless, I remembered dreadful battles. Their fanged souls alone did not make them assail us. Want likewise did. In my day, the drought stuck. We knew of 2 rainless years in a row, and the legend said they had been plenty bad. Now we counted 3, 4, 5. Our crops shriveled. Our seeds failed in the hard-baked soil, unless we endlessly lugged water. 6, 7, 8. Our sun smote us from a sky gone pale. The land shimmered in summer heat. Winters were dry, quiet, gnawingly cold. 9, 10, 11. We doled out what food we could scrabble together. The aged and the very young were perishing. 4 of my children did, 2 as I watched, 2 while I was off helping pray. The summoner came to me. I was born to the world which is not below the world, nor above, nor beyond, but which is the whole world. For that which followed, there are no words. Far less than for a night with the dearest woman, or a night in the kiva, or a night when your mother dies in your arms. There are no words. I was every god who had ever been, and understood everything that was. It is beautiful and terrible beyond any dreaming. More I cannot in this body remember. At the end, one said, that which I can only know as, "You will return to your life. If you wish, you may forget what has been here. Think well." Afloat in a mighty peace, I thought, until at last I said, "No, take not from me more than must be." Do I recall a cherishing laughter, which may also have been a weeping? I rejoined the people. They did not realize I had been gone. I had no way to tell them. I was still a man who rejoiced in his wife and living children and friends, who grieved for his hurt and dead. They did find me strange because of the long times I now spent apart from them, under the stars. 12 years, 13. We clung to the ancestral homes, the ancestral graves, as lichen does to a rock. But we are not lichen, it came to me. We are the people. And this is not a world forever fixed in a single harmony, which nothing but black magic can change. We do wrong to hang by the thumbs for witchcraft, men and women who are merely ill-mannered. I have learned that the world eternally changes, and is more vast and various than we can imagine. That may be good, that may be bad, but that is true. If we stay where we are, we die. We must move to better country. I talked, I prophesied, I raged. I thrust myself above others, and was scorned for it. I fared off by myself, and gathered knowledge of lands where we might go. With this in hand, I could reason among the people. I became a great healer, too, which showed I had the favor of the Kachinas. Finally, I led them away. Now we are prospering. Each year we build further on our new pueblo, in a place where summer is green, and the river runs bright between the cottonwoods. I shun honors they would give me, but I do claim the right to walk solitary whenever I wish, which is often, and free my soul to the stars. Yonder lies oneness. Will the summoner call me there again before I die, or shall I enter the earth? My strength is gone, and my eyes grow dim. Soon I shall be no more what I am, but something else, whatever it may be. Let me thank life for all that it gave. I was man. Chapter 37. Jump. There was a whirling sword of light. There was a tea machine, and a wondrous pair of moons for it. There was a stellar background. There was no sun to be seen. Slowly, it took whole seconds, Joelle drew her awareness back from the transcendence of a space-time crossing under holothesis. She need not focus vision on the spectacle in the screen. She could perceive directly through any scanner aboard. Her ears brought her Broderson's awed, "Jesus Christ! Oh, Christ, what is that?" from the intercom. Otherwise, the computer room was silent. Weightless in her harness, she might almost have been disembodied. Yet none of the rest could conceive how fully she was in and of the universe. Data overflowed her. A gamma-ray photon or a magnetic field was as real, as immediate as any sight or touch. Like a person suddenly put in an unknown setting, she turned manifold senses and magnified intellect on her surroundings and sought comprehension. "Joelle," Broderson begged, "have you got some idea of where we're at?" "Yes," replied a minute fraction of her. "A pulsar. I'll need much more information, of course. Don't start linear acceleration. It may well be unsafe to leave the neighborhood of the machine. Put us in orbit around it, and stand by for further orders." "Aye." You hear, everybody? Keep your stations. Prepare to maneuver." The captain spoke shakenly. They didn't need her for the simple task. Navigational instruments and a computer in the command center, operated by Suzanne, sufficed. Joelle gave herself back to the cosmos. Knowledge came slowly, over hours, in that unearthly environment. She made repeated mistakes, analogous to those made by ordinary humans in a room designed to foster optical illusions. Forces, energies, free atoms and ions and subnuclear particles were bewilderingly different in configuration and behavior from everything she was used to. The very beam of radiance, narrow, sweeping across night and stars in a blink of time, was hypnotic. The challenge made her undertaking thrice marvelous. And, in the programs, the databanks, her own memories, was a legacy from Fidelio. Best would have been to have him in linkage with her, but as she began to learn how the information should be employed, which he had left for her, she began to feel she would become the equal of the partnership they two had been. In a way, he was still aboard, a ghost within the machine and within her. That gave strength and peace such as nothing and nobody else could have done. Concept by concept, Joelle built a recognition of what lay around the ship. Chinook had come far through the galaxy, in the same spiral arm, but thousands of light-years closer to its cloud-veiled core. She had traveled futureward also by some millions of years. Where S. Doradus had been, in the larger Magellanic Cloud, there was a glowing nebula. The body here had exploded, itself a supernova, but long before she left home, back when dinosaurs walked on Earth, if that statement had any physical meaning. Rather, a giant sun had burst, strewing most of its substance into space for the nourishment of suns and worlds later to be born. The neutron star was a remnant, 2/3 the mass of Sol. Gravity had collapsed it until the diameter was a bare 20 kilometers. Few atoms existed within it. Instead was an ocean of elementary particles, as close together as quantum mechanics allowed, mercurially interchanging natures with each other at densities which men could measure but never conceive. A little of the star's material, caught up in the monstrous magnetic field which its spin generated, was cast outward through a pair of spirals until the speed approached that of light. Thereupon, this matter gave off synchrotron radiation, in thin beams with small dispersion, whose ardor equaled that of an entire soul. Most was at radio frequencies. The visible light was a tiny fraction of it. Astronomers with suitably tuned and sensitive receivers on distant planets which happened to lie in the path of the ray would mark a pulsar blinking. The others had built their engine to orbit in a plane normal to those energy torrents, at a distance of about 75 million kilometers. Closer, conditions would have been lethal, where infalling gas from space and the star's own chain violence created a maelstrom of hard radiation. Joelle wondered why the radius vector was not longer, much longer. As was, throughout its 157-day year, the construct must repeatedly be smitten by a fury that ought to be ruinous to it. That would surely vaporize any ship which chanced to emerge just then. No. A great round thing circled it. Joelle determined the period to be such that the object was always between T-machine and star during a transit. This was not a stable situation. But no doubt the device had robotic engines which readjusted its path as necessary. It was a shield. Another, bulkier thing likewise played satellite to the machine, in a way which, given occasional compensation, likewise put it behind the shield when protection was needed. And what the hell might that be? Broderson asked the heavens. He, Doja, Weisenberg, and Granville took Willowaw forth on exploration. By telemetry and audio-visual transmission, Joelle followed along. The data flow to her would have been maddeningly slow and incomplete were a holothete not above impatience. Between inputs she had everything else to consider, to dwell in. Nonetheless, she was with them immensely more than Rueda, Leno, von Moltke, or Mulryan, straining eyes and ears before the screens, could surmise. Understanding better what the investigators found than they did themselves, Joelle was presently telling them what to search for and how, and what their discoveries meant. The shield was a curved shell. Its mean density was about the same as that of the cylinder. No doubt the same kind of force bound it together. It was about 5 kilometers across, ample to intercept a fire beam a fifth as wide, adamant enough to reflect that energy without being damaged. The shape maximized diffusion of the image, thereby minimizing impact upon the star. Attachments around the circumference, some ponderous, some skeletal, probably generated fields to divert charged particles that might otherwise come storming past it and swing inward. A different apparatus at the center of the concave side was surely the motor that corrected the orbit. Joel could see all those shapes in a way that nobody else was able to, for they were not readily describable in man's speech, and could appreciate their exquisiteness. What Broderson and Company saw was impressive aplenty. The shimmering white shell athwart a black, many-glittered sky, the searing line of brilliance that whirled about it. Weightless though they drifted, they seemed to feel enormous powers at work. Silent though the gulf about them was, hiss and crackle out of radio receivers brought them the noise of a cosmos in travail. Joel had but the vaguest idea of how the thing was made or how it ran. The others knew laws of nature man or Baton had not discovered. That was no surprise. Did she ever meet them? She felt confident she, the holothete, could soon learn, converse, maybe enter their fellowship. Broderson conned Willowaw toward the opposite satellite. "Please," Kathleen said, well-nigh timidly, "eat this sandwich, drink this milk. It's starving you are." Beneath her helmet, Joel blinked. She wasn't hungry. But when had she last eaten? "The circuits ought to include physiological monitors of me," flashed through her. "Yes, that would be an interesting addition, albeit a minor one." She decided she'd do best to heed the girl's advice, and reached for the food and squeeze bottle. "You should sleep, too," Kathleen ventured onward. "You look like Death's discarded mistress. Remember how slow and cautious they're boosting the boat? They won't reach goal for many hours." Not getting her head snapped off, she continued, "Frankly, I think it's a mistake to have a water nipple handy for you, and yourself with direct connections to the plumbing. You should need to get out of that hookup several times a day at least." In free fall, unexercised, my heart shrinks, my blood stagnates, my bones atrophy. No part of the admonition felt real. It was certainly not important, unless in symbolizing a kind of apotheosis. The others aren't so plagued. They don't have to cram things down a reluctant gullet and excrete the dirty residue. "When you're done," Kathleen pleaded, "let me take you to your cabin, give you a little physical therapy, put you to sleep. You're no use to anyone if you cave in. Your brain won't function properly if your circulation doesn't." She's right, damn her. Very well. Loosely harnessed in midair, Joel felt legs locked around hers, hands kneading her torso or flexing her limbs for her. Through the whole of her bare skin, Kathleen was warm and springy. She was having a period which sharpened the odor of her. A stray lock of hair waved past Joel's cheek, tickled, and carried a different scent, clean and bright. "I must admit your treatment feels good," she said. "I hadn't noticed how stiff I'd gotten." "You're in better form for your age than you deserve to be," Kathleen replied, bolder now. "That'll not last, though, unless you work out regularly." "I did, you'll recall, till we arrived here. Right now I can't spare the time." "Can't amputate myself from the glories around. How feebly alive I am at this moment." "You should. We've not so great a haste. I recommend men, too." Joel tautened. "I'm sorry," Kathleen said. "I'd no wish to pry. Still, you and Dan— You do truly understand, do you not? I've no jealousy about that." "How could you dare be jealous, the way you carry on?" Joel considered throwing back. She decided she didn't want to. The issue was supremely trivial. Besides, her nerves and glands told her, since I am out of circuit, I would enjoy it if he made love to me. No, fucked me, nothing else. I passive. The palms and fingers along her back raised heat. or this creature in this room with me? She is not equipped, of course, and doubtless not interested, but... No. Christine, no. Kathleen halted. "What's the matter?" she asked in alarm. "Nothing," Joelle coughed. "The hell, it's nothing. You jerked and tightened as though 1,000 volts had shocked you." Kathleen brought herself around face to face, at arm's length, lightly clinging to the older woman. Distress took hold of her countenance. "If you care to talk about it, I keep secrets well, and I've known a diversity of people. This day we share dread of what may happen to Dan. Would you like to share more?" Joelle shook her head till she grew dizzy. "No, it's nothing, I told you. But stop the massage. Give me a knockout pill good for 4 hours. I must be alert when the boat makes rendezvous." As Kathleen hesitated, she screamed, "That's an order, you tramp!" "No Christines. No Erics. I can't afford them. They hurt too much. Why take further pain? It's the merest epiphenomenon anyway, like its sister phantom Desire, which is also its mother. In the noumenon is peace. It never betrays. Let it be my lover, my life, while I remain sundered from the others." The second satellite was an argent ellipsoid, approximately 9 kilometers by 5, its major axis in the plane of its own orbit, and the T-machines. It circled not far beyond the outermost beacon, well inside the path of the shield. The resemblance of an object at its after end to the object within the shell confirmed Joelle's opinion that these were motors to counteract perturbation effects. Protrusions elsewhere were less identifiable, but were doubtless parts of instruments and, perhaps, communications equipment. Most of them made a lacework of metal, with here and there a phosphorescence or an aurora-like weaving of color, the whole sight very lovely against the stars. A flange around a segment of the satellite displayed curious scallopings, as well as enigmatic apparatuses. "You know," Broderson said, "I'll bet that's the dock, made to accommodate quite a few sizes and shapes of spacecraft." He suited up and flew from his vessel on a backjet to walk about and examine. The metal being non-ferrous, magnetic soles didn't aid him, but he'd slipped on a pair of sticky-coated asteroid miner's overshoes. Through a camera in his fist, Joelle saw the huge curve to his left, the unknown constellations to his right, toppling past the edge of the pier. Excitement vibrated in his voice. "It's our bad luck nobody's around just now, but they have been, and they will be. This place feels used." Nothing was quite fitted to Willowaw. Nevertheless, he found a niche into which the boat could ease. Probably one of the machines alongside would secure her, did he only know how to operate it. He settled for leaving Doja on unwilling watch, and led the rest off on foot and by personal rocket. A cavernous opening in the bow was the entrance to a tunnel which ran 3/4 the length of the station. For a station of some kind it must be. Lesser passages led off, branching and rebranching. Every wall shone, a soft light that spectrometers declared ranged from the near ultraviolet to the far infrared. For a variety of eyes, rails gave an opportunity to pull oneself along. At intervals were frameworks which might be rest stops or observation booths, or... Doors of assorted outlines were so smoothly fitted as to be nearly invisible, and no way appeared for opening them. "Each tenant has his key," Broderson hazarded. He said that because not every door was a silvery blankness. For whatever reasons, a number were transparent. A few did not even seem to be material, though if they were force fields they acted harder than steel. Looking, photographing, taking spectra, the humans glimpsed half a score of separate environments. Red murk or blue glare, or mildly in between, illuminations revealed austere cell, swirling mist, conservatory ariot with many-hued vegetation, through which jewel-like flyers darted, hologramic scene of a stony land, where yellow dust scudded beneath an orange sky. Moving mechanisms, sights less nameable than these. Indications were of atmospheres thick, medium, tenuous, which contained free oxygen or free hydrogen, or neither, at temperatures anywhere between the boiling point of nitrogen and the melting point of lead. In every case, what the humans saw was obviously an antechamber to a rich complex of living quarters, laboratories, God knew what else. The users did. The others did. Broderson said he felt sure a centrifuge room was always included, unless something more elegant was available, in order that visitors could enjoy home weight when they wanted. Visitors, speared through Joel. A galactic confraternity of minds, cultures, races, whom the others have found worthy and have prepared this mansion for. We are not among them. The hurt of that exceeded the hurt of having been human female. She cast it from her and immersed her consciousness, baptized it, in what else she was discovering. For actually the apartments were almost incidental to the explorers, found piecemeal as they wandered about in the labyrinth. What counted, what stunned, was the thing at its heart. There, the main corridor swelled to form a kilometer-wide spherical space. A three-dimensional web of wires provided ready access to its inner surface. Upon this were emplaced subtly contoured devices, across which played glows and rainbows. There were views of exterior space, too, not framed in any tangible screens, and there were displays. Displays. They were not pictures or dioramas, but moving, solid images made of light which was not confined to the human visible octave. They portrayed no species, but were wholly abstract. Shapes, hues, motions. A line, for instance, would flash into being to point at a number, which in turn was showed by an array of sparks. The nearest that any exhibit came to realism was in schematics of the pulsar. Or thus Joel supposed. Most of what she saw was incomprehensible, nothing but streaks, curtains, vortices, ribbons, cataracts. Probably they were intended for races whose visual conventions, maybe whose whole worldviews, were totally different from hers. She concentrated on the one that made the most sense. Before long, it made an enormous amount of sense. Not that it had been waiting for human beings in particular, but space-time must hold a good many creatures, besides the Batans who perceived it, and thought about it in ways not wildly unlike hers. Have the others prepared this for the benefit of any strangers who blunder in? Yes, I think they have. Representations of atoms, the periodic table, quantum states, and their changes. The nucleus of hydrogen-1 was a unit of mass, its neutral emission line in space a unit of length, the frequency an inverse unit of time. Between absolute zero, as indicated by the behavior of molecules, and fusion that exactly formed deuterium, the temperature scale was divided into degrees, 12 to the 12th power. Variations and reiterations made the initial presentations clear to a holothete. They developed. In due course came a demonstration of how to operate a specific device. You took a rod from a bracket and touched it to certain light spots in a certain sequence. "Proceed," Joel told Broderson. He obeyed. Information flooded her. It began as transmitted binary digits. They went swiftly on to form patterns she could recognize. Enough yes or no points in a coordinate space will completely describe an image, tone, mathematical function. Within minutes she learned that she ought to respond, and did through the ship's dish. Minutes afterward, the automaton had adapted its rate of sending, its whole approach, to the limitations of her equipment and the characteristics of her nervous system. Alone in the skull, that brain might have needed years to begin fumblingly to comprehend. Holothete, it could make 100 hypothetical interpretations in a second, test them against what it already knew, and thus, lopping off sterile branches, causing new ones to spring forth and reveal strength or weakness, work its way up a logic tree ever closer to the bowl that was truth. None in the ship but Fidelio could really have grasped what she did, and his ghost helped her onward. Yet she needed hours to find the central fact, days to see it in anything like fullness, so incredible was it. Upon the pulsar was life, intelligent life. Chinook swung around the tea-machine, its third moon. Willowaw had returned to her, the station being investigated as far as possible, which wasn't much. and communication started with it, which was perhaps completely open-ended, Broderson and his group could do little else there. One time Joelle realized transitorily that while she searched and called, her shipmates must be carrying on routines, games, intrigues, dreams, despairs, like paramecia in a drop of ditch water. The station robot guided her to contact with the Oracle, which was a creation of the others, but no automaton. Quasi-solid, subject to shuddering, splitting quakes, the surface of the neutron star lay beneath an atmosphere 6 millimeters deep. There, under a weight in the trillions of Earth gravities, at densities which were still higher multiples of Earth's, raw nuclei interacted in ways unthinkable elsewhere. Protons, neutrons, electrons, neutrinos, their antiparticles, fugitive higher elements, mesons of every kind, baryons, leptons, bosons, fermions, charm, spin, color, strangeness, fusing, sundering, turning into each other and back again, briefly orbiting, forming assemblages which might endure for whole microseconds. The matter of the star was as manifold, as changeable as the gas and water and dust that begot us. Life is not a thing, it is a way. It is a series of happenings. It is the evolution of patterns which carry information. It is growth and decay and regrowth. Wherever the possibility of this exists, life will be. When Kathleen heard, she said, "That's not chemistry, it's alchemy." Indeed, self-replicating structures on a subatomic rather than molecular level went beyond the physics known to human or Baton. Once she had encountered the Oracle, though, Joelle moved rather quickly toward understanding. In the mystical ecstasy of this deeper entrance into the ultimate, she lost sorrow as she lost self. She could have no discourse directly with the inhabitants of the pulsar. They were too short-lived. A few seconds, a few turnings of heaven, and such a less-than-microscopic being had finished its span. But so swift, so furiously energetic were the processes within it, that those seconds encompassed more perception and experience, more living, than a human century. To it, she was as inert as a stone was to her. The Oracle gave her a slowed-down playback from certain lives. She could follow mere snatches, random fragments of the stories. The heroes were too alien to her. She did come to see that they had been heroes. Exploring through 1 billion generations, they discovered the fire fountains which raged in magnificence upward and upward beyond sounding. In the haze of radiation that filled the world they knew, they had no idea of a sky. Now, there were mountains, many of which endured for whole years by Earth reckoning, the tallest of which reared 12 and 13 millimeters high. Seekers of knowledge set themselves to follow the course of the fire fountains by climbing. Dynasties of the bold came to be, parent, child, grandchild, great-grandchild, who toiled, suffered, risked, and at last died in the great venture. Civilizations rose, flourished, and fell while the climbers fought their way on, a generation bequeathing to the next a base that was farther aloft. Many among them perished, and more despaired when they reached the limits of the air. But a council of the undaunted prevailed, and work began on a tunnel up through a chosen mountain. 1,000,000 lifetimes later, through a transparent dome, a colony at the peak beheld whither the fire fountains went, beheld the stars. Was that sheer indomitability? Joelle wondered. Or did the Oracle give them heart to continue striving through the human equivalent of a geological era? She lacked language to ask that question, and doubted, in any case, that the Oracle would make such a claim. It was beyond pride. It had been fashioned by the others to dwell on the pulsar. Gigantic beside the natives, virtually immortal, it kept its place, which became a shrine unto them. Self-aware of an intelligence to match hers when she was in holothesis, it still felt no loneliness, no dullness, ever, for it shared in the doings, the thoughts, the very souls of yonder entities. She speculated about quasi-telepathy via modulation of the strong nuclear forces, but the vocabulary she had in common with it was too primitive, a kind of sign language, for her to inquire. It would counsel them when they wished. though she got an impression its pronouncements were deliberately as ambiguous as those spoken at Delphi, lest it cause in them a pseudomorphosis that would stunt the maturing of their innate powers. It had recorded and gave back to them, when they desired, entire histories of theirs, vanished nations, forgotten achievements. Mainly, it mediated between them and outsiders. Messages passed from it to the station and back over a medium which could carry them. Quark beams? The station relayed by various means, including radio. The Oracle slowed down or speeded up transmissions according to who was receiving. Thus, through it, the inhabitants of the star and the visitors who fared hither to learn about the star were enabled to know something of each other. That might be the closest these people could come to sharing in the brotherhood which the others fostered. Or it might not. Broderson secured himself by a hand-grip on a table and confronted his folk in the common room. At his back a view-screen showed the revolving rays, sword blades, clock hands, nearer, brighter. Soon the shield must ward off that wrath. "We can't stay here much longer," he told them. "You know that. Even before free fall causes irreversible changes in us, we'll have exceeded a safe radiation dosage. The background count is just too goddamn high, and our protections are inadequate. We can retreat to a safe distance and wait, in hopes of somebody who can help us arriving before we starve. Of course, that means converting the ship to spin mode. She'd never boost again. However, it might pay off. We might get a free ride home. Joelle, you've said bloody little to anybody these past weeks. We've borne with you, knowing how tough your job must be. Learning a Baton lingo from scratch was a picnic by comparison, I'm sure. But today we've got to have a report from you. I've asked you to give it to us all, because it concerns us all." "Okay. If you please, proceed." Floating beside him, before the rest of them, she thought wearily that she saw shock lingering on faces. I do look awful. The mirror had shown hair become a matted gray mane, eyes sunken and dark-rimmed and bloodshot in a visage that was hardly more than skin stretched across a skull. Body turned lank and yellowish, hands which sprouted untrimmed fingernails and continually trembled. Oh, curse this abominable flesh that will not let me stay in communion with the Oracle. She mustered dryness. I should emphasize that my exchanges have been rudimentary. In spite of computer enhancement, in spite of unstinted cooperation from my opposite number, I don't have enough years left in me to figure out the complete language. A transmission lag of minutes doesn't help either. I may well be totally misinterpreting various things, including what's crucial to us. We would be nowhere without you, Suzanne Granville said, arm in arm with Carlos Rueda. Joelle drew breath. Well then, if you'll bear those reservations in mind. The others built the station because they knew that spacefaring species would want to study a world so unique. I merely guess that they trust that through this study, both the star-dwellers and the outsiders will grow a little, will come a little closer to being what they are. I haven't been able to find out whether they manifest themselves directly to any of the races concerned, but my impression is they don't. Probably they come on their own to hear out the data, the biographies the Oracle has been preparing for them. They share, then, Kathleen breathed. Their wish is to know the lives that are on every world. The better to love? They certainly knew us well before they programmed that robot at the Solar System T-Machine, Frida said. What oracle did they plant on Earth? Nothing like this one, obviously, Broderson said. Go on, Joelle. A number of advanced societies have found their way here, presumably by trial and error. The holothete proceeded. They send scientific expeditions from time to time. There's no set schedule, and nobody comes frequently. Remember how much else a race will have to engage its attention and effort once it's learned the routes through several gates. Quite possibly, one or two may visit inside the next decade. But they don't know how to reach Sol or Phoebus or Centrum. How could they? The Oracle itself doesn't know. Into a shaken hush, she said hastily, I have made progress. If we could stay where we are, in communication range, I'd make more. The Oracle seems willing to tell me anything, but we can't. So I've concentrated on asking it about the stargates themselves, and I've gotten an inkling. I can't calculate where and when a particular path will fetch us out. However, given what I've learned here, I can make a probabilistic computation of the magnitude and direction of that transit. What's more important, I can make a pretty good estimate of how likely it is that another T-machine will be at the end of a gate. The others continue building them, you see. Laughter rattled around her larynx. That word, continue, is a classic example of a meaningless noise, isn't it? Excuse me. I've gotten out of the habit of being limited to my natural brain. The point is, the others don't work at random. They know the plenum better than that. They're always expanding their frontiers. For knowledge only, I'm sure, not conquest. For love, Kathleen whispered. Joel saw. And they go to places where they're likeliest to find something besides vacuum. Remember, they have to send the materials through, maybe also the tools, for constructing a new T-machine before an expedition can return. No small job, even for them. I think if we relay ourselves from machine to machine according to a scheme I can work out as we travel and gather more data, if we always try to jump as far as possible in a plausible direction, I think eventually this will lead us to whatever frontier they are on. They themselves. Joelle felt faint. Her head felt full of sand. Every cell of her seemed to ache. She free-fall slumped and longed for sleep. Dimly she heard Broderson. "Does everybody understand we'd be gambling? The lady does not guarantee we'll find transportation onward at any given hop. The odds may favor us. But every time we repeat, those odds go down." "We could stay here in spin mode and a wide orbit," Weisenberg suggested. "Apparently we've a reasonable chance that a ship will come in before we starve. I dare say her civilization can synthesize food for us and won't mind doing that. Her crew won't be able to guide us home, but doubtless we could live out quite interesting lives on her planet of origin." "Are you serious, Phil?" Kathleen asked. "No. I have a family. I did think one of us ought to state the case for remaining." "And leaving humankind to the likes of Ira Quick?" Doja snarled. "Whoa there," Broderson said. "We've time to think this over. Meanwhile, Joelle, let's get you under treatment, starting with about 24 hours of sleep." She hardly noticed his embrace while he took her down the corridor to her cabin, nor did she much heed how Kathleen sponged the dried sweat from her, nor how they together harnessed her in bed and waited till she slept. As she skidded into darkness, her thoughts were entirely of the oracle and of those who had shaped it. Chapter 38. Jump. Visible stars were lessened in number, as on a hazy night of Earth. The brightest were mostly red, which suggested they were near. A few giants glared steely blue. A sun hung large among them. Its dull blood-orange hue required no dimming by optics. The zodiacal lens was immense, though wanly lit, but the disk was featureless, no spots, flares, prominences, corona, and had no sharp photospheric edge, fading instead blurrily away into space. Closer, broader still to the eye, was a planet which the T-machine evidently orbited in a Trojan position with respect to a big moon. Both those bodies glowed too, embers. Magnifying, Broderson saw the primary globe molten beneath a thick, sooty-clouded atmosphere. As he stared, an asteroid drifted across the field of view, dark, pitted, tumbling end over end. Joelle spoke. "This is a new system coalescing. The sun's energy is from contraction. It isn't yet compressed enough at the core to start thermonuclear reactions. Space remains dusty, rocks of every size plentiful. Falling in on nascent planets, they heat these to incandescence while adding to their mass. I think this one before us will come to resemble Earth rather closely." "Or could it be Earth?" shivered through Broderson. "No, that's too unlikely. Makes no practical difference anyway. I don't want to believe it. I won't." "How long will that take?" he asked aloud, pointlessly aside from a stunned curiosity. "Perhaps 5 million years until the sun has settled into the main sequence. On the planet, formation of a solid crust may be slower. I'd need more data to give you a proper estimate." "Sorry. We won't linger. Nothing for us here." "Except, my God, getting a fresh glimpse of the range the others move in, live in, to watch a system of worlds get born. Surely then to watch them evolve and flourish and finally die. For that, they open this gateway. Chapter 39. Jump. Oh! Kathleen's voice rang over the intercom. Oh, glory, glory! It broke in a sob. Space blazed. Stars and stars crowded together until there was hardly a glimpse of the Milky Way, and hardly seemed to be any blackness left between them. The brilliance of many was like that of Venus or Jupiter seen at their brightest, a shine upon Earth. Most were of ruby color, but some ranged through rich orange to deep golden. White Oriate was the sun to which Chinook had come, half a degree of arc wide, heartbreakingly like Phoebus. "Where are we, Joelle?" Broderson called, rough-toned. Her answer held an unevenness, a tinge of delight, and humility, which had long been lacking in it. "How beautiful! We must be in a globular cluster, Dan. Old. Hardly any dust or gas left free. The biggest, shortest-lived members long since burnt out, leaving mainly dwarfs. Though the G-types, akin to Sol, also survive. Let's stay a while, no matter what." Everybody agreed. Besides, who could foreknow, the others might inhabit so regal a loveliness. The standard research programs got started. In a while the ship was accelerating. Weight felt good. Studies terminated in a few hours. Joelle had collected most data directly and interpreted them. The yellow sun had at least 7 planets. One, slightly more than an astronomical unit distance from it, appeared to be terrestroid and certainly had oxygen in its air. The T-machine was in the same orbit, 60 degrees ahead. There was no detectable trace of communication going on. Nevertheless, Broderson decided, "We'll take a look. It's about a 3-day trip. If nothing else, we need to get out of 0G for a spell." "And perhaps walk on a world like home?" Suzanne asked wistfully. "Night watch." In his bed, Leno released Kathleen and lay back beside her. "Ah," he said, "that was great. A float is fine too, but, well, we're designed for a gravity field, aren't we?" She sat up, threw arms across lifted knees, and looked straight before her. Hair in lustrous elf locks tumbled past her cheeks and over her shoulders. Sweat sheened a little on the white skin. He caught mingled female odors, sunny and musky, and a sense of radiated warmth. It took him a few minutes to recover energy enough that he noticed the trouble on her face. He raised himself to an elbow. "What's wrong, querida?" he inquired. Still she regarded the bulkhead, not him. "Nothing," she said low. "And in a way, everything. Not your fault, Marty. Mine." He patted a silky thigh. "Would you tell me?" "I'd not of my own will be hurting you." He braced his muscles. "Go ahead. You always talk easily, Kathleen. Usually cheerfully, and, well, the fact was slow coming to me. What a very independent and, yes, private person you are." Silence. "Please, maybe I can help. You know I'd walk barefoot through hell for you." He saw her gather her own resolution. "That's what's wrong, Marty." "Hoy?" He, too, sat straight. "All right, this had to come." She met his eyes. "It's truth you spoke. Wait is welcome again, also for making love. This first chance should have been with Dan." He flushed. If I'm not much mistaken, he's got Frida tonight. They disappeared together, at least." Kathleen nodded. "Sure, and I'm not begrudging them that. Indeed, I was glad for her sake when she succeeded, a couple of weeks ago, after I'd been spending such a deal of time with you. She's a good soul who deserves a reasonable share of the best." He flinched. She saw, laid a hand on him, and said quietly, "I'm prejudiced, you understand. I like everyone aboard. You're each of you special. But Dan I love, and he loves me." After a moment, "I'd not have been neglecting him this often did you not need help. That well do I think of you, Marty Leno. Now the time is on us for returning to normal." "You don't mean drop me? No! I love you!" She gave him a light kiss. "Oh, no. While this voyage lasts, we'll have our occasional tumble, you and I. Nor will that be a favour done you out of kindness. I've had plenty of pleasure here." Drawing slightly aside, once more grave, she went on, "But you're too emotional about me. Frankly, you've grown too possessive. This evening you well-nigh dragged me from the common room when I had words left for Phil, and an unspoken date with Dan. I thought best not to provoke a scene." "Don't be wounded, dear. 'Twas a fine romp." "Just the same, that kind of thing has to stop, and the place where it must stop is in yourself." He beat fist into palm. "I can't stop loving you, Kathleen." "No. If there has not been terrible rancor, we never really fall out of love, we humans, do we? But old fires burn gentler as new fires kindle. Were we home, you'd soon be happily courting a lass quite unlike me. I dare believe I've proved to you she can be both alive and decent, and that would be what you'd most kindly remember me for."
"But, Marty," she said, a spoken caress, "a steady woman is what you want for the rest of your days, a partner, a tree for your house to stand beneath. Like Liz, like your mother, I'm sure. I must help you escape getting fixed on me. That will happen if our search lasts for many months. Unless we both take care and forethought. Then you'd be ruined for the family man your nature intends you to be. I'm never for you, unless as a friend who chances to be of the opposite sex. I'm a rover." "Oh, I've pretty well overcome jealousy about you, I think." She smiled. "That's not the main thing I meant, my honey. I've restless feet. Dan himself can't hold me in Neapolis. You want a wife, not a vagrant mistress." She swung her legs over the bedside. "Marty, I know full well we can't neatly solve our problems in an hour's talk. We'll need patience and reflection and caring." She stood up. "First and foremost, we should become friends, relax, stamp on any growth of melodrama between us, but nurture any shoot of comedy that springs up, for it's comic animals we humans are. Is that not so?" "We've most of a bottle of whiskey left," I seemed to recall. When they were lounging back, a trifle drunk, at enough ease that they could joke, she strummed her sonador and remarked, I'd not be kicking you out. Not while we travel on, have no fear. That would be a shameful waste of an excellent talent. You must simply realize I am a wanderer born. Do you remember you teased me about my outbound song being in a man's mouth? The which it is not. And I said I'd fix you in my next. Well, I've made my next, exactly for you." The associations of the evening to which she referred no longer pained him. "Go on," he invited. She grinned and began. "I'm off in space on an endless chase. No single world can bind me. As I boost along, I'll sing a song of the lad I left behind me. The trustiest lad, the lustiest lad, the lad I left behind me. Oh, he was a prize, the starry skies will forevermore remind me. Aye, he was fair to see, and it's rare to meet a soul so cheery. Though he was not tame, but kissed like flame, and I could not make him weary. Each time I felt bad, I'd seek out my lad, to get him to unwind me. I would purr and pounce, and soon we'd bounce, all the while his arms entwined me. We said good-bye on a day when I confess a little weeping, and although it's best to go a-quest, I often have trouble sleeping. And so, my good sir, you may well infer I cherish hopes I'll find me only one or two, including you, like the lad I left behind me." Night watch. "You are unhappy, Dan?" Frida said. "Huh? No, why should I be? After the workout we've had." Broderson pushed his arm against her. She arched her back, and he got a clasp around her waist. "My mind just drifted. Sorry." "It drifted far, and into no good place. The way your mouth drooped, and that tiny line between your brows." She brushed fingertips over the creases in his countenance. Concern paled the blue of her eyes. He attempted a smile. "Well, I am the old man, you know. Worry about the ship is an occupational disease. Help me slough it off." The blonde head shook. "That isn't the matter. You are tough and practical. To brood is not in your nature. Therefore, when you fall into it, you are defenseless." Oh, never mind. How about a drink or a smoke or both? She pressed her solidity down to hold the arm beneath her. Not yet, please. Dan, Kathleen could help you. May I try? He scowled at his feet. Frida and he were in her cabin, which contained hardly anything else to look at, none of the small, bright touches the Irishwoman had given theirs. As usual, she had music playing, a Bach fugue, tuned low but remaining ineluctably noble. Let me guess. She rolled onto his side and nestled against his breast, to spare him her gaze. You feel guilt about Zarubayev and Fidelio, about the rest of us who are lost in space-time because of what you suppose is you. Dan, Liebchen, you know we went freely, gladly. We who you saved from the wheel. Fidelio, too. Yes, Fidelio foremost. I believe whatever comes on us, while we live, we will thank you. Mistakes, misfortunes, every captain knows about those. You are too strong a captain for letting them darken you. No, you will learn from them and go on slugging, for the good of your followers. And if in the end, what I suppose is likeliest, if in the end we do not succeed, we never come home, why, what a glorious adventure we have had. Yeah, he sighed. Kathleen makes you feel that in your blood. It is too bad she is not with you tonight. Frida paused. Or maybe it is best. Maybe she makes you too happy for looking deeper at the roots of your sorrow. Dan, you were thinking about your family. He drew a spastic breath. Your wife, your children, she said. You suppose you have deserted them. When Kathleen is gone, they come back too much. From there, you go on to punish yourself in every way you can find. His mouth writhed, his lids squinched. Listen, let's drop the subject, he grated. You're no psychotech, and I'm no damn patient. Yeah, I know. I am simply your shipmate Frida. Can we talk, though? Can you tell me about Liz? I would like to hear. Long afterward, he lay at peace of a sort, drowsy. You're a marvelous woman, he said beneath the muted music. I'd no notion how kind you are. Helpful, understanding. Bitterness crossed her, which he did not see. Oh, yes, I have my reputation, coarse old she-soldier. Well, the 2 grenadiers in the song, they cried when they came back and found their emperor was taken. She chuckled. A statement. Now, if you want to do me a favor, Dan, you will sleep and wake up feeling fine again before breakfast. An hour before breakfast. His grip tightened slightly about her. Sure. Good idea. Impulse broke through as she said, Dan, we had better find home soon. Else I am going to fall very hard in love with you. Seen from outside, the planet was a deeper blue than Earth or Demeter, marbled by clouds that bore the softest touch of amber within their whiteness. Continents made rusty blurs in that clarity, save where snow gleamed on peaks and altiplanos. Their outlines were hazy. Sunrise and sunset colors, as Chinook orbited close, were fantastically vivid. Polar caps were lacking. 3 moons attended. Massive, dense gravity at the surface, a fifth again the terrestrial, this world held a thick atmosphere. Humans could not have breathed unaided at sea level. Their lungs would accept the oxynitro composition, but not the concentration, and greenhouse effect kept lowlands hot in the high latitudes, unbearable closer to the equator. Only on the uppermost plateaus might man survive. Yet life overran the globe, not much different from the Earth kind, as differences go in the cosmos. Damn it, that could be the reflection spectrum of chlorophyll off the vegetation, Doja muttered. Masked by something else, of course, but the chances against our being able to nourish ourselves down there with no seeds or synthesizers are absurdly big, Weisenberg interrupted. We could investigate, Leno proposed. Broderson shook his head. No, I'd like to, but the risk's too great, the stakes too small. When we found no sign of civilization, of any intelligence. Besides, Kathleen said, the others are keeping this world for a race that can truly grow into it, the way they kept Demeter for us. Night watch. Chinook drove back toward the gate. Kathleen lay awake after Broderson had fallen asleep, until she rose, slipped on her pajamas, and left their quarters. Entering the common room, she closed its door, turned off the lights and that view screen which showed the sun, and sat down in a soundless dark to be with the stars of the cluster. Half an hour had passed when the door opened anew, to admit a person who shut it behind her. The sky, more radiant than a full luna, showed Suzanne Granville. Tears coursed along her face. She halted when she saw Kathleen. "Oh," she stammered, "excuse me," and turned to go. "Wait, Sue." The quartermaster sprang up and hastened toward her. "What's wrong?" "Rien. It makes nothing. I knew not you are here. I will take me to my cabin." "Like hell you will." Kathleen reached her and laid arms about her. "If anybody leaves, that'll be myself. You came in search of comfort, girl." She considered the desolate visage, bowed head, uneven breath, desperately intertwined fingers. Or strength? Suzanne yielded. Kathleen held her, stroked and murmured, until the storm of sobbing had passed. Thereupon she led her to a small gaming table, set her down, sat opposite, and reached across to clasp a hand. The heavens were a diademed house around them. Sue shuddered. "It's cold," she said in a tiny voice. "Aye, that time of the temperature cycle," Kathleen replied. "You're feeling it in a coverall, though, or I've naught but these flimsy things on me. The real cold is in you, dear. Can you be letting in some warmth?" Sue bent her look blindly outward. "I'd not pry," Kathleen said. "Still, I am the doctor to this ship, who on Demeter has heard worse than I'd ever have you imagine. Helped where I was able, and always kept silence. It's to do with Carlos. Is that not so?" Sue nodded violently. "Aye, everybody's noticed you two becoming close, and been glad for you." Kathleen went on. "See here, if you tell me to mind my own business, I'll apologize and leave you be. However, you've a high heart beneath your mildness. A fight with him could make you miserable, but would not crush you like this. What happened, Sue?" The linker lifted a fist and got out, nearly too headlong to be followed. "He has asked me to marry him." "What? Well, it's wonderful. Two fine people. But you refused?" "Yes, I must. It is impossible." "Why?" Sue giving no immediate response, other than a dry gulp or two, Kathleen reconstructed in her most soothing tone. "No doubt he first propositioned and you declined. Tonight he proposed marriage. That shows he loves you, darling. He could have ample sex elsewhere. Frida. And I confess I'd have satisfied my curiosity by now, had he not begun making you glow. True, a service Dan performed would have no legal or canonical standing, but it'd be a wedding in every honest intent. And sure I am he'd take care of the formalities if we should find our way home. Dan, who knows him of old, has told me that when Carlos gives his loyalty, that loyalty stays given." Sue bobbed her head. "Why'd you not simply move in with him?" Kathleen asked. "Your parents are religious, you said, but to me you've called yourself a devout atheist." "For their sakes," Sue replied in a raw whisper. "I have hurt them enough already not to come back. A kept woman." A ghost of vitality entered. "And I would not be regardless." "But you'd accept a shipboard ceremony. You do love him." "Then in Maeve's raunchy name, why have you told him no?" "I am une vierge." "A virgin?" Kathleen smiled. "Well, that's unusual at your age, but no disgrace. No more than a misfortune, I'd say." Seeing the woe before her unchanged, she went on soberly. "Is it afraid of conjugal relations you are? Not pain, maybe, but inadequacy? I can give you a bit of help overcoming that, and Carlos far more. I've reason to know he's considerate. Or do you fear being subordinated, smothered? He does have his touch of machismo, yet I'll wager you've spirit to match, and to steer by your own compass. Remember Lis Leno." "You are not comprehending. I am never inoculated." "What?" Kathleen was downright shocked. "My parents, I am not angry with them. They are adorable, but living at home, if I took my shot before marrying, they would have thought it like a declaration, to make me cheap, like most girls." Kathleen scowled. "That's their attitude." "I do not condemn you," Suzanne said hurriedly. "It is just I have been raised to the making of a different choice. And her, too, going to a doctor for this, it would have felt sneaky." A rueful chuckle. "No need anyhow. The problem did not come." "And you returned, and hung around patiently in love with Dan?" "Oh, I saw, till Carlos and you—" "What you fear is pregnancy." "Yes, abortion is homicide. When it is not necessary for the saving of the mother's life or health, it is murder." "Agreed. Furthermore, we're not equipped to perform it safely. Infanticide, no. Sooner would I throw myself out an airlock." "And we cannot bring children into this lost ship, to need rations and shorten the few years our mates probably have left to them?" Sue straightened in her chair. The hand Kathleen was not holding smote the tabletop, a lonely noise. "I told him no. He wanted to talk more, but I ran away. Perhaps now I can meet him again. Thank you. Do you know Dan was kind to me in the same room?" "Hold on." Kathleen tugged her chin and frowned at the universe. "Let me think. Faith, many an agonizing human dilemma has turned out to have what our skipper calls an engineering solution. I've not the kit or the competence to sterilize either of you, but there were once mechanical contraceptives. Maybe Phil and I, between us, can reinvent a thing that won't be too unpleasant." She felt resistance. "Don't get bashful. Would you not sacrifice a grain of what you consider your dignity for your happiness and your man's?" Suzanne must struggle before she could say, "Yes, yes." "And it may not be needed." As ideas came to Kathleen, enthusiasm rose and bloomed into joy. "I'll ask the databank. It may well know of procedures. Aye, vasectomy ought to be simple enough surgery, if I can find out how to do it, and reversible by a bit of cloning, if ever we get home. Or I seem to remember reading once about intrauterine devices, or something in the chemistry. Oh, we can consider details later. The point is, you poor innocent, you are not helpless. Go on, wed him, and be blessed." The linker seemed stunned. "No, what if we do fail and have a conception?" "Why then," Kathleen replied, and a trumpet might have spoken, "it's no failure at all. It's a triumph. It says we do not surrender to death, no, not though he offer to let us march forth with full military honors. We fight on, live on, search on, your child beside us." Slowly began to grow in Suzanne a brightness to equal the stars. Chapter 40. Jump. The stellar host was less myriad and brilliant than before, though more than a round solar Phoebus, save that in one direction towered vast thunderheads of night, relieved only by a few gleams in their foreground. No sun was in view. The T-machine had for satellite a great ellipsoid much like that of the pulsar. It orbited something which the eye perceived as a quivering blue-white spark, Joelle and the instruments as a hellish fountainhead of hard radiation. Her judgment came to them like God's. "We've approached the core of the galaxy. Those are the dust clouds that have always hidden it from us. Here is a black hole." The ultimate collapsar, a supernova remnant so massive that its gravitational force upon itself compressed it to a smallness, a field strength such that light could no longer escape. The known laws of physics were superseded. and matter shrank down and down toward a geometrical point, a singularity, at which no laws whatsoever would prevail. But none of this might the seekers observe. Nothing but an infinitesimal wave mechanical leakage could return from that all-devouring potential well. Interstellar material, sucked in, gave up energy as a last despairing cry before it vanished. For eternity? I suspect eternity is a human superstition, and the others know better, Broderson thought. Aloud, yonder must be an observatory, similar to what we found earlier, except I'll bet with a lot of damned enlightening differences. We'll investigate. The background count isn't too high for us to stay a while. No. Joelle's voice grew urgent. Don't. Go on. Right away. Why? I can't tell you. A hunch. We holothetes work on hunches, Dan, often as not, and here, forces, energies, the very shape of space, everything feels too strange. I'm afraid we can't cope. Without more knowledge, her self-respect said, the others can teach me how to come back and learn, when I find them, if I find them. Chapter 41. Jump. Again the sky was thronged with stars, almost as thickly as 2 leaps ago. Nearly all of them a red hue, from that of blood to that of roses, but crystalline sharp. Most showed less bright than those of the cluster, more bright than those of the inner spiral arm, which fact bespoke their distances and spacings. No trace of nebulae, exterior galaxies, or Milky Way appeared. In one direction the stellar density grew greater and greater, until vision saw it melt into a ruby globe like some huge talismanic sun. The T-machine was alone, light months from the closest astronomical body, and that a dimness which merely happened to be passing by. Whatever path it followed was made for it by the entire multitude. The cylinder was twice the size of any that the voyagers had seen before. 23 beacons attended it, spread across 100,000 kilometers. We are near the center of the galaxy, inside the clouds. Joelle's tone had regained steadiness, a dreamlike tranquility. Here are many more stars than it holds elsewhere, and the survivors we see are its oldest, formed close to its beginning. There may be a black hole of monster size which has swallowed up millions of them, and is still doing so. If that is true, then the rate of it has become very low, for the radiation background is only moderate, and we must have come far into our own future, when none but the longest-lived dwarfs remain shining. Weightless in his command seat, in silence and wonderment, Broderson heard himself ask, why didn't the gate we took lead to any of them? Pegeen might find words for what I feel right now, but my dumb brain can only bring up flat quackings. Could only do that even if I weren't stunned. The T-machines cannot have infinite range. Relays must be necessary, placed at the optimum space-time locations for their purpose. This one could serve more places, by orders of magnitude, than the galaxy has members. That, and its dimensions, and what I have already observed and calculated while we traveled, make me believe that the longer paths it generates go extremely far. A junction! Wait! Broderson roared. Revelation exploded in him. His pulse became a war drum. Listen! Listen! A civilization, a whole set of civilizations, or likelier, something we've no word for, no idea of. And the others themselves. Their people must pass through here. If we stay, we'll meet them. A shout and a babble rang through the intercom from every station in the ship. Weisenberg let it subside before he uttered his caution. Hold on. How often does anybody come by? Probably most transits get made directly. Just because the average machine can take you to more worlds than you could exhaust the possibilities of in a million-year lifetime. Maybe this is used once a century or thereabouts. On the time scale the others know, that'd make constructing it worthwhile. We can't tell before we've tried, Broderson said calmer. We can't lie in free fall the whole while, Kathleen warned. Indeed, our latest boost was much too short for keeping us healthy. Broderson considered. Right. In sheer exuberance, you've got to kick that foul habit of yours, Pegeen, of being always right. Okay, we need wait. and we don't want to go into spin mode before we must, but keep our options open as long as possible. So we'll boost back and forth in the neighborhood, say, 4 hours outward turnover and 4 hours back decelerating. That way, we'd never be more than 1,000,000 kilometers off, nor have too high a relative velocity. Shouldn't be any problem to detect a spacecraft appearing and punch a signal at her. Why should they use electromagnetic waves for communications? Doja objected. I'm told the Batons don't. The Batons do keep the capability of receiving it in case of need, Rueda said. Moreover, our jet radiation ought to register on instruments. And we could rig a big fat blinking light on our hull, Leno added excitedly. Well, Broderson called, how about it? Chinook flew. She went at 3/4 of a G, less than her captain had assumed. Kathleen had pointed out that that was sufficient, and would make reaction mass last longer. Folk walked lightly, on their feet and in their hearts. Entering Joelle's cabin, the paramedic found the holothete standing amidst its bleakness. Everybody else usually kept something on the data retrieval, be it simply music or a static work of art. Here the screen was blank and mute. Unless you counted the neatly made bed, the room held no trace of personality. In a loose blue kaftan Kathleen had made for her, Joelle seemed like a sculptured bodhisattva. Her untidiness was gone, she was washed and groomed, and reasonably well rested. But gone, too, was the last real earthliness. Huge-eyed within a coif of grey hair, her face was ivory pale, nearly fleshless, sexless, inhumanly serene. The hand she lifted, and the smile she gave in greeting traced abstract curves. Her voice was melodious once more, but the melody was for no mortal ear. "You are most obliging to come," she said, a formula. "No trouble to me," Kathleen replied. "We do need you built up physically, and if you'd leave her begin in privacy, why, the first exercises I suppose I'll be prescribing for you require no gym equipment." She set down her medikit and opened the case. "We'll start with the checkup." Joelle pulled her garment over her head and dropped it on a chair. Kathleen studied the scarecrow form, circled about, ran searching fingers across the skin. Joelle stayed quiescent, save to move her arms out of the way on request. "No harm in reasonable underweight," Kathleen remarked. "I could wish my arse were a tad less veritable. Yours, though, is positively ethereal." Her conversational gambit failing, she turned brisk. "We do have to restore the wasted muscle tissue, which means you will eat more proteins, and a slight layer of fat is normal in a woman. Tell me, what are some of your favorite dishes? I can try to make meals you find appetizing." "It makes no difference," Joelle said. "Inform me of how much to consume of what, and I will." A frown flickered over Kathleen's forehead, but she had no immediate answer. Proceeding with the examination, she found basic good health. That included neurological signs. The tensions, tics, and twitches were gone. Reflexes were excellent. A slow and even cardiac rhythm maintained blood pressure that a person 2 decades younger might covet. "End of the routine," she said at last. "You can dress. I'll be doing the standard tests on cell and fluid samples, but I make no doubt they'll prove fine." Joelle slipped the kaftan back on. "Then I may as well commence your program if you'll spell it out." I'm not through yet. Have a chair. I want to talk with you." When they were seated, and Joelle had passively waited for Kathleen to speak, the latter did. "I can prescribe for your body, but that may be slim use when I know nothing of your mind. For instance, how faithful will you be about instructions?" "Very." The promise was neither fervent nor reluctant. "I assume they won't interfere unduly with my work, and appreciate that their purpose is to keep a breakdown from interfering." Kathleen's mouth tightened. "There's what frets me the most. How much holothesis can you take before something happens to you? What might that be? Would it be irreversible? Has it already begun? Joelle, none of your emissary mates claim they ever knew you intimately, but they agree you've turned into a complete stranger." I've never heard tell of anyone spending well-nigh every waking hour in linkage. No, at home the time is limited by rules, and I wonder mightily whether Dan should enforce them on you." "Do you fear damage?" the other woman asked, unruffled. "Aye, induced schizophrenia, maybe, or a condition that mocks it, or who can say? I'm hardly more than a nurse who's had some extra training. The medical references aboard swamp me in technicalities on this subject, then give no diagnostic symptoms nor prognoses, for the situation is unprecedented. Nevertheless, you are behaving more and more autistic." Kathleen leaned forward. "Be honest. Are we, the rest of us, anything else to you than part of the machinery?" "Of course," Joelle responded, still placid. The smile crossed her like a moonbeam briefly through clouds. "I like all of you, wish you well, aim to do everything in my power to get you safely home. To that end I had better develop the power. I assure you, far from going crazy, each day I become more sane than any of our species has been before in its whole existence." "Oh, a whale of a claim to be making!" "Yes, it does sound grandiose, when put in that ape-chatter man calls language. I wish you could have the experience. You're a poetess, who might be able to convey a hint of the feeling, if not of the reality. I have no eloquence, and have had less practice than average throughout my life at expressing myself to ordinary people. Furthermore, unlinked, I am, well, less than half alive." Joelle paused to search for phrases. "I suppose Suzanne Granville has tried to explain how linkage is for her. That's the palest shadow of what it is for me." "You don't think she's mentally ill, do you? Or when you're composing, when you're making love, you surely more fully than most, those are transcendental experiences, aren't they? You seek them over and over every chance you get. They don't unhinge your reason, do they? On the contrary, aren't you the stronger and stabler for them?" "They're natural," Kathleen argued. "They evolved in us from the earliest life ever to stir on earth, and you've renounced them altogether. That can't be wholesome. Oh, yes, priests and nuns and saintly mystics, utterly dedicated scientists and artists, they've sometimes kept a balance. Maybe asceticism suited their temperaments better than common pleasures, yet they did keep within the human world, seeking human goals, surrounded by things human senses can respond to, not wired in a machine. I'd never be forbidding you your holothesis, Joelle. I'm but thinking you should use the rest of yourself, too." For the first time pain touched the countenance before her, and the voice that answered, though barely. "I tried. Harder than you know, year by year. The rewards of that shriveled, and the hurts grew till I was a silly, scrabbling crone when I was out of my linkage." Calm returned. "Meanwhile, on this flight, I began really mastering what I'd learned on Beta. And Fidelio taught me more, and the incredible inputs, the whole cosmos opening to me, facets of the noumenon that neither Betan nor human had dreamed of. Trying for insight, I've been discovering new techniques, ways to discern, think, understand, philosophies, and they give me deeper insights which lead me onward." The peace in Joelle rose to a quiet ardor. "Kathleen, believe me, I've never been so happy, and the farther beyond what you call humanness, the happier and saner I become. No, I'm not better than you, but I am different. And how would you feel if a command robbed you of your gift for making songs and making love? I will soon be able to overcome a thing in me that I know is wrong. That I pity you. Poor, sweet, beautiful animal, I pity you. But I don't think the others would, so I should not either. The others, we may not find them. We may die in space or on the world of some species that merely has superior technology to us. I can endure those things if either happens. But I'm convinced that every race, when it becomes able to, goes in search of the others, as we've blundered into doing. What higher purpose can it have? And if we should find them, if we should, I will be ready to speak with them. Only later, having left a pledge behind her not to limit Joel as long as no danger signals appeared, did Kathleen think of the last sentence, the unspoken one, I will be ready to join them. Chinook flew. The common room was a-sparkle with newly made decorations, organ tones peeled from a data retrieval, through whose hologrammic screen glimpses of Earth and Demeter slowly paraded, a flower garden, an ocean sunset, a mountain peak, a tree in a meadow. Elsewhere the stars and the galactic heart shone. Clad in their best, Doja, Weisenberg, Leno, Frida, and Kathleen flanked a table behind which Broderson stood. In front of him, Rueda and Suzanne were hand in hand. At the rear of the chamber waited a feast, which had been days in the preparing. Joel alone was absent, but aware in her ascendancy of what went on. She had given the party her awkward benediction. A permanent watch must be maintained against the chance of an alien vessel emerging to set instantly in action everything programmed, and she could replace the two who ordinarily were posted. Broderson lifted the papers he needed. He being neither priest nor magistrate, and the couple not sharing the same faith, it wouldn't have felt right to look up and use a traditional service. Kathleen had written this, and inscribed it with calligraphic flourishes, as an extra gift for her friends. She should have presided too, he thought. She'd put on a better show. I'm a slouch of a parson. Damnation! My eyes are stinging and blurring. I'm not about to cry, am I? Liss, the sunbeams through the chapel window when we— Dearly beloved, he began, upon this day of our exile we are gathered to create a home. Lost, but lost among splendors. Imperiled, but charged with hope. We ask the blessing of God, or we ask the blessing of life on these two of us, Carlos and Suzanne. We thank them for the courage they have renewed, the spirit they have brightened. Shipmates, may joy be always yours. Now, let us witness your vows, the while that we pledge anew to each other— A siren screamed. Chinook was not far from the tea-machine, moving outward to make a whole 4 hours available for ceremony and festivities before turnover interrupted. At electronic speed, Joel switched the proper view screen to full magnification. The quirning cylinder and a pair of its beacons seemed to leap into the room, but nobody glimpsed more than a blur that whipped past sight and was gone. After a moment wherein music was obscene against the silence, Joel's voice came flat. A ship. She completed transit in 37 seconds. Nombre de Dios, Rueda whispered, and caught his bride to him. Before she could lose a tear, Kathleen was holding them both. Across their shaken shoulders she called to Broderson, Dan, we've a larger matter to finish, and celebrate, before we think about that unlucky business. Will you begin over? The captain sat alone in his office. Its private line was connected to the holothete. His jaws clamped hard on a pipe, which had turned the air around him acrid and was scorching his tongue. A bottle of whiskey stood on his desk beside the printouts of high-speed photographs. Those pictured a 3-dimensional latticework, its widest dimension perhaps a kilometer, of no simple configuration. Though graceful and fragile-seeming as a spiderweb at dawn, it also a glitter with dewdrop light. A pearly luminance cloaked the whole. That and distance left barest hints of any further details. The precise track it had taken had likewise escaped identification. Joel said, I suspect the vessel is almost massless, almost entirely a construct of force fields. Those could cushion passengers and cargo against the fantastic accelerations that took her through the guide path. If there is a cargo, if there are passengers, she may well be robotic. No, doubtless too crude a concept, and she may carry nothing but patterns, imposed on a few molecules which are information. Why send your body anywhere? Why not a recording of your personality that can be activated when it arrives? in an identical manufactured body, or in one made for the particular purpose. It can do and experience whatever you want. Then it can return as a pattern and be transcribed into you. Why, you could live 1,000 separate lives, on as many separate worlds, and afterward gather them all together.
Do you know this is true? Broderson asked dully.
Of course not, but I do know it's possible. I even perceive certain details of how it can be done. If you had such a capability, wouldn't you take advantage?
Yeah, I suppose. Then they'll never detect us?
I didn't say that. Perhaps more primitive, material craft go through this point too. Every race in the Fellowship may not be on the same technological level, for a number of reasons, or perhaps the others come by once in a while. I don't think those were others, Dan. They would not have missed our presence.
Broderson took a drink. What do you guesstimate the chances are of any of your cases being true?
Somebody happening past who's not too advanced to pay attention, the way we're not too advanced to notice a fellow man in the woods. Or else somebody who's so very far along that his eye is on the sparrow.
I'd call the chances poor.
Yeah, me too. We may both be dead wrong, Joel, deadly wrong. But what have we got to go on? Except our best guesses. You from your brain, me from blind instinct. If we stay here a few more months, pacing back and forth for the sake of weight, we'll have extended our reaction mass and have no choice but to go into spin mode and stay on. I call it better to keep what freedom of action we're able. I'll push for weighing anchor when we discuss and vote on the question.
Broderson's pipe had gone out. He made fire to rekindle it.
We won't debate for a couple of weeks, though, he decreed. Something could turn up meanwhile, just barely could. And Sue and Carlos rate a proper honeymoon.
Nothing did appear again.
Chapter 42. Jump. In utter blackness, a colossal Catherine's wheel burned across a quarter of the sky. From where Chinook was, it appeared tilted. Vision crossed an arm, then the nucleus from which it curved, then an arm beyond that. It shone, it shone. The heart red gold, the spirals blue-white, clusters scattered throughout like sparks. Elsewhere gleamed a few cloudy forms, attendants upon its majesty, and remotely the light from its kindred. "Intergalactic space," Broderson whispered. "Some 50,000 light-years out." "More than that, from where we were," Joelle said. Her tone held exultation. "Judging by the colors, the relative brightnesses of inner and outer portions, there are fewer giant stars than our astronomers estimated, and less dust and gas for new ones to form out of. We must still be in our future, perhaps farther on. 1 billion years? Let's stay a while so I can learn." Broderson regarded the cylinder and its glowing markers. Another T-machine all by itself, and big like the last. A stepping stone to whole other galaxies, and ages. When you reckoned what guide path would take us the longest ways, you reckoned well. "But still no sign of help for us," came Leno's weary voice. "How long can we keep hunting? Into what weird places?" Broderson grimaced. "Yeah," he said, "I begin to wonder myself. Maybe we're not wise to plow ahead. Maybe Joel should lead us in backtracking, if he can figure out how." "I believe I can, in a general way," the holothete told them, "but that requires more information, which I ought to gather in any event, to improve my computations, no matter what we decide." "Okay," Broderson said. "We'll hang around a bit. Might as well." He knuckled his eyes. A chance to think, maybe even to get some rest, after this latest blow. Kathleen asked gently, "Are none of you seeing how beautiful this is?" She floated alone in the common room and adored. Clocks read 22:30 hours of the day that the crew bore around with them, and what gathering there had been here had broken up early. Doja came in, pushed toward her, checked himself by grasping a chair beside the one she held. The sole illumination was from outside, argent and rose, moonlight soft. It tinged her against dappled shadows and darknesses more deep that filled the chamber. "I thought I'd find you here," he said. How are you?" "Beyond joy," she answered, not looking away from heaven. "Yes, it is a splendid sight. A shame that nobody else seems able to appreciate it. Except Joelle, I suppose, in her cold fashion. It's for lovers." "Indeed, it is that, Stefan." The mate smiled and laid an arm around her waist. She didn't noticeably react, for or against. He nuzzled her cheek and inhaled the aromas of flesh and loosely braided hair. "You're a more gorgeous sight, Kathleen," he murmured. She chuckled. "Thank you, kind sir, for your mendacity." The humor faded. "If you please, though, no offense intended, but I want to lose me in what we have before us, while we do." "Oh." He pulled close. "Kathleen, sweetheart." She tensed and turned to face him squarely. "Stefan, we've been good comrades. You'd not be spoiling of that, would you?" He kissed her on the mouth. She thrust back from him, not breaking his grip, but gaining half a meter between all else of them. "Let me go," she demanded. He tugged at her. "Let me go," she said, word by word, "or so help me the Morrigan, I'll put you in sick bay." Doja did. His indignation met her fury. She breathed hard. "If you doubt me," she warned, "if you rely on your karate, you'll be minus an eye at least, and quite likely the family jewels. I know how to take people apart as well as sew them together." Wrath came under mastery. I got my temper up," she said, with an effort. "You meant no harm, I'm sure. We'll forget the matter." His anger waxed. "You're not Dan Broderson's woman, pure and simple," he spat. "You're Marty Leno's, too. And who else's?" She bridled afresh. "My own and nobody else's." "You throw your tail around where you feel like it, eh? And I'm not good enough." She attempted mildness. "Steph, dear, Marty needed help. I'm not free to tell why, but he did. He does no more, most of the time. Now Dan's the one who bleeds. Decision after terrible decision must he make, never knowing if the next will doom us. I ease the bleakness for him a little, and he is my chief person, the man I love and who loves me. Yeah, tonight he's off with Frida. Don't think I didn't see the three of you whispering and the two of them leaving." Kathleen nodded. "Aye, she too has a need, I've learned. Did you ever try to know more than that big, strong body? She felt so low, I decided, well, never mind." "How about me? Has it occurred to you I might be capable of suffering?" "Oh, Stefan, ring down the curtain in that theatre," she sighed. "You've enjoyed Frida many a time, and you will again. Here you just thought you saw an opportunity." She made a fending gesture. "Aye, well, I know you miss your darlings at home and dread you'll never more see them. But you're tough-souled like me. You don't bear the final responsibility like Dan, nor do you— Ugh! The upshot is, beyond the survival help of a shipmate, we've naught to give each other but fun." "And you wouldn't find me fun," he said bitterly. She laughed. "Why, fellow, I've looked forward to you with much interest for weeks. It's only that conditions were never suitable." He brightened. "Well?" She shook her head. "Later, maybe, I told you. Dan needs me. He's being very kind this night, and nonetheless I had to urge him. There's no harm in a frolic elsewhere, but I can't risk another affair as intense as with Marty." Doja looked cheerier yet. "I promise you, Kathleen, a frolic is all I have in mind. But you took for granted you had a right to it." Her tone was compassionate. "I'm sorry, Steph. I cannot allow that." The mate swallowed, stared at his hands where they clutched the chair, and at last said, "I apologize. I felt sure you would be big enough to." She stroked his cheek. "Now, let us truly forget. Let us be a pair of friends, met for the admiring of an enormous beauty. Chapter 43. Jump. Blackness. Nothing. Blind and absolute. Folk moaned in a kind of terror. The beacons around the tea-machine were not candles. Red, violet, emerald, amber, lit against the accursed dark. They shone lost and tiny, as if at any moment they might gutter out. Then afar, the least of glimmers on the edge of being seeable, vision found a single point of light. "Be calm," ordered a part of Joelle that she detached from herself for this. "We're in no immediate danger. I will investigate." She reunited her mind. With the ship's organs and senses, she reached forth. Radar drew the spinning cylinder for her. It was the largest they had yet encountered. Free-falling, she nonetheless felt its mass and the power locked within. Optics and radio, vastly amplified, showed her stars scattered thinly and widely, feeble coals smoldering toward oblivion. About the hull was almost a total vacuum. What radiation and material particles she erstwhile knew were almost altogether gone, leaving a hollow that it was meaningless to call empty and cold. She searched and found neighbor galaxies as cindered as this. Their forms were chaotic. She tried to find other whole clusters of them, and should have been able to spy a few of the nearest, such as the Virgo group. By the last photons they would ever breathe out, but she failed. They had receded too far. Her awareness came back to immediate surroundings. Instruments had accumulated sufficient data for her to realize that the machine was in orbit around a wholly dead sun. Akin to Sol, it had never exploded, being too small, but passed through its red giant in variable phases, shrank to a planet-sized globe of the maximum density, whereunder atoms could still be atoms, and slowly cooled from white heat to a clinker. Some true planets remained, bare rocks or sheathed in their own frozen atmospheres, save for one. Joelle remembered she ought to descend from the heights and tell her people what had been revealed unto her. We're in the remote future. Spatially back inside the galaxy, but temporally, sometime between 70 and 100 billion years after we were born. No stars are left alive, except the dimmest. The meek shall inherit. And they are now dying, while the galaxy itself is disintegrating. The universe has expanded to 4 or 5 times the size it had in our day. If we go much onward, I think we'll learn whether it really will widen forever, or, if the old idea is right after all, that it will collapse inward to a new fireball and a new cosmos. "Us go onward?" a crewman cried. She didn't identify his distorted voice, nor wanted to. "Oh no! Oh no!" Broderson's came in, carefully pragmatic. "What's that mite of yellow shine we see? Must be nearby." "It is. The black dwarf we're circling has attendants, and the light source is a satellite of one of those. I have no clear notion of its nature. We ought to take a look. The tea-machine is in a Trojan position with respect to its primary, and the distance is about 1.5 astronomical units. Not quite 4 standard days at a full G." "Yes, I suppose we ought," Broderson said. Joelle reminded him levelly. The wonder of it stayed singing and thundering within her holothetic self. "It's doubtless a work of the others, you know." Chinook flew. The view-screens in the common room were blanked, and nobody was sure who had first proposed that. There had been no slightest argument. Instead, the data retrievals bore images, forlornly brilliant, of man-work. Pericles, Shah Jahan, Hokusai, Monet, Phidias, Rodin, on in multiple sequences, while music reveled. Few paid much attention. Since the vessel was undermanned, a custom had developed that after meals, everyone not on duty helped the quartermaster and her assistant clear things away. Thus, Philip Weisenberg found himself walking from the washer beside Kathleen. "You're pretty downcast this evening, aren't you?" he asked. "What's wrong? Anything I can help with?" "I thank you, but it's nothing," she said, sketching a smile. "A mood, a whimsy." "Don't underrate that, my dear. As isolated as we are, no matter what grandeur is around us, we become more and more defenseless against ourselves." He brought his lips close to her ear. "You saw me through a bad night. I've not forgotten. Call on me whenever you wish." "Well—" Abruptly she seized his arm. "Could we go somewhere and talk?" They sought his cabin. She tuned in Swan Lake, a performance recorded on Luna perhaps 100 million millennia ago, but simply to bring the room alive. No alcohol or marijuana were on hand, and she declined his offer to use the hot plate for making tea. Quietly settling into a chair, he let her pace. "Aye, you spoke truth," she said, "about our being so cut off that our own pettinesses take us over, till we become monkeys in a cage. I wasn't quite realizing of that before, for the splendors we found were always too great. But in this tomb of creation it comes to me at last. Things that have happened, and are we really to blame if we go mad? At home, when trouble struck, we had sunsets and sunrises, forests, heaths, lochs, larks, or simply a city, a world of fellow humans, where we could go out and do. Here in a metal shell, what is left but staring, the while we follow a marshlight to nowhere? No, worse than that, for a marshlight would at least beguile us through an honest bog, water-children to splash, reeds to rustle, frogs to croak, and in the end, when we drowned, peat to receive us and preserve us for our descendants to find and marvel at, in mere thousands of years." "You too, then," he replied. "You also want to turn back? Nobody imagines any more that we'd find a home, but new Earth? Kathleen, there isn't a chance." "Oh, well, I know. Yet we'd have stars to see, or Earth and Demeter are not the only living worlds. I could die gladly on Danu, among the singers and dancers." "We can't return there either. Inbound is not a straightforward reversal of outbound, and Joel hasn't the information, let alone the basic knowledge to compute a path exactly." "That I know too, but we could seek to when the galaxy was alive, could we not?" Kathleen prowled back and forth for a time. Bright phantoms leaped where music flowed. At last she halted, stood before Weisenberg, and demanded, "What do you want for us, Phil?" "To go on," he said. "As long as necessary, or as long as we can." "In the faint hope we may somehow pick up a pilot for Sol?" "Yes." From his self-contained leanness he beheld her desperate fullness and said, "Kathleen, I think that underneath your longings you agree. True, it's easier for me in a lot of ways. I'm no child of open land and skies. I'm an engineer. A machine is as natural to me as a tree or a rainfall. Space was always my love, the stars, the idea of the others. Next to Sarah and the kids, of course. But damn it, exploring further is the sole way to maybe regain them. And meanwhile, whether we win or lose— oh, hell, I'm getting maudlin." She stood and looked at him. He stirred, shifted his eyes about, and said uncomfortably, "Kathleen, you wouldn't be this troubled if you weren't trying to shoulder Dan's load for him, would you?" "He shoulders the crew's," she replied. "And still, he has no notion how heavily he's drawing on you?" "You exaggerate, Phil. But insofar as I can cheer him, who is my life, that's what I'm for." Nearly appalled, "As independent a person as you would say that?" "Why not? Would he not be doing the same for me, did I have need?" Weisenberg sat silent, his gaze upon the deck, before he glanced back at her and said, "All right. It's not so different from what is between Sarah and me. But, Kathleen, if you'd like to let go for a while, just let the control go. Remember Ireland aloud, or anything else you want. Well, here I am, too." Long afterward she bade him good night. They had snuggled somewhat, but otherwise only talked, he as much as she, though now and then her words came through tears. "Sleep well, Phil," she said, "and thank you." "Thank you." "If any thanks are due," he answered, "I owe them." Garbed in air whose clouds gleamed white, laved by oceans in hues of sapphire and lapis lazuli, continents green with growth, the planets shone. its nearby moon burned, sun brilliant. Chinook swung around the world and around while instruments yearned. "Earth-like," Suzanne whispered. "I fear not quite," Rueda told her. "We've obtained spectra. That isn't chlorophyll, you see, and indications are that the biochemistry differs from ours in more fundamental ways still. There isn't anything that might nourish us, but it lives." Joel reported on the intercom. "The satellite is a gigantic nuclear reactor, consuming its own mass, apparently with an almost total conversion to energy. That violates the laws of physics we have formulated. But clearly those laws express a special case. I suspect that here we see a forced interaction directly between quarks. Probably the apparatus that brings it about is in a hollow space at the center, protected by the very fields that drive the process. Doubtless this artificial sun was originally a natural moon with the right properties. It should be good for 5 or 6 billion years, and that is why the others chose this planet to resurrect." "The others?" Frida asked shakenly. "Who else?" Broderson said. "I wonder, did they seed it with life, or let chemical evolution work?" "Either way," Kathleen said in a radiant tone, "here is life again. Maybe. We've seen no signs, but they might be woods runners yet. Maybe beings that think. Even though they'll never see stars, what might they become and do and love?" After a moment, softer, "Could the others have done this because they hoped to see that question answered once more?" The ship drove back toward the transport engine. Gathered in the common room, her crew heard Broderson declare, "We've got to decide. Joelle can't navigate us to any predictable exact point in space-time, though she can give us a general direction. Sooner or later, if we keep traveling, we'll pass through a gate with no T-machine at the far end. That'll be where we end up for good. It could at least be in our proper time, give or take some mega-years, when the universe is bright and sort of familiar. Of course, that means dropping any hopes of finding the others, and likely of surviving longer than our rations last. However, the plan we've been operating under has taken us to places more and more strange. The next might kill us." He snapped his fingers. "Like that? Or slowly." He tamped the tobacco in his pipe, struck fire, drank smoke. "Okay," he said. "Let's hear what each of you wants." Seated near him, pallid and expressionless, Joelle said, "I prefer to continue. But, to be honest, that is because we may indeed encounter the others. The idea of homecoming in itself leaves me indifferent. Whichever way we bear, once we come to rest, I can search into reality." Leno, "Turn back. What's in the future except a universe completely burnt out? If it's cyclical, its collapse will destroy everything. If it isn't, it'll hold nothing but darkness for eternity. Why should the others want to be there?" Weisenberg, "No, we can't quit." Rueda, "Is it necessarily quitting? We do have a chance, microscopic, yes, but finite, a chance of getting help in the young galaxy." Suzanne, "If we tried 2 or 3 more forward leaps before we reverse?" Doja, "No. The likelihood of being trapped in this flying coffin is too great. I want to die in action. Exploring a planet, anything but in action." Frida, "I was about to vote we continue, but what you say, Steph, makes me think twice." Kathleen trod forth. "Do none of you understand?" rang from her. "Oh, for a while I lost heart myself, but Phil upbore me in a long talk we had, and then, when I saw yonder world, do you not understand? The others live for life. They are death's great adversaries. Where else are we quite sure to find an outpost of theirs but at his very gates, on the very day of doom? And how else dare we ask for their aid but in the same high spirit that is theirs?" Night Watch. Through her electronic senses, integrated by her electronic extra brain and its memories, Fidelio, Fidelio. Into an ever more meaningful and magnificent whole, the noumenon entered Joelle and made her one with itself. Space-time curved, strongly, subtly, mysteriously, through dimension upon dimension. Energies flowed, matter like a wave that came and went across their tides. The law, immanent and omnipotent, was no changeless equation, but a music which she had begun faintly to hear. "Thank you, Kathleen. Poor animal," flickered in a tiny portion of her. "I could never have raised raw emotion in your fellow animals and turned it into will as you did in a single wild hour. Now ahead of me is a dissolution I cannot fear, I who know in my inmost cell that the ultimate is what is, or ahead of me, existence thrilled, are the others." Night watch. Light in the cabin was low and golden. The data retrieval formed an illusion of roses. Kathleen had set the thermostat for warmth, and daubed around extracts of almond and cloves from her gallery to scent the air. The audio played "Sheep May Safely Graze," that dearest of all melodies. She stepped from her clothes and stood before Broderson, hands held out to him. "God damn," he said, from down in his breast, wishing he had a gift of words. "Pegeen, you're so beautiful it hurts." She smiled. "You are that for me, Dan, darling." "No, wait." Her laughter blessed him. "Aye, it's homely you are beside the Apollo Belvedere, and I'm no flash bomb either, but you are beautiful because you are you. You look like yourself, the man I'm in love with, and likewise for you beholding me. Is that not true, my own?" In a heartbeat she turned serious, woundable, and cast herself against him. "Oh, Dan, we're bound into unknownness. We can foresee neither what will become of us nor what we will become. But we have this night. Hold me, Dan. Make love to me. Love me." Chapter 44. Jump. Light. Everywhere light. It was as if space had become a dewdrop in dawnlight, and they at its heart. Soft iridescences, every color that was, which every seeing creature had ever known, swirled, mingled, shivered, flowed, flooded, with here and there a brief rush of star-like sparks and fountains, clusters, dancing pairs and triplets, solitaries arching through graceful great curves before they died out to be rekindled elsewhere. The sight took awareness by storm, and bore the beholder off into its mighty harmonies. They and Chinook had no way to tell what size was the globe of luminance that enclosed them. Surely it was vast. The T-machine was dwarfed by the distance at which the ship had emerged. As remote and of comparable hugeness were two other things. The first was perhaps a white-hot sphere, though forces and torrents made perception waver. Lesser shapes, likewise veiled, moved around it on intricate paths. The second was a sweetly curved ellipsoid, which seemed to be more immaterial, quasi-solid, and of ultimate strength than the vessel which had passed through galactic center ages ago. A webwork extended from it, not identical with what the observatories bore at the neutron star and the black hole, but possessing the same intricate delicacy. "Here are the others," blazed in Joelle. "No beings but the others could have wrought this." She sent forth her probes, opened her multitudinous senses, summoned her entire comprehension of the noumenon. "I'll not realize everything that's happening here, but I'll grasp enough that I can ask the right questions when the others arrive. Questions to prove me worthy of entering their fellowship." Then, she was blind, she was deaf, she was numb, she was lame. Instruments could register nothing, except what they were designed to. Theory could account for nothing in an environment whose nature sprang from principles wholly beyond it. An earthworm could more readily imagine and explain bird flight than she could make this place a part of her reality. Stunned, she barely noticed the sudden appearance of an asteroid not far from Chinook. The dark, jagged mass had for companion a small golden, shining prismatic form that moved at once toward the incandescent globe. The asteroid followed. Rapidly gaining speed, the two were soon lost to vision. Broderson's hail reached her as if through a stone wall. "Joelle? How you doing? What can you tell us?" "I can't," she heard herself whimper. "Yeah, no surprise." Through his dry words the captain's tone resonated. "Listen, friends. Whatever we found, and I do believe it is what we've hunted for, We can only wait till these builders get in touch. I imagine they will. They're bound to have noticed us. Leave your stations. We'll meet in the common room. Best to be together."
Joelle rallied. "I'll stay in the holothesis," she said.
"Good, thanks. I was hoping you would."
"You'll be with us just the same," Kathleen called.
"No, not really, I'm certain."
Pride and faith rose anew in Joelle.
"I should not have been dismayed to discover a whole new kingdom of the law. Rather, let me be eager to learn of it and take it into myself. Let me trust the others will teach me."
Against the auroral skies a point of light sprang into view. Swiftly it grew until it was a nacreous arrow shape. Bound straight for Chinook from the direction of the ellipsoid, which must be where the creators dwelt.
"They are coming. They are coming, and I am she who will converse with them, who is able to, I alone among humans, I, who have gone beyond the human."
The crew floated, waiting. Screens gave on immense and gentle brilliance. Rainbow tints flew across them to make changeable the chamber they were in. They clasped each other around the waist, Rueda and Suzanne, Frida between Leno and Doja, Kathleen between Broderson and Weisenberg. They shared each other's breath, sweat, animal odors, warmth, sometimes taste in a kiss. The stranger ship, if ship it was, drew nigh, no larger than Willowaw, flowingly formed but featureless behind its iridescence. By invisible means it halted alongside 100 meters off, and there was silence in heaven about the space of half an hour.
"Can you raise them, Joelle?"
the captain asked hoarsely. "No," he heard. "Neither laser nor radio, nor do I detect anything from them."
"But I'll bet they're looking us over," he said. "In some way we're ignorant of, that we can't even feel."
Kathleen tensed in her man's embrace.
"Can't you?" she whispered.
"What?" He snapped his head rightward to see her. Luminance played over red-brown hair. The green gaze was lost in outwardness. Breasts strained at coverall as the air went in and out of her.
"You can?"
"I don't know," she answered in a sleepwalker's voice. "How could I know? But I sense, no words can tell, a stirring that is bright. Lost memories rise before me like merrows from the sea. Do none of you?" Fright seized him. A scan of the whole body, nerves, brain. Had she been singled out? Or was she more sensitive? Suddenly he remembered the Elf Hill story she had from her mother. "Oh, Pegeen!" He gripped her hard and felt Weisenberg's arm tighten likewise. "Be not afraid for me, darlings," she said, while she never turned her face from the universe. "It's a happy state. How could the others be other than good?" A minute or two later, many heart-strokes in Broderson's aching chest, she trembled, looked bewildered around, and said thinly, "It's gone. It's left me."
"Gone to anyone else?"
Weisenberg barked. He got mumbled negatives. "I suppose they're through, then," he ventured. "What next?" Still the arrow lay moveless. "A message must be going back through the T-machines," Joelle said. "Our coming must be unusual even for them, quite possibly unprecedented. They'll want to consult records, perhaps call in a specialist, but I don't expect we'll have to wait long."
"No, they'd not torment us,"
Kathleen said. Broderson could virtually share how she eased, moment by moment, returning from a wakeful dream to herself.
"But what will they do?"
Suzanne's tone stumbled. Her look at Rueda gave away that it was him for whom she feared.
"We have entered a home of the gods."
"Aye, and myths tell how mortals who did that were never the same again," Kathleen replied. "Yet I think we'll be more than we were, not less." To Broderson she breathed, "As long as I may keep on loving you." The half-hour drew to a slow close. A second lean hull came in sight, hurtling from the direction of the T-machine toward Chinook. It lay, too, on the opposite side of the human craft from its twin. Resplendence encompassed all three, and the tremendous works beyond. On every wave-band she had, Joelle radiated her salutation. "Here I am," she proclaimed in the human languages she knew, and the Baton, and what she had mastered of the oracular.
Here I am, she with whom you can speak, she who has awaited you as a bride awaits." A response welled forth in her that was a benediction. "Greeting, Joel Key. Be glad. Be at rest." Perception of her grew. "O poor grieved spirit, be now at last at peace." "Who are you? What are you?" "Be not afraid." "Of you?" "Yes, you fear no harm, Joel Key, and in this you are right. Here at the end of your quest is shelter. But a dread more deep is in you that we will not or cannot grant you your holiest wish. A promise will not annul that, for it may well prove to be true. Can you heal the terror and wait calmly for whatever must happen?" It ripped through her. "When will you decide?" "After some time, we fear. We are not supernatural beings, instantly omniscient and infallible. We have come here to know you, whence you have fared and why, what you are striving for, how a victory of yours might change the course of time, perhaps for many different worlds. To know such things fully enough that we can dare to judge." Had her arms not been bound in linkage, had she not been afloat in the firmament, she would have raised them in prayer. "I see. Here I am, then. Take me, examine me, ask me out, use me however you will." The kindly thought, she could feel the kindness, like sunshine inside her, said, "You are not needed. That is well, since you are not representative of your race. You see the cosmos askew from your shipmates, as badly as you have been hurt. We would have looked into them as best we could, but by the greatest good fortune we do not need them either, imperfect as our knowledge would have been. An avatar of ours is aboard." "What? I don't understand." "We must leave you now and seek her. It would be cruel to keep your people waiting longer than the least time we can take to learn. Let courage bring calm, Joel Key. Do not abide in your holothesis." No command, a plea. "Go to your fellow humans and be one among them. Farewell." The presence vanished. Joel sat in her harness, marginally aware of what the intercom brought her. Once she tried to weep and failed. After that, grimly, she stayed where she was. A woman's rich contralto said from the intercom speaker, in English whose lilt brought a gasp from Kathleen, "May the best that there is be always yours. We would like to enter. Please let us in, if you will, by our number 3 personnel lock. It's happy we'll be to meet you." "If we will," ripped from Broderson. Nonetheless, soldier's habit made him tell his comrades, "You stay put. I'll go and bring them back." Besides, that sort of a cramped area for receiving the lords of the universe passed within him, as ludicrously as did consciousness of dry mouth and clamorous pulse. With shoving legs and snatching hands he propelled himself through corridors and companionway to the control board he wanted. Then he must wait a minute for his shakes to subside before he could operate the motor. The inner valve retracted. 2 came in. Silvery auras enrobed them, which must protect against space, Broderson decided in his rocking mind, for they blinked immediately out of existence. Before him poised a man and a woman. "Should I kneel?" "No, you can't kneel in free fall." Welcome. We're, at your service." Both were tall, well-formed, supple, fair and blue-eyed. Long yellow hair framed faces strong and comely, youthful and immemorially mature. The man, bearded, wore a tunic that might be linen, a kilt that might be wool, shoes that might be leather, a broad cloak. The woman, whose tresses fell nearly to her more lightly shod feet, wore a flowing gown and a mantle. The garments were embroidered and many-hued. Both persons were bejewelled in gold and silver and crystal. Fillets, torques, bracelets, brooches, rings of intertwining patterns. The knives at their colorful belts gave an impression of being tools, not weapons. He carried a staff, bronze-banded, whose finial was a spray of twigs, whereon grew leaves. Perched there and on his shoulders or flying about, singing, were birds, lark, thrush, linnet, robin redbreast. In her arm she bore a small harp. Both smiled. "No, it's we who should bid you welcome, brave wanderer," said the man. His baritone rang. "Would you lead us to your fellows?" "Aye, sir, aye." Broderson did, in too much tumult for thinking. The pair did not require rails, hand-grips, or kick-spots to move. They ghosted along upright. Through the companionway down the hall to the door of the common room, Broderson hung back to let the visitors precede him. Thus he did not see Kathleen when he heard her cry out, "Oh!" No sight in the whole journey had brought such a sound from her. Alarmed, he swung himself around the jam. She floated in Weisenberg's clasp, arms lifted, lips parted, tears breaking loose to dance and glitter. He forgot caution and respect, launched his body at her, reached her with a force that nearly tore the engineer loose. "Pegeen! What's wrong?" "Nothing," she choked. "They, Angus Mach Og, the god of love. Brigid, his sister, the goddess of bards. You cannot be, can you? Can you?" The man shook his head. "No," he said quietly. "The one thing which they are not, whom you call the others, is gods. For you, though, for your solace and in homage, we have striven to be a shadow of these." The woman moved toward Kathleen. The two men beside the girl let her go, that she might unhindered receive that touch. "Dear you are," she who was Brigid murmured, "and much do we long to know you in fullness, and give you our thanks for what you will have given us." "What? I?" Kathleen stammered. "Tramp? She-fool? Doggerel-maker? What could I ever in the world be offering you?" "The living you have done." Brigid set the harp adrift and took her to her bosom. With a hand-hold for pivot, Broderson twisted about to glare at Angus. From among his songbirds, the son of the Daga said, "Fear not for her. Never willingly will we cause her sorrow, nor wittingly more than we must. All life is for cherishing. Oh, we too kill, we too let die, for we are not gods, and most absolutely not God. We, too, are often bound to a fate. Yet, as far as we may, we foster life, and we guard and revere freedom as far as we may, for that is the highest epiphany of life which we know. Should we not then honor the rights of our avatars?" Avatar. Incarnation. Suddenly Weisenberg looked old. "Do you mean she's a thing you made?" "No," Angus told them, while Brigid held Kathleen close and murmured to her, "How could a work of our own live in a wholeness, a life that is not our own? She is as human as you are. The differences in her are less than the differences in the build of the cells, in the burden of the blood, between any twain of you. Had she never been summoned, she would have ended her days unknowing what power slept in her." "What power is that?" Leno croaked. Brigid lifted her countenance from Kathleen. "To become one with us," she said. Angus. "Were we in truth gods, we could look straight into your souls. But we are only the others, who by ourselves can only touch the thinnest, uppermost part of the mind, and cannot feel at all the inwardness of an entity that has none." Broderson violently. "Well, what the hell are you? Pure intellects, loose in space and time, or what?" Brigid smiling a little, speaking more to Kathleen than him. "Indeed, no. What but a body can bring forth and carry a mind? And were it possible, would not a spirit alone, bereft of senses and sinews, and every joy that is in the cosmos, be a pitiful thing? We, your others, are corporeal as you, the matter in us born from the stars like yours, old animal needs in us also. We are your kindred." Broderson. "Huh? What are you really like under those masks?" Angus. "Are they masks?" Brigid. "Oh, a few small, easily made changes, just for the sake of our avatar. Were she a different kind of human, As most have been, we might have thought best to appear black-skinned, or slant-eyed, or crag-browed, or whatever seemed right. But underneath, we did not come the whole way from Earth in answer to a call, Daniel, merely because we chanced to be there. Angus, we should not carry this on farther, not until we know from Kathleen your whole story, beyond any telling that mere words or mere thoughts can give. He had become entirely grave. His regard crucified Broderson. You must understand, Captain, that we do not yet understand you. We believe you are folk of goodwill. None the less returning, you might bring ruin, maybe in part from knowledge of what should not be uncaged among your people in a day of peril. If we cannot give you the way back, you will have your full spans in a pleasant place we shall prepare. But I think you would rather go home. Broderson and the most of his crew. Yes, oh yes. Angus, let us defer saying more until we feel certain of what we may say. Kathleen is for us the chalice of that discovery. Brigid, if she wishes. To the girl she still embraced. Darling, you will endure no harm, no pain, except what you yourself may choose afterward. Remembering has its price, but if you want, you shall be freed of every memory. She kissed her on the brow. I do warn you, I believe you will not so desire. Think well, child, take time. Never will we force you or hasten you. We cannot be wholly sure what oneness with us will do to you. Think, ask of us, among your comrades. Be as long about this as you like, and not afraid to say no. Kathleen raised her face to that which was a goddess's, and answered through tears. Unless I go, we won't come home, is that not right? She laughed. The mirth sounded real. Besides, here is the very Lord of Love. The other changed his look of concern to a smile, and replied low, We, all of us, love you. There has been enough talk, Brigid said. Let there be song. She took her harp from the air beside her. Afterward, nobody could ever quite tell what had happened, save that in the end they followed Angus, Brigid, and Kathleen to the airlock, and amidst music bade farewell. By then the girl was wholly enraptured. She kissed her men good-bye, as she might have kissed in a dream. Both shining ships withdrew from Chinook. Chapter 45. I was an avatar, whose lot was more strange than even they had foreseen who brought me into being. Had I remained home, likely at some time during my life, those of them whose care was for a man would have summoned me. They would then have shared much joy, a measure of sorrow, many longings and wonderings, angers, calls, doings, triumphs, disasters, fears, marvels, wishes, bindings, loosings, maybe a slow, slight growth of wisdom, the years of an ordinary human. But chance and desire brought me to them, at the uttermost ends of this our universe. What happened thereafter, I cannot now know. My body recalls too little of it, and that little a phantom of the truth, though none the less nothing for which I can make words. The beauties and glories. Can you sing a painting, or sculpture a melody? And they were the least of the reality. You see, the others and I were not merely united. We were a whole. Their awareness, intellect, senses, recollections, outlook, feelings, souls, were mine, as my soul was theirs. They were me, I was them, I was an other. What that was like I am unable to think, let alone tell. The age I was born into has bequeathed to me the ideas I will use in trying, and failing, to speak of that which I have kept in me out of that which I learned. I know not whether they are more fit for this or less than the ideas of someone 30,000 years past, who was the first avatar of my race, or the instincts of an animal, or the burgeoning of a plant. The earliest others arose on a world that took form before the coalescence of the galaxy. Perhaps a dearth of heavy metals caused them to develop technics and a high science very slowly, so that they evolved into harmony with every stage thereof before they went onward. Or perhaps they adapted themselves, psyche and soma both, to a swifter pace. Whichever, at last they were faring to stars which had by then also come to birth, in ships that went close to the speed of light. Meeting foreign sentiences, and exchanging with these, gave such a mighty impetus that they gained the power to build the great transport engines. At that time they were no longer a single race, and as their explorers ranged outward through space-time, they found more beings who could be aided to join them, if those wanted that. Most species were not ready. Few would ever be. The others do not urge or try secretly to guide. Only in rare cases do they reveal that they exist. They do not believe anyone's proper destiny is to become like them. They do not believe in destiny. Every kind of life is equally precious, with an equal right to go its unique way. Moreover, in such diversity is the nourishment whereby their own spirit may grow. This is not to call them indifferent. No. With knowledge, intelligence, and sensitivity, such as are theirs, sharing distinct lives on many planets, through the entire history of the universe, from its fiery birth to its ashen death, the others know tragedy to depths and heights that it is well I cannot remember. This mind alone would not survive. Where they are able, deeming the action harmless to the integrity of a people, they help, but oftenest they must watch and mourn. Yet they are not overly solemn. Their merriment, humor, playfulness, enjoyment, exultation go beyond my comprehending. Likewise does their creativity. They think of their very lives as ongoing works of art, to be shaped for the delight of artist and audience. This attitude may have come about because in them the mind, the consciousness, is protean. The merging, partial or total, of personalities at will, I might call telepathy, except that that is a meager word for it. What happens is not magic. It requires a carrier wave which obeys the laws of physics. A rudiment may sometimes occur among us. The others have brought it to completion. This includes the ability to map a pattern corresponding to a personality onto a different body, be that body natural or artificial, organic or mechanical, or— well, there was the oracle, for example. The map is incomplete and distorted, of course. A mind is not an isolable object. Whatever generates and maintains it must govern it as well as being governed by it. Still, an other can lead separate existences, eventually to bring them together in the original being. An other can, in a sense, be immortal, passing an entire past from a dying body to a new one, which may have been grown for the purpose, or to more than one body. Mind-merging will already have made part of this personality integral with many different entities. Recordings, too, played back into a later awareness as needed, give a kind of resurrection. Thus the others are not monads in any degree. Neither are they fused in an enormous overmind. That would be stultifying, if it were possible. Individuality, fluid in form, is by that same receptivity more real than it can be among us. From this root may spring their passionate devotion to freedom. They are not gods. In our single galaxy, at any single instant, is more than they can know or foresee. However widely they range and hugely they build, they discern far better than we can how grander than themselves is the whole of reality, how eternally mysterious. Though the symbols be not things like the waxing and waning of a moon, but the birth and death of stars, they too must needs create myths. They too must dwell in awe. Indeed, to them, their technology, cyclopean or subatomic, has become incidental, a set of means to a set of ends. Much they have abandoned as no longer necessary. The achievements they seek are more subtle, too subtle for our perceiving. If you chisel out a statue, your dog sees that a lump of stone is changed a bit in shape. But I have to try to convey a hint, a shard. Let me therefore say that the others are concerned with exploring, understanding, and celebrating existence. A way for them, among many, is through their avatars. While they are careful and sparing about it, they do not regard as a violation the bringing forth of an avatar. Such an organism is in no way abnormal. At most, it has come into being instead of a similar bion that would else have done so. It does contain certain structures deep inside, incredibly fine, on the border between molecular and atomic. These do not affect its functioning and are not heritable. All that they do is make oneness possible. Slightly more may be involved. For instance, in the case of most terrestrial vertebrates, it is simplest to fertilize an ovum parthenogenetically, while adding that micro-organ for the cell to replicate. If a male is wanted, a few minor changes in the chromosomes are required as well. Whatever the treatment for whatever kind of organism, it is very mild. It conserves rather than destroys. An avatar, then, lives out its time as a perfectly ordinary member of its species. It may well never be summoned. The others do not hover constantly over any planet. The cosmos is too big. When one of its kind is brought into communion, that is an act of love. No damage occurs, no disruption, save for those that are dying, for which oblivion may be mercy. It is returned to the place whence it came, to go on as it was. There has simply been the sharing. In this wise do the others seek to partake in all life, everywhere. True, if the avatar is sentient, shades of memory may afterward flit about in its being. "Can I not stay?" I pleaded. "No, darling," sang that part of me which was at the heart of Brigit. "It would be a doom upon you." From elsewhere in me spoke Angus. "Nor would you wish to be passive, a parasite. Thankful are we for what you gave. But now, when you have lived my life, I have no more to offer." "If only you did." "No, that is wrong. What's right is that you be what you are. We summon no avatar twice. Because you have awareness and thus free will, we can make you the gift of Lethe. If you accept, you will forget everything that was here. It will be to you like a dreamless night. Think well, dearest. You know that if you remember, you will always be haunted." "But by how wonderful a ghost," I answered. "It will have many faces, and some of them terrible." Long I mused in oneness. Call to mind your highest moments of love, insight, creation, beauty, victory, when for a short while you went beyond yourself. It is more than that, being another. And still, this is the lowland beneath their peaks. No, I decided. What I may keep of you, I would not give up for any reward. Aye, hard will be to know that once my soul did span so much of reality, that I could even sense a little of how immensely much more remains to search for, and grow by, and rejoice in. But I will not altogether lose the knowledge of what your love is. We drew closer in our farewell. For this they bore again the appearances they had first shown me, because I liked those. Not that there was anything very strange about their true aspect, or anything strange at all about what passed between Angus Mac Og and myself. The time is not many centuries distant from my own, when humans will begin one by one to become others. They will not cease thereby to be human. Chapter 46. Less than an hour had gone when the voice of Brigit wakened Chinook's intercom. "Kathleen is returning to you. She will enter by the same lock." Alone in his office, Broderson bit across the stem of the pipe he had had clamped between his jaws. The bowl bobbed off through harsh blue clouds it had made. Unaided by his breath, the fire died down in free fall. He fumbled at his seat-belt, got the damn thing unsnapped, surged from his chair. Behind him, a squeezer of whiskey drifted, forgotten. "The word that she bears will cheer you." The voice followed him. "Through her we have found that yours is a rightful purpose. It is not absolutely right. Never believe that of any purpose which may be yours, but your success would be better than your defeat. Though we do not aid you in your striving, we will send you on your way. Though we do not say that you will prevail, we wish you most sincerely well. But prepare to leave soon. The forces that made this place and keep it, here at the end and the beginning of a universe, are balanced as on a whirling spearhead. However tiny, the mass of your ship draws hard enough on them that while you stay, the work is at a halt. Nor have you anything left to do among us. You won this far, and thereby won your homecoming, or the right to go back and do battle for your homecoming. More we cannot bid you. At the start of your next watch, we will call upon you to depart. In the meantime, make Kathleen welcome. Be good to her." "Christ!" Broderson shouted as he flew. "How could I try to be anything else?" A few crewmen had gotten to the airlock before him. He elbowed them aside and himself admitted her. An Argent's entered, flicked off, and there she was. He caught her in his arms, and they floated, ridiculously a-spin. The scent and warmth and lithe feel of her overwhelmed him. "God damn," he thought. "I'm actually crying." "Are you okay? Pegeen? Sweetheart, Makushla, what happened? So soon?" "It was long, I think," she said, as if talking in her sleep. Her smile was from nirvana. "They sent me back through time. Look." Out of a coverall pocket, she pulled the notebook that spacefolk usually carried. Written down, "The patterns will follow, retracing the whole way we came till we get to Vanu, where we jump to Beta System. We'll arrive within a month of when Emissary left." "But you, Pegeen, you!" "Oh, I'm fine. You must give me a while to climb down." Abruptly she clawed herself to him. He felt her shudder. "Dan, hold me, please. I should not be weeping after what I've had. I should not." Out of the pit where her being lay, Joelle radiated. "Won't you at least say goodbye?" "Yes, and more," was the response. "We have learned from the Avatar how stark is your need." "Then take me to you." "It cannot be. Oh, Joelle, can a tree fly, or a bird catch sunlight? You are what you are, and you are what you may become if you will. Be glad in that." "In a few miserable years left me, knowing I will never know what you do, knowing my Numenon is a shadow?" "If you wish, we can make you forget." "No." "What else?" "If I am not worthy of your company—" "There is no special worthiness in this." "Then open reality for me. Whether it will kill me or drive me mad, show me the ultimate." "We have no ultimate." "But what do you have?" "What fragments we possess will not harm you in themselves." Would a lecture on relativity harm an ape? "The Avatar could tell you, but you do have more gift and background than she does, therefore hearken, if you will." Mathematics, and snatches of what might be direct perception, or might not be, and... Our space-time continuum is not the total creation. It is a bubble in a hyper-dimensional ocean, which brings forth more of its kind endlessly, almost as the ancient oceans on Earth and Demeter and Beta begot life over and over, because that was in their nature. Universes die, like stars and flowers, but their stuff goes on too, worked into something that never was before. Here and now, our burnt-out cosmos, expanding, fleeing from itself, has intersected another. From this union, when it is complete, will arise an entire new world of worlds. Praised be the chance that the other plenum is old itself, that no life, we pray, will perish in the genesis. What the next cycle will be like, we cannot foretell. Already the very laws and constants of physics are changing. Not you nor we could exist for an instant outside this fortress of forces. What is to come will be wholly strange. Yet we will seek to become a part of it, to understand and cherish it. We are building a machine which is only a means to an end, Joelle, the end which has no ending. After a silence, "Do you still desire a glimpse?" "Yes." "Perceive." She screamed. That was not from hurt or fear, it was from hopelessness. "Farewell. Fare ever well." Kathleen stirred. "I should go to her," she said. "Huh? What do you mean?" Broderson asked. "This was laid on me to help Joelle," she told him. "They knew what she'd suffer. They can't heal her. Maybe there is no remedy, but I must try, Dan." "What about me?" "Oh, I don't want to pester you. I don't have to have consolation right this minute, but you've changed, Pegeen." "Yes." She gripped him hard. "Away from you. I'll be fighting my way back, I will. Now, though, you are more strong than she is." "The hour has come for you to leave," said the voices of the others. "Bear with you our blessing." Chapter 47. Huge and red-golden in purple-blue heaven, the sun of Beta stood at late morning. One of the rainstorms which ruled over that part of the long day had just ended. Scattered clouds lingered, softly aglow, and a rainbow bridged the western horizon. The land gleamed wet, as if the deep hues of turf, shrubs, fronds on trees had been bestrewn with diamonds. A breeze blew cool, bearing odors as of spices. Eastward shone an estuary, and rose the silhouettes of buildings. But closer at hand there was little to show that here was a chief seat of a star-faring civilization. An ancient tower did rear its bulk of grey, vine-wrapped stone above ground. It was the time of growth, between icy night and parched afternoon. Everywhere fresh plant life was springing up and swelling, almost visibly fast. The sky was full of wings, and song resounded from shaw and meadow. Joel and Kathleen approached the tower on foot. A gravity less than Earth's put spring in their stride, yet they walked through the season unsmiling, the younger woman sober, the older woman sombre. "And why can ye not be laying down your woe?" Kathleen demanded. "Aye, a shock did you have, to find what you know is but a drop of spindrift that in a moment will fall back into the sea and be lost. Yet is that any real surprise? Will it be less thrilled tomorrow when you make a discovery?" Joelle shook her head. "Worse," she said in her bleakness. "I found I am not only ignorant, I'm stupid. No, not even that. It would imply something in common with the others, in spite of our holothetic tricks. We remain lower animals. We're like monkeys trying to write Shakespeare by random hits on a Scriber console, and unable to keep at it 5 minutes in a stretch. Or we're like blind worms trying to see." For a second Kathleen doubled her fists and stared into the wind. When she had her face under control, she replied, "They don't look down on us. How often must I tell you? To them, every kind of life is noble. It's our business to be what we are, proudly." "Easy enough for you to say." Kathleen held back an answer. "You're outgoing, physical, sanguine, everything I'm not," Joelle went on. "And what I believed I was turns out to be an illusion. So what I am is nothing." Kathleen flushed, scowled, and snapped. "Are you not overdue for climbing out of that wallow of self-pity?" "Oh, I'll perform my duties competently, never fear." Softened, Kathleen touched Joelle's cheek. "Learn to be human again. Brain's a single facet of existence, neither the largest nor the brightest. I'll help where I can. All your shipmates will." Scorn lifted, an acid taste. "Yes, beginning with plenty of sex, your pet panacea, isn't it? Doubtless you can persuade your studs to do the old lady the favor of screwing her on a regular basis. No thanks." "Did I make that suggestion?" Kathleen said quietly. "I'd not be doing so." "It's as ugly to me as to you. Or uglier, maybe. I don't suppose you will be wanting a man as a man any more, ever. The which is no shame on you, is only your taste and choice. But dreadful it is to see you frozen in that aloneness. Let us warm you free. We can, if you will be warm toward us, if you will care. I'm still a holothete. The rest of you are still animals to me. Well-meaning, but animals, and I never did care much for pets. As for my colleagues on Earth, how can I like them, when I no longer respect them, or respect myself? Sticky sentimentalism isn't going to change any of this. Here we are." A flyer was parked outside the building, whose door had been drawn back. The women entered chill, echoey dimness and took a spiral ramp to the second story. There were those linkage units the Batons and the emissary scientists had devised for their joint use. Memories of Fidelio rushed over Joelle. We would have shared the same loss, aided each other in our pain, but he is dead. 3 natives waited, a female looming between the lesser forms of 2 males. Sunbeams struck through a window to sheen off their mahogany fur. The iodine tang of them filled nostrils like the air on a beach. With upper paws and lower hands, they made gestures of greeting. The humans returned the courtesy as best they were able. Joelle took her place. Kathleen helped connect her, then stood by. Holothesis awoke. Joelle dismissed any idea of examining the noumenon, that shabby fiction. She simply wanted full command of the local language. Nonetheless, she found the state possessing her, felt its power throughout her being. Yes, this was where she belonged. Through the vocalizing attachment she produced the full-toned, overtoned, sometimes fluting land speech. Fair weather be yours, matriarch and her steadfast males. May the tide upbear you, female of intellect. The Batons responded as ritually. We regret we are late, Joelle explained. The rain delayed us in camp. Our flockmates were using the vehicles lent us on various errands connected with getting us established, and I wondered about the possibility of a dangerously strong storm. We did not parch, the female said. We spent the time calming the billows within, against what we are going to hear, added the larger of her husbands. You are kind to meet us, as hard at work as you must be, said his partner. It is the least I can bring to the wife and the brothers and household of him who was my friend, Joelle told them. Suddenly, blindingly, she realized she meant that. She had granted the request for an interview as a calculated gesture. Chinook's crew needed plenty of goodwill if they were to persuade a whole world to become their ally. But now that she was here, with those whom Fidelio had loved, her eyes stung and blurred. She wiped knuckles across them, irritatedly, and went on, glad that her artificial voice could be kept level. Beside me is a female of our band, hight Kathleen. He died in her arms. Before then, he had come to like her company next to mine, for he enjoyed the music she made, and giving her his songs in exchange. I will interpret between you and her. Together we will seek to net for you the tale of how he fared. Ask whatever you wish. Kathleen stepped forward till the widow bulked over her, and she could proffer a box she had been carrying. Take this, my lady, she said low. While still in our ship, I made printouts of what recordings we have of him, and enlarged the best views to pictures, for you. While Joelle translated, the Batons saw what it was. For a while they looked at the likenesses, silent. Then the female laid claws most gently on Kathleen's head, stroked her with big, unsteady hands, and rumbled and whistled, sea noises. May you never lack for clean salt water. May every gale blow you happiness. This in the name and presence of God. Och, it was a sorely little thing to do. One feels so helpless. Perhaps you do not catch what help you lavish, if you share your memories of him. You raise those days of his that for us lay drowned. The meeting lasted long hours, because the Batons wished everything, each glimpse the humans could call back. Their questions flew like raindrops on a strand wind. A camera taped the scene, but Joelle suspected they had no real need of that. What they were doing was evoking Fidelio in themselves. Kathleen unslung the sonador from her shoulder and gave them the songs and tunes she had given him. In the end, she laid the instrument aside and sang for them his lullaby. When she was done, silence dwelt for a while in the tower. Then the widow stirred, lifted an upper arm as in benediction, and said, "Mercy be upon you always, you who are merciful. I will plead your cause before the Sovereign Council, and do believe it will be moved to aid you."
"What?"
exclaimed Joel, startled.
"You?"
"Had you not caught the fullness of truth about me? That bodes well, that you twain would come here only out of kindness. No, to honor the once being of him who traveled with you. The League of Spacefarers has lately named me its delegate. Since its members will belike heed my leadership, whatever I say in the council should carry a full cargo."
A lucky break. I won't disillusion her about my motives, or rather, the motives I served, not expecting that anything could really matter to me any more. Besides, the implication here is alarming. If Kathleen understood—
Joel cast a glance at the younger woman and saw her gazing out the window, face as remote from ordinary emotion as a death mask. Briefly, compassion had brought Kathleen back from those realms wherein her soul had wandered since she left the others, but now she had returned thither. Joel swung attention toward the Batons. "Is there that much doubt your people will help us?" she asked. "There has been," the female answered frankly. "The tale you brought is a terrible one. We were hoping to learn from you how we may become what we must become. Today many wonder if, instead, we, our descendants, our whole race, may not learn treachery, oppressiveness, violence, such as you report without seeming to feel they are anything very unusual. Some among us would quarantine you." "Is your species perfect?" Joel retorted, more in the interests of accuracy than in any defensive spirit. "Of course not. You know what sickness is in us, and what kind of parchedness has brought it about. The riddle is, would the waters you offer be healing or be poison?" "We have more to offer than just ourselves." "Yes, the chart of the ways you have come. Those do buoy your cause. Nevertheless—" The widow held out both hands in an embracing gesture. "Well, this day you showed us three how much decency is in your kind. Should we of this world not help it to flourish as best we can? So I will ask the council." Joel was astounded at her own relief. A few minutes later, the family said a quiet adieu and departed. They would have given the terrestrials a ride, but the latter preferred walking. When she left Holothesis, Joel felt none of the depression that usually followed. She couldn't think of fraction as well, but she was not driven to. Amplified reason had been holding down what began to flow up within her. The sun had scarcely stirred. Thunderheads were blue-black, and lightning ruined in the west. Clouds blew off them and across heaven before a shrill, swift air. A new storm was bound here. It wouldn't arrive before the women reached camp, though, and meanwhile it was a breath of freshness. The living landscape moved in waves before it. Kathleen took Joel's arm. Again the girl's countenance, her entire manner, held a quite mortal concern, with only a hint that most of her was elsewhere. "Go on and cry," she said. "What?" Joel blinked. "I saw you struggle not to, often and often. Your machine lent you the strength. But why not yield? You know I dropped a few tears." "You were different." "How much, at heart?" "I wonder," thought Joel. "I'd not see you grieving for grief's own sake," Kathleen went on. "Yet a dear sign it is to me this day that shows you can still love." "Well, Joel swallowed. "Those were Fidelio's kin, not human." "What matter that? They are beings with awareness. They wish for your friendship. Grant it, receive it back, and come alive again." "No, damnation. I don't want a ball. Our races will be in closer and closer contact, Kathleen said thoughtfully. Earth will need a sort of ambassador on this planet, who could best be the chief of a permanent scientific mission. Sure, and nobody has qualifications to match yours. If the Batons will accept us. They will, be certain of that, Kathleen said. What wordless knowledge lay beneath her confidence? Not only because they feel a need to study us in our lives. Indeed, while that ought to prove valuable, it will hardly be the single, simple medicine they expected in their first joy. Such medicines don't exist, do they now? But between us and the new races, we can lead them to, why, worlds stand open. The others would not have shown us how to go back through every gate we took on our search. Did they not feel we are trustworthy enough? The whole of humanity and Beta. We must leave them in their outpost, aye, but elsewhere— Kathleen's voice trailed off. Her stride broke. She stood for a moment rigid, eyes turned skyward, mouth stretched out of shape, fingers hooked as if to grasp the wind. Joelle could well nigh read her mind. We must leave them be. Never again can we know them. With a rough gesture, as if calling pain to heel, Kathleen resumed walking and talking. Her tone even held some enthusiasm. The dancers of Thanu, the teachers of Pandora, the oracle of the pulsar, and those from outside who come there. The navigators of that ship we saw go by at the hub of the galaxy, and more and more. Joelle, I could envy you. Such adventures of mind and spirit can be yours, will be yours. I swear to you, the others also live at their highest when they are questing. What else can you ask for? And those 2 of them we met, children of humankind, in a way more deep than blood, they descend from you. It may be thus. She may be right. Here on Beta, challenge, affection, inner peace. And from Fidelio, Kathleen finished. Then Joelle wept. Chapter 48. The eye saw no change. Sol stood radiant against a darkness where stars never winked in their countless brilliances. The Milky Way rivered silver, the nebulae and the sister galaxies glimmered remote, and the gigantic cylinder of the T-machine whirled among its beacons, a circle in the path of Earth, but forever hidden therefrom. Any sense that anything irretrievable had taken place could only be a foolishness begotten of uncertainty and emotional exhaustion. Several hours ago, a ship manned by fugitive criminals had tried to escape, blundered through a random gate, and lost herself till the end of time. That was all. Nothing that mattered had happened. Nothing. Except lives put at hazard. Except mutterings in the crew. Something is being kept secret from us. But what? And why? Except a conscience too uneasy to let me sleep. Afloat, alone in the control center in silence, Aram Janigian, commanding Watchship Copernicus, stared out through the viewscreen. Is Laws awake aboard Alhazen? Does he wonder if we did right, and find what we've been told is not easy to believe? And curse himself for lacking the guts to put his career on the line, make the incident public, try to get an inquiry started? Or does he know the truth and rest soundly in the expectation that by mornwatch he'll get his orders to come home? Did this truth occur to him? That important things had happened, were happening, would go on happening for as long as there was a future? It was merely that their time scale was cosmic. The stars evolved without cease. After millions of years, most of those that showed brightest would have flared and died. Meanwhile, the Orion Nebula and its kin would have engendered new suns, new planets. In 5 billion years or thereabouts, the slow death throes of Sol would commence. By then, it would long since have lost yonder constellations, having swung, how often? About 25 times, around in a galaxy that was itself unrestingly changeable. Afterward, before Janigian, a ship appeared. Automatic alarms whooped. Men on duty yelled over the intercom. No pilot fish had warned, nor should any have. That great blunt cylinder, with the cryptic protrusions and the blue haze around it, was never built by humans. But pictures of its kind lay manyfold in libraries and databanks on Earth and Demeter. A vessel much like that had passed through the Phoebean system. "All hands to stations!" Janigian shouted. "Stand by! Not a move by us till directed, but stand by! Outercom, get me Alhazen!" The stranger accelerated smoothly off. A sister craft emerged and moved out of the way. A third arrived. "Laws, is that you? Laws, hold your fire, do you hear?" "Do you think I'm insane?" "Certainly I will. I beam my superiors. You try if you can raise those creatures. Notify me instantly, and cut me in if you do." A fourth, a fifth, a sixth. A pause, and the aliens maneuvering into a formation that might be defensive, but... The seventh vessel was different. Smaller, spherical, awkward by comparison, as she boosted at a standard G. A Reyna. "Laws! Emissaries come back! Holy Mother Mary, she's led them to us! Against every order! No, wait. That isn't emissary. Magnify your image, look close. That's Chinook! Chinook returned from the dead! Is this a dream? No. Too much solidity. Harness that holds me, meters whose dials do not melt. Familiar inertia of my body, though the universe explode outside. The aliens had englobed her, a shield berg. "Standard call," Janigian directed. "Switch any response straight to me." In less than a minute, the comm screen bore Daniel Broderson's visage. The days since last he came through to Sol had deepened the furrows therein, spread more gray across the coarse black hair, and given something else, indefinable, a look of far-awayness. How was that possible? He smiled and drawled his Spanish the same as before. "Good day, Captain. Or night, if that's what the clocks say. Listen, please. We are not unsuspecting innocents, that you can blow out of space before they know it. We come in absolute peace. If you shoot, we won't shoot back. No need to. I hope you won't squander the taxpayers' ammunition on us. We're proceeding to Earth. However, since we have a story to tell the entire human race, we'd like to begin with Copernicus and Alhazen. We hope you'll hear us out and send a message to official headquarters bearing witness. Will you?" It trumpeted in Janigian. "Yes," he said. Laws took over the auxiliary set. "No," he groaned. "They're insurrectionists, I tell you, who must have recruited a fleet of monsters." "Who told you?" Broderson snorted. "Laws," Janigian said. "Shut up and let your men watch." Broderson began. He had recordings to project and live scenes from inside the Baton ships. As he went on, Janigian's shock became anger and mounted toward berserk rage. Laws, incredulous at first, started after a time to show wrath of his own, until he must leave his post to forestall a mutiny. The bedside phone hauled Ira Quick out of nightmare. A crumbled house, a small dead girl accusing the sky, still holding her teddy bear, blood impossibly scarlet. Sweat was chill upon him. As he raised himself on an elbow and switched on a light, he saw how snow hissed by a nighted window. Beside him, a warm bundle, his wife moved, swimming toward wakefulness. He accepted. A face entered the panel. A voice began to rattle forth news received. Within seconds, Quick said, "Hold. Stop. I want to take this on another line. Record whatever else comes in till I recontact, and make sure your circuit is secured." He swung feet to floor. Alice sat up. "What is it?" she asked. "Confidential," he replied. "Wait here." He rose. Odd, thought a section of him, how one doesn't feel the catastrophes immediately, like the leg I broke skiing, or the blackmail attempt, or Bergdahl's demand for a vote recount and investigation. I met those quite well. A person becomes temporarily an efficient automaton. The anguish comes later. He regarded Alice, judged her beautiful, regretted he would probably lose her, wished vaguely he had paid her more heed. "Darling, it must be awful," she whispered. "Let me be with you, please." "No. Wait here, I told you." In his study, he heard the report at length. It was confused and incomplete, but quite unambiguous. He made the obvious rejoinders, left the instrument on special call, and went back upstairs to knock on the door of his incognito house-guest. Simeon Ilyich Makarov let him in. The short, stout figure was attired in outrageously gaudy pajamas. "Well, what is it?" snapped the premier of Great Russia. Quick urged him back and closed the door behind them. "Bad news," he said. "The worst, in fact." Makarov gnawed his mustache and stood his ground. "Seems Broderson's returned, leading a Baton fleet." Quick jerked forth. "Alhazen tried to reach me, but they entered too fast. The word is from Copernicus to the Astronautical Control Board. Palamas notified me. She's rattled, doesn't know what to think, but guessed I deserve a chance." "What could I tell her?" "Essentially, lies, fraud, preserve secrecy till we know more." "But it is not a fraud," Makarov said slowly. "I hardly think so. Somehow that devil—" Quick gulped, headed off an attack of the shakes, and went into detail. "Well," Makarov said, "well." The shakes resumed, worse. "What are we going to do?" "I go home, of course." Makarov wheeled, stumped to the clothes-keeper, opened it, and picked up his suitcase. "You will lend me a car to the airport." "But, sir," Quick fought himself, "we have to plan, coordinate, alert the organization." "Yes. Meanwhile deny. Keep tough. Is that what you North Americans say? We have a few days until the enemy arrives at Earth. When he does, we must be ready." Makarov sagged. For a moment he looked grey all over. "Politically, I am terminated like you. And my hopes." He squared off, laid the suitcase on the bed, and commenced his packing. "I will try to get in position where I can bargain for my personal survival. Or else I arrange to disappear. I advise you do same." "No, I'm not prepared. I'm not the type. This isn't that kind of country, and I don't have the right connections abroad. My time is up." Quick stared at the snowstorm. "The public will turn on me. My choices are prison or a pistol." "God damn them!" he screamed. "The ingrates! God damn them to hell!" Chapter 49. There were few street lamps in Église du Saint-Michel, none in sight of the Broderson house. As Elisabeth Leno opened the door, she saw her lawn, flower beds, tree-tops frosty with moonlight. Both Persephone and Arion were aloft. Double shadows reached across early dew. The air which entered was cool and quiet. She checked a sound of surprise and waited for the person to speak, who had chimed for admittance. Light from within was less kind to Aurelia Hancock than the glow from heaven must have been. The Governor-General of Demeter stood awhile, staring downward, twisting fingers together. At last she raised her eyes and begged, "May I come in?" "Yes," replied Lys, and stood aside. Hancock passed through. "Please, would you close the door? I'm here secretly." Lys obliged, turned about, and confronted her visitor. The living-room carpet and hardwood floor, wainscot, picture window, fireplace that Dan had built, no longer felt serene. It felt alert. Even the cat on the sofa awoke and sent forth a yellow stare. "Won't you sit down?" Lys invited automatically. "I don't know if I can," the other woman said in her wretchedness. She groped in her pouch for a cigarette. "A drink, then?" Hancock gave Lys a startled glance. "You'd drink with me?" "I offered you a drink." "I see. No, thank you." Lys crossed to the hearth and leaned an elbow against the mantel above. Thereon rested a few souvenirs. Heirloom candlestick from her parents, a rack of his pipes. A trophy from a figure skating contest which they had won together, the kind of things that belong in a home. Secure beside them, Liz demanded, "Why have you come?" Hancock started trembling. To ask for your help, your forgiveness, and—" Liz raised her brows. "What do you suppose I can do? The news is out. The provisional governor ought to come through the gate in another day or so, and the investigating committee won't be far behind. I've no official standing." "But you're Dan Broderson's wife." "The man you did your best to get killed." Liz struck fist on stone. "No. I shouldn't have said that, maybe. I believe what you told me before, over the phone, that you'd no such intention, that events got out of hand. Just the same, Ori, you assumed their responsibility, and you'll have to bear the consequences." Head bowed, Hancock drew forth the cigarette she had been after. But instead of kindling it, she shredded it with shivery fingers. "You don't understand," she mumbled. "I'm not asking anything for myself. I'm asking you take pity on Ira quick." Liz grew stiff in surprise. "What?" Again Hancock made herself look up. "You see him as a monster. The one who did in fact try to do away with your husband and choke off everything you and Dan hoped for." Her voice gathered force. "But he isn't. He's made some terrible mistakes, no doubt, though we'll never know what might have happened if he'd won, will we? He'd have gone down in history as a statesman, a hero. Never mind. He lost, that's all. But can you possibly realize he didn't do what he did because of being evil? Ambitious, vain-glorious, yes, he's human, but he honestly thought he was doing what must be done." "I'm not too sure of that," said Liz. "Never mind," Hancock repeated. She was crying now. "Only ask yourself, what purpose would revenge serve? Wouldn't it be better for everybody? Wouldn't it start this new age of yours off right, if you forgave?" Liz was silent a few seconds before she said, "I asked you what you expect I could do, supposing I wanted to." "Everything!" the visitor cried. "Lower, grant me that I do know politics. Dan himself, he's the man of the hour, the man of the century, but he does need to have charges against him dismissed, illegal actions that led to homicide, and if he made a public request for a general amnesty, who could refuse?" She knuckled her eyes. "You can get him to do it. He's not a vindictive man, and I told you, wouldn't it be a hopeful gesture? No matter me, I'll take whatever's coming to me. I was a pawn anyway, it turns out, and no matter the rest of the conspirators either. But Ira—" She sank to the floor, half curled up, weight rested on arms. "Ira, please, Ira." Liz stood for a time in her own long-legged strength. Darknesses and brightnesses crossed her face. At last she murmured mostly to herself, "They're finished in public life, the lot of them. Dare they walk abroad any more on earth? But Demeter still has whole continents for people to make a fresh beginning." She would not touch the huddled form before her, but she said, "Yes, Ori, I'll put in the word you want. On your behalf also." When she was alone, except for the sleeping children, Liz returned to her study. That was a fair-sized chamber, efficiently laid out, full of up-to-date office equipment. But above the desk stood a hologram of Mount Lorne and the undying snows. She paused, frowning at a ComSet until she flipped its playback switch. Once more she reviewed the latest message from Broderson in Lima. Image and voice alike registered weariness. Just such a hellish lot of utter nonsense to wade through. No end in sight, either. You'd cope better than I'm doing, honey. And wouldn't it be grand to have you here? I keep telling myself that isn't really practical, then looking for ways to prove myself wrong. Soon, however, he mentioned Kathleen. At first Liz skipped that part. Then she bit her lip and played it over twice. Thereafter she sat down and pondered. Finally, she ran through the reply that she had been composing when Aurelia Hancock interrupted. She now had considerable to say that was new and important. Before she did, something remained which might matter a great deal more. Her electronic doppelganger looked out of the screen and declared, "Your news is almost scary. Let me talk to her. The next few minutes of this are for her." An awkward clearing of throat and shifting of position followed by, "Kathleen, dear, hello, salud. What Dan tells me about you does not sound good. Not that he says much, I think in part because he hasn't much to say. Apparently, you go about your life in a more or less normal fashion. But, well, for instance, he hasn't mentioned any jokes between you and him, and he usually shares those with me, or—" The tape recorded a door chime and stopped. Liz considered, started the machine again, and spoke into the light years behind it. "Dan, this is for Kathleen. Her alone. Switch off and let her have the rest. I've more to give you, but I'll put that on the next track." She knew he would honor the request. "Kathleen, I don't think you'd better show this to Dan. Tell him it's girl talk. God knows he has worries enough. Your grief, that's the heaviest of them." "Please," Liz said, suddenly fighting for breath. "Can you see I don't want to make you feel guilty or anything? What you've been through, I'll never be able to imagine. Or what you're longing for, that's more nearly the trouble, isn't it? You're lost in a dream of what was, and he senses you are, and—" She marshaled her thoughts. "You have to come back. For your own sake, and his, and yes, mine. Mine, not only through him. I could book passages to Earth, Kathleen, since he's going to be there for months yet. I would, except that you need all he can give. He mustn't lose you to the half-life you're in. I mustn't either. I've discovered how much you are to me." She sighed. "Oh, yes, I've been envious of you, and no doubt I will be once in a while in future, but not jealous. Not any longer. We both love him, and he loves both of us. Well, shouldn't we care for each other?" A chuckle. "Could be the day will come when he envies me a little, or feels a little jealous, which wouldn't hurt him. Kathleen, come home. I've not been where you've been, but I am older than you, and I have seen parts of life that you maybe haven't. Let me suggest, let me call to you." When she was done, Liz rose and stretched, muscle by muscle. She'd scan her speech tomorrow, perhaps edit it, though merely for clarity. She knew what the counsel was, and hoped it might help. Meanwhile, how about a nightcap, some Sibelius, and bed? She'd want her full energy in the morning. To hell with being Griselda, or even Penelope. She had work to do. Chapter 50. Spring came early that year to Ireland. On the morning thereof, Broderson and Kathleen set out on a day-long ramble. This was in County Clare. 5 centuries old, long abandoned, lately restored for renting to visitors, their cottage nonetheless held remembrances of generations who had been born within its walls, grown up, fallen in love, begotten and raised children, toiled, suffered, sorrowed, laughed, sung, dreamed, grown aged, died, and been keened over. Low and whitewashed beneath a mossy thatched roof, it stood alone on a height overlooking the sea. They who dwelled here had mostly kept sheep. Several kilometers off, a village in a cove still housed fisher-folk. Their manners being of an ancient kind, they did not rush to inform the world who was staying close by, but honored a wish for privacy that their priest had told them of. Meeting the famous pair in Streeter's store, taking them out in a boat, drinking with them in the pub, the villagers were content to be friendly. "A fine day for sure," Broderson said. He put the knapsack that held lunch on his back while he looked around. Westward, gorse and bracken came to an abrupt end at a cliff edge. Afar, the waters shone tawny, emerald, quicksilver, in a shiver of small waves. Closer in they burst in surf, white fountains on rocks and skerries and steeps. This high up he heard the roaring. Southward the land was likewise rugged, northward more so. Eastward it rolled in verdancy toward the blue bulk of a mountain whose top was the goal of his and Kathleen's hike. Hawthorn hedges bloomed snowy along winding lanes. Scattered farmhouses sent chimney smoke into a sky where a few clouds wandered. Closer stood the grassy slopes of Arath, A circular earthwork which had guarded a homestead before St. Patrick walked through Erin. Deserted at last, it became known as a haunt of the Shia, of whom the first tales were told before Christ walked through Galilee. A cool breeze bore odors of sea and soil and growth. High overhead a lark sang. "Aye," Kathleen said, "as if the country would bid us good-bye with a blessing." He turned his gaze on her. Heavy shirt, slacks, and brogans could not hide erect slenderness or take away free, striding gracefulness. Bronze hair fell below a headband. A stray lock above fluttered. In the sun-touched, lightly freckled face, her eyes were more green than the quickening fields, and her smile held a merriment he had not seen from the time she left his ship for the others, to the time when they had for a while been by themselves in this place. She gave me the best blessing she can. Way off on Demeter, he said. You. Kathleen laughed. Why, Dan, is it a bard you'd be? No, hardly my line of work, but, oh, rats, I'm forever wanting to say how I feel about you and never able. You've a better way than words for that, and you might consider a demonstration when we've rested on yonder peak. But first we must get there. Come. She led him by the hand down a path to a narrow dirt road that rambled between its flowering hedges, now right, now left, more or less in the direction they wanted to go. When they had fallen into a steady pace, flex of muscles, swing and soft thud of shoes, lungs full, blood coursing, he ventured, "Another thing I can't figure out how to tell, Peggine, is how glad I am to see you back to your real self. Glad? Huh! I'd have died to bring it about." Gravity descended upon her. Was I that mournful? Oh, no. Somebody who hadn't met you before would never guess anything strange had ever happened to you. I should hope not. Her tone held a touch of grimness. The one secret that they of Chinook preserved was the fact of the avatars. I lay on you a gas that you keep silent about this, she had told her shipmates, for my sake and the sake of the others, and likely the sake of many more. Broderson had added weight to that last by pointing out what lunacies, deceptions, and empty hankerings the knowledge would inspire, with no benefit to anybody. Doubtless a judgment that his crew would give and abide by the promise had been a factor in the decision to let them go home. Elsewhere, it sufficed to say that the others had, after study, made that decision. Walking beside Kathleen, Broderson went on, "You didn't go around openly brooding or acting important or any such childishness. In fact, the child in you seemed to have died. You didn't joke or tease or skip down a corridor or, the million things you used to. You never sang unless we asked, and they were never happy songs, and you didn't make new ones. In bed with me, well, sure, you took pleasure in a way, but there was no fun about it. And sometimes I'd catch you crying, like at night when you thought I was asleep, or I'd see the signs on you afterward. But you shied off from telling me why till I figured I'd better pretend not to notice." She caught his arm hard. "Dan, my darling, why didn't you tell me how much I was hurting you?" "That might have made matters worse." "Ochone! The dream of the others had me, and naught could I do but try to live, day by day, while finding my way back from it. Yet if I'd had the wit to look from what was gone to what was around me, and who— Shucks, honey! Everything worked out okay, didn't it? Meanwhile, we were both lucky to be kept as busy as we were on Beta and Earth." "Well, Earth I'm not certain about." Broderson scowled and spat. The executive pardon for our actions, a formality but long-drawn and embarrassing. Crowds, speeches, ceremonies, conferences, banquets, receptions. Worthy causes. Mail by the ton. Calls by the thousands. And always the bloody news people. Never a minute of ours unwatched, till at last Peggine and I managed to sneak off to here. That hullabaloo may have delayed her recovery. Is recovery the right word? I don't dare ask. Change the subject. "And shortly ho for Demeter," he said. Their task was done. Amidst all the dismal nonsense had been these past months' jobs, duties that one could not decently shirk, helping and counseling the Batons, taking part while plans and procedures were hammered out for establishing regular relations between the two races, conveying to scientists the trove of information aboard Chinook and in the heads of her crew. And he had to admit that some causes were genuinely worthy. The hero of billions could raise money for ocean conservation, give politics a shove in the direction of common sense and liberty, brighten an hour for a lot of hospitalized children. But finally, except for Joelle, Chinook was about to bear her wanderers home. Carlos and Suzanne wanted to greet her parents. Frida and the husband she'd found on Earth wanted to emigrate. The Batons had not gotten enough data for calculating how to play chronokinetic tricks in that gate. Probably no humans should anyway, at least until humans were wiser. The span of Broderson's absence from Phoebus would therefore be approximately equal to the span of his presence at Sol. Would Barbara and Mike have changed much? According to letters and tapes from Liz, who had agreed with him she should stay put, take care of them and the business, not let herself in for the harassment he was under. They'd mainly just gained a few skills, which they were anxious to show Daddy. However, at their ages, the time between late winter and early spring could be as long as the time to go to the end of the universe and back. Broderson noticed Kathleen had not responded. Perturbed, he glanced at her and saw she remained serious, her eyes on the horizon and the blue depths beyond. "No, please." "I'm sorry," his voice groped. "Did I say something wrong? I wouldn't make you sad again for every planet in the plenum, but I seem to have." "Not really, dear." She patted his back. "You only reminded me." "Blast me for an idiot. Well, I was describing how you were before to try and explain how you were your old self. I shouldn't have raised ghosts for you. I didn't know. Can you forgive me?" "There's nothing to forgive. I have one beyond the longing, the hopeless trying to regain. In truth I have." Her fingers closed around his. They halted in the middle of the road and turned to each other. A cloud shadow swept over them, then sunlight spilled anew. "Honestly, Dan, my love, what memories are left lie deep and quiet, beyond either grief or joy. It is I must beg your pardon, for blindness to how you needed to speak of this." "Well, I'm not awfully good at giving signals, Pegeen Macushla." After the kiss, walking once more, she told him, "You did say a thing that frets me, that you would have died to bring me back to what I was." "I meant it." "Did you indeed? You should not have. What about Liz and the children?" He winced. "Yes, them, right. I wasn't thinking. When a person loves another the way I love you—" He couldn't go on. "Dan," she said, "I've told you before. I know a single reason why I would ever leave you. If I came between you and Liz, that would turn what was good and happy into a thing evil and sorrowful, and how could I abide myself?" "No fears," he promised. "You may need to warn me occasionally, but, well, I honor my contracts, and besides, I love her too." She smiled with her entire face. "Ah, that's my skipper speaking." Presently, "But my life, you're troubled in your turn. Why?" As she had earlier, he looked into the distances. "I got to feeling, not the first time, feeling how unfair this is to you." "How?" "I do have a home and family, and they do mean the world to me. You rate the same. Am I keeping you from them? I'm afraid I am." She laughed aloud, which startled him enough that he caught his toe in a rut and almost fell. When he had recovered, she said, Dan, can you really imagine me languishing in a situation I have not freely chosen? I purposely brought about? It took the others to cause that, and then it wasn't permanent." "But, a free choice can be unwise." "I always know what I want, however that may change. It may in time be a husband, if he's the right kind of man, the which includes understanding why I'll not give you up. Or it may never be, and is that tragic? I do think at last I want a child or two, who could well be yours. Let us see what happens. We've a whole cosmos before us." After a minute in which the lark sang, Kathleen went on, "Already I've changes in mind, going to medical school, so I can ship out on some of the expeditions that will be off to the stars." "What?" He stopped in his tracks. "Don't worry, my heart." She got them started onward. I'll return to you as I promised in that song of mine. Or could be we'll fare together. Not on each trip. You've no right, and I hope no wish to be overmuch gone from Demeter. But you do have the right, and I believe the wish to stay entirely alive till you die. He considered her. Is this just go fever in you, after the experience we've had? She answered frankly, No. That might have been true were I what I was. You bespoke a child in me you dreaded was dead. Well, she was only sleeping, but the sleep was long, and she's awakened older. I've needed me to discover and learn, to use myself to the utmost, and yes, serve. For what our explorers do will change lives beyond reckoning. Should we not seek to make those changes harmless, or even benign? Before all else, is there not the freedom of every sentient being to uphold? I want to be where I can help, however little and mistakenly, toward those ends. I see. Broderson paused. And I've got a notion your help won't be little nor very much mistaken. Thank you, dear love, she murmured. They walked. The day strengthened, brighter, warmer, greener, more full of scents. From behind a ridge a hawk swung to hover where the sun turned its wings golden. They could feel how the land rose toward the heights. Suddenly, Kathleen cried, "Och, what are we doing instead of being happy?" She unslung the sonador from her shoulder. It was programmed for guitar. She strummed a few chords. In a short while she was singing, while her feet went blithe in the measure. Go gladly up and gladly down. The dancing flies outward like laughter, from blossom fields to mountain crown. Rejoice in the joy that comes after. End of The Avatar by Poul Anderson. Narrated by Ken Kliban in the studios of American Foundation for the Blind, Incorporated, for the Library of Congress, June 1979. For special distribution as authorized by Act of Congress under Public Law 89-522, with the permission of the copyright holder and the publisher, Berkeley Publishing Corporation.
End of book.